Hello everybody and welcome to day number 1 of the Cross-Region Tournament. My name is Aya. I'm your host this weekend with Zico, Venruki, and Supertees. We've also got some special guests, Absurge and Azario, who will be joining us later on. But this is finally the moment, Supertees, that we are going to be able to see these European and North American teams go head to head.
It's been a few years, I want to say give or take 3, since we've been able to see the regions play against each other here in this cross-region tournament. I think it's important to note that there is going to be some ping differentials between these teams, so this may change what players teams are using, and all of the players here are going to be kind of getting paid the same for an exhibition performance. So this is more or less, let's see, just playing for bragging rights really here in this tournament between the regions, given the circumstances. We're fully aware of that. And one of the big things is that if you had a high seeding from your region in North America or Europe, this means that you're going to get a game 1 advantage, which means you're going to play on, if you're an EU team and you're seed 1 like KUNGARNA, you're basically playing on an EU server in the Grand every time. Whereas if you're a 4th seeded team, so 3.5 men or casual dads, in game 1, you're always going to be playing on kind of the enemy team's turf in terms of their server. So this might have some impact in the series. Curious to see how it plays out, though. I've played myself, on the ladder on EU every once in a while. It's definitely noticeable. It probably depends on what part of North America and what part of Europe you're in, really. I think we're playing NA on East Coast servers. So if you're an East Coast player, you're going to be doing well. And, of course, the teams are going to be competing for their medals as well. 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place in this tournament for the cross-region event. So a lot on the line in terms of bragging rights. I know I would imagine Venruki holds pretty dear his trophy still from his BlizzCon win. So like these medals are very important to the players.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say, absolutely.
I was gonna let you pick that up.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, right? I mean, like we've kind of mentioned, there hasn't been an opportunity for these teams to go head to head in kind of an official tournament, in an official capacity for quite some time. And I know it's been a long season for these teams. Last weekend was the North American finals as well as the European finals. We crowned our champions, but now all of these teams are going to get a chance to go head to head and compete for the bragging rights, but as well as those medals. And those medals are really awesome, if I do say so myself. So this team's definitely going to be putting their best foot forward for that. We can take a quick little look at the bracket. Of course, it's going to be the 1st seed from North America, KAWHI, going up against the 4th seed from Casual Dads. And then that's kind of how the seeding plays out. 1st plays 4th, 2nd plays 3rd from the opposing region. And we have a really interesting bracket here. I really don't know who's going to pull out ahead in this one, but I think we're in for some really exciting matches.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this has really been the question for so long since we've had these matches go completely remote. Who is the best in not only their respective regions, but NA and EU as a whole, and we may just find that out today. The first match of the day we can see here is KAWHI versus Casual Dads. And of KAWHI, of course, they are seeded number 1 in the North American region. Casual Dads didn't have quite as good of a season over in Europe, but also a very strong team nonetheless, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Casual Dads, they had a great cup performance, a little bit more quiet in the circuit. They started off strong in the circuit as well, but they did lose a little bit of steam there towards the end. Why, of course, having that nail-biter Game 7 against Cloud9 in the finals, and in general, just being the team to beat in North America. And they get the home field turf to start on. So I would say it would be a pretty big upset if Casual Dads can come out on top in that one. And I think there's going to be quite a few really, really interesting matches here in the bracket. And I think some of them are very highly anticipated as well. I think a lot of us want to see KUNGARNA versus KAWHI potentially. If they can get to that semifinals, both of them, that's potentially the first time they will meet up.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, these teams are going to be eliminated again. They've all been kind of playing in that round robin format for a while, obviously excluding the global finals that we had last weekend. So, chances are slim here in the cross-region tournament. But the first up team we can see right there down at the bottom. We haven't quite started yet, but we're going to get started soon. KAWHI and Casual Dads. And that seeding definitely mattered as well in the global tournament because, KAWHI is going to have that advantage, like Zico said, with the ping, which we'll see how that plays out. But how do we feel like the meta has kind of shaped up in these regions, Zico, with NA and Europe? Like, how do we feel like the play styles have developed differently in those respective regions?
Well, after spectating the games in NA and Europe, I would say in NA they're a little bit more fearless in their picks. And
fearless or reckless?
Fearless. As
I feel like
I
you're
would say
holding back with
fearless.
that word. Okay, all right.
They're a little bit fearless when they spectate. And if you want to be fearless as well when you spectate, you go ahead and click on that rewards button under the like button or next to the like button. If you scroll down there on the YouTube description, and you too can become a fearless spectator. Now, to actually answer your question, I think
I walked right into that. Man, I didn't even know. Okay, I'm sorry. That was really good. Continue.
Well, in general, yeah, there it is. If you want to become a fearless spectator, you connect your Battle.net account to YouTube. You click on that rewards button. Now, if that rewards button, after you've clicked on it and clicked on the little thing that pops up, if it says connected, like you can see right there under rewards, if it says connected and not rewards, that means you are chilling hard. You just got to watch the stream unmuted for about 2 hours. It may take up to 48 hours to get the title. This is one of the coolest titles in the game. And it's, kind of limited as well. It might come back in the future or it might not. So better safe than sorry if you want to get that. I would say in EU, people are a little bit more, I would say, like meta slaves, they really try to play those holy priests, a lot of RMP, things like that. But on NA, I would say it's been a little bit more paladins, for example, really shining. We saw Mistweaver in the finals, a little bit more diversity, I would say, in the healer role and also in terms of what matchups people are playing.
I've always liked to look at kind of North America and Europe as almost like Horde and Alliance. Like North America is more like the Horde, like more like brute force, more zug, more reckless in their decisions. Europe, more like the Alliance, more like kind of calculated, don't take as many risks type thing, play the safe compositions. And I'm really curious to see how those kind of play styles pan out here and if that's going to kind of hold true today, especially going into game number 1. We have KAWHI versus Casual Dads. We are going to be going to a North American server. So for game 1, I feel like we're going to see KAWHI kind of lock in their, yep, they are. They're going to be going with the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. And then for Casual Dads, they're actually bringing in Nazarens on the Destruction Warlock. So this should be really interesting. And Nixie actually playing Assassination.
Yeah, this is a very, very classic Casual Dads during the cup stages. But then Destro got hit with some nerves, and we really haven't seen, I don't think we've seen Destro getting picked at all after that. Maybe in some Mage Lock games, but it's been all about the demo. And the same thing goes for the Assassination Rogue. So Casual Dads probably expected this matchup. Let's see how KAWHI responds here, Sid.
Yeah, we've not seen Assassination Destro Holy Paladin against KAWHI. So actually Europe is kind of playing the oddball composition and taking a big risk, and they don't have home field advantage. So playing the RMP in a matchup that they've seen KAWHI dominate RMPs with maybe wouldn't have been wise. Breaking out this composition, trying to throw a curveball. That's been a great strategy. But look at this pressure right now. The entire team of Casual Dads down at 10%. Clyde stabilizes them with the Avenging Wrath. KAWHI took a blast of damage as Brain recovers his side as well. But I really like this approach from Casual Dads. Just play a composition that KAWHI maybe have never seen before. That's what teams tried to do in North America, and those teams were able to pull off games from KAWHI. So very interesting and surprising pick here. Nice damage onto Prev with a Repentance onto Brain as Prev greater fades the incoming damage. They swap some pressure back to Drake. Hammers down onto Brain. Two members at 50% health. Defensive Psychic Scream from Prev, trying to set up for a kidney shot onto Nazarens. Can they take him down in the fear? Doesn't look like it, as Clyde gets a big heal. Nazarens is back in the fight.
Yeah, it's a really interesting start so far. Nazarens loading up a little bit more damage here. Drake, though, connecting. A big amount of damage going out onto Nazarens. Prep playing very aggressive in this match, and Nazarens might just fall. Clyde doesn't have many cooldowns. It's going to be the unending resolve. Trading for the silence. A full blind lands. Clyde has options, though. He's got the bubble as well as a Blessing of Protection, but opting not to trade it out, realizing Nazarens are not going to be taking too much damage. Plays a Calm Cool Collector at the same time. Prev might just get dropped. He gets some big heals there by Brain. Prev interrupted. He has the Dispersion. He has the Fade, but playing really aggressive in this match, kind of reckless. We'll see if it works out here for KAWHI.
Oh, Clyde is all over Brain here. He gets Hammer of Justice by Brain, and Prev blinking in here for the Psychic Scream follow-up. They get the double Blinding Light. Nazarens on the run here, but Prev gets caught up in the kidney shot. Clyde loading up that Repentance here, and he's got the Hammer of Justice, so Clyde has the opportunity here to just go in and solo CC Brain as they try to take down Prev. I'm expecting them to go with that next kidney shot very, very momentarily here. Clyde is loading up. What is Brain going to do here? He is a Necrolord. He might Fleshcraft it. Nazaren, though, taking a lot of damage, channeling his Fleshcraft. Clyde moving in, and there's the Fleshcraft from Brain. They counterspell it, and then they go for the Hammer of Justice into the full Repentance here. Nazaren's taking a lot of damage, but Prev is the one in trouble, and Prev will trade out that Dispersion right there. Now Nazaren's, how is he going to respond? He's dropping dangerously low. He might just get taken out here. Drake in a blind. Drake blinds up Clyde. Clyde bops out of the blind. Nazaren's kiting for his life here with the teleport. Can he catch a heal? Clyde finally manages to stabilize him there for a split second with that heal, but it cost them quite a bit of cooldowns here. Only having that Divine Shield left there for Clyde with that sacrifice. They need to make something happen quick here on the side of Casual Dads, or they're going to be running out of time.
Ooh. Nice pre-Fleshcraft from Clyde. He immuned Brain's Hammer of Justice. Now he can save his Human Racial to break crowd control later on. But they do overlap Sacrifice and Dark Pact. I don't really like this Dark Pact from Nazaren's in this position. He's not going to have that later on. Let's see if they can get stabilized and get pressure out. Prev with no Disperse is definitely a juicy target. Here comes the Decimating Bolt, setting up for some very big Incinerates from Nazaren's. He gets one, he gets two onto Prev. Burst him down to 50%, 20%, but he gets kidneyed on the third one. Has to portal back behind the pillar, trying to get on top of Brain, trying to find a fear in the near future. He goes for a Mortal Coil, trying to set up for crowd control, gets interrupted by Drake and shut down. Now Prev is turning the battle around. Nazaren's down to half. Clyde trying to keep him aggressive, trying to stand on top of Brain. Goes for the Hammer of Justice. Can they take Prev out here? Brain has an answer. Is he going to make the trade in time? It's actually Nazaren's being pressured by Drake. Has to trade the Unending Resolve, but he can free cast Chaos Bolts. He gets gouged by Drake on his Chaos Bolt. Do they have another stop for this Chaos Bolt? One Chaos Bolt straight to Prev. Looks like he's Fey Guardiansed himself to reduce the damage of it. Now Nazaren's is falling behind. There's nothing left, and KAWHI will be closing game one.
Yeah, great push there by KAWHI, and I would say they were kind of pushing the pace for a lot of this match. Prev just kind of playing in the middle of the map, really trying to get that damage out, but I mean, Casual Dads, they look good in this one. There's a lot of moments in the match where Prev actually did get very low. So for kind of a game one start, with KAWHI having the home field advantage, definitely not a bad start for the Casual Dads, but super interesting picks coming in from this European team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had great pressure there at some points, but they just weren't able to really get that closing finish on the side of the Casual Dads. And I think a lot of that is because Drake is having just the time of his life here, hitting this Destruction Warlock, and Nazaren's just taking so much damage. You can see Drake here topping the damage. Of course, Nixie also doing decent damage here. He's hitting, a Night Phase Shadow Priest, with a lot of different, ways to avoid damage, things like Greater Fade and Dispersion and stuff like that. So, and also Nixie, even though his damage is lower, his Mortal Strike effect is, of course, higher, especially during those burst moments with the Shiv. So, It's just a little bit different type of pressure coming out there. And for KAWHI, I think this comp seems solid. They got enough defense to rotate around. And I really think that's what's so hard about taking somebody down on KAWHI. The synergy between Brain and Prev and in general with Brain healing, it just seems really, really difficult to kind of get to a point where it's checkmate. They don't have any cooldowns because you need to repeat so many successful setups. So I think Casual Dads did good here, but we'll see how if things change up when they play on Europe.
That's true. I wonder if they'll change their comp, or if maybe if this is because Alec isn't here. But they've seen RMP into KAWHI, so I can't imagine they wanted to play that matchup initially. This composition just brought a lot of aggression. You can see that early on here when they got repentances on Brain. They were able to get Drake down below 50%, Prev down below 50%. The problem is that while you're the aggressive team, you get clotheslined. So it's way easier to CC Clyde because he's just running out in the open and running on top of the enemy team. And then they can just turn it around as a result. Prev got so many double fears, chaining them into silences, keeping the pressure onto Nazarens. And I think Nazarens got overconfident at the end of the game here because Clyde just had no cooldowns to trade. And he trusted his unending resolve to protect him for this final push. And it was not enough on its own. And that is what you will see. So Prev activates Fae Guardians here. That reduces damage by 40%. And Nazarens like, I'm going to wall because I'm low and Chaos Bolt. But you both have wall up. He's getting gouged. Nixie can't gouge Prev. The instant damage from the Shadow Priest is going to be much more relevant than the one slow casted Chaos Bolt in this position. So just not the right time to kind of make that all-in trade, unfortunately, for the side of Casual Dads.
You definitely got a feel for Nazarens playing Destruction Warlock, who's kind of reliant on cast in this matchup. You have, Drake just training you down. He's getting gouges and kicks and kidney shots, and you have mind numbing on you. He's shivving the powerful mind numbing. So not an easy position to be in if you are Nazarens, but I'd still say he did a pretty good job. I like the Necrolord pick for him. Getting out those big incinerates was definitely a huge part of their pressure. So I am curious to see. It looks like we will be going to Ashamane's Fall. So a big map here selected by the Casual Dads. And keep in mind, we are now going to European servers. So the ping advantage should be in favor of Casual Dads. And one thing to kind of keep in mind is Prev has really high ping to Europe. So I think KAWHI might actually just have to tag in Ceralium based off that alone. So we might going to see some, Rogue Mage Paladin, something like that. But I think KAWHI might have to mix it up, and I think we might only see Prev on the North American servers.
Yeah, isn't Prev from like Australia, New Zealand, something like that? Yeah. So his ping to Europe is definitely atrocious. So if we do see a swap,
Oh, they're gonna try it at least, right?
I'm kidding. He's gonna have over 300 ping. So I mean, that it's gonna be really interesting. If Prev pulls this off, I feel like we've seen like Chanimal do that kind of stuff before, right? Like play from Australia and just play with 300 ping and still do pretty well. So Prev, I'm curious to see if he can do it, but this is not going to be easy gameplay for him, especially going up against such a strong team like Casual Dads.
Yeah, and I wonder what Casual Dads will do now. Are they going to lock in the same thing? Are they going to go Demo? Are they going to bring in Alec? Go some RMP? Because RMP, I would say, was a large reason for their success in Europe. Of course, they had the Mage Lock. They had the Rogue Lock as well, but after Destro got nerfed, I don't think we ever saw Nazarene play Demo. So I think he's staying true to the Destruction dream. So if we do see him play, it probably will be another Destruction coming in. The map as well could be decent for Wizards, but in my experience, locking in a double Wizard into Outlaw usually isn't that good for the Wizards. So we'll see here what the Casual Dads decides to do. I think I want to see an RMP though. I think like we have seen KAWHI, farm RMPs. Let's not sugarcoat it. But now there is ping, involved as well. So that might help Casual Dads, and also Casual Dads. I mean, this is an EU RMP, guys. Like, Enough said.
I was waiting for you to say it. I was like, is he not going to say that? Like, this is
of course
different.
I'm going to say it.
This is what we wanted to see was the EU RMPs into KAWHI. Like, is KAWHI good into RMP, or is NA just bad at RMP? Like, what is it here? That's what we wanted to find out. So if Alec doesn't lock in here, I feel like it's probably because he's not available, if anything. But Nixie's going to come in on Outlaw instead of Assassination, so a bit more longevity. The Outlaw is going to get more damage out on the scoreboard, a lot less bursty, but Paladins and Shadow Priests trade really effectively for burst damage. You can just line up a Sacrifice, line up a Disperse, line up a Fey Guardian, so bringing in more sustained damage could be a better option. It's also going to bring more crowd control, possibly if they want to put onto Drake, so they could just put all the defensive blinds onto Drake, so the Warlock is free casting. This might be a strategy adaptation by them for that reason. Curious to see how this one plays out. It should likely be going at a slower pace for both sides, but we'll have to wait and see because like this is two Paladin teams. I was not expecting that. I feel like a lot of players consider Paladin to be kind of one of the more atrocious healer picks at the moment. Like Brain seemed to be like the only one making it work, but now Clyde's even playing Paladin here. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, Paladin is a really interesting pick because it does have a lot of healing during certain moments. So like during certain moments, you have so much healing, you don't even know what to do with it. You'll top anyone through like 90% dampening, as a little bit of an exaggeration. That you have a lot of healing, but you also find yourself in these kind of awkward moments where you don't have that much healing, and it's like, oh, what do I got to do? And that's why I think it particularly works well with the Shadow Priest right now. Is Shadow Priest during that moment, maybe he trades out the Fey Guardian, maybe he trades out the Greater Fade, maybe trades out the Dispersion. All these kind of low cooldown abilities that they can trade out are really, really strong. So it kind of picks up some of the weaknesses of the Paladin, and I think that's one of the reasons why KAWHI is like one of the only teams that actually runs with the Holy Paladin, is because a lot of other classes, if you don't have that kind of low cooldown defensive utility, the Paladin can just fall behind, or you can just lose because you don't have healing in that exact moment. So yep, KAWHI definitely doing a good job. I feel like for casual dads, they might actually kind of struggle. I feel like their struggle is they are going to have those weaknesses, right? Like, of course, Nazareth is going to be able to portal, but the Unending Resolve is a much longer cooldown. And I feel like casual dads can find themselves in that awkward moment where it's like, oh, you don't have Unending Resolve, I don't really have too much healing, oh, we lose. So I think for casual dads, they have to do a really good job defensively, never really be overlapping, because their defensive kind of flexibility is a lot less than what KAWHI has.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing I like about the Outlaw, I didn't like the Asa pick in that last game. I feel like the Asa on his own can't really get that pressure that they need. And that's really the one thing that I would say an Assassination Rogue has over the Outlaw. You know, when you pop your Vendetta, you have big damage combined with that big Mortal Strike effect. But overall, like the overall damage, I would say is a bit lower, and also the tankiness is not that great for the Rogue. So I kind of like the Outlaw. You'll have an easier time to get Nazrin's casting. So I'm really interested to see what casual dads will do here. They could put their CC onto Drake and go after Prev and just free up Nazrin's a lot more with those off kidney shots, or they could go for those healer setups. Or they could also go for the blinds on Drake and just try to stall out the game to dampening and then try to win there. So they have some different ways to win this one. Outlaw Rogues probably going to be kind of important in this tournament, I would say. So I think it's good that they have the option to bring that in. But for KAWHI, it's so hard to actually land a kill. To get those openings and to actually be able to close it out in a setup as well I think it will be hard for casual dads. Whereas for KAWHI, I think what Ben has said is completely true. If you hit Nazrin's long enough, casual dads run out of big heals and big cooldowns to keep him alive with, and then he dies. So I don't know. We'll see how the matchup actually plays, but that's kind of the impression I get looking at it.
I feel like the Warlock is definitely going to be more fragile. There's just not as much healing is coming out of it as the Shadow Priest consistently is going to be. Also, the crowd control is instant off DR, right? Where if Nazrin's Mortal Coil is the healer for Fear, then he's on DR for Rep. He's on DR for Blind. Whereas the Shadow Priest Stun Silence not going to be DRing the Repentance. The chains are going to be way longer. And the defensive cooldowns are just more of a guarantee. Like Nazrin's died through Unending Resolve, whereas Prev didn't die through Fey Guardians. So it's like, okay, if one person's going to die through their cooldown and the other one isn't going to, then you're probably at a disadvantage here overall in the matchup. And that's the only difference between the two teams. So how can the casual dads overcome that deficit in defense? Find these burst moments. Is Nazar's going to stay Necro? Is he going to go Night Fae now with an Outlaw Rogue? Maybe he'll be able to free cast more with Nixie possibly putting every kidney and blind into Drake. And then just enabling Nazarins with freedom to chase down Brain for Hodge Rep Fear Chains. I do think as a Destro Paladin comp, you need to play aggressive. That's the main advantage you have, is that you have so many important spells to cast, and the other team doesn't really have a lot of interrupts. So, well, you got one kick. So getting these CCs and then stopping the mass dispels, I think is very important for Casual Dads to achieve victory here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then I would say on the side of KAWHI, they have these extended crowd control chains that they can go after and really punish Clyde. Nazrin's not going to have that same sort of backup that perhaps Prev does with mass dispels, etc. But I really don't see too many mass dispels going out. I mean, Nixie, if he's training him down with mind numbing, it's going to be difficult. I would say for Casual Dads, there was these moments in the match, and I think it's likely due to the powerful Shiv effect that the Assassination Rogue has, where Brain's healing is so limited, and that's where they're actually bursting Prev down. I wonder if they're going to lose out on a lot of that pressure just because Nixie isn't going to have that same kind of healing reduction during his burst moments. I feel like in terms of just like consistent pressure in this match, KAWHI should come out way ahead. Prev's instant damage is going to be a lot stronger. I still, even with the ping advantage, I feel like I have to go in favor of KAWHI with this one, just compositionally.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I feel like the Destro Warlock. Yeah, I mean, we've all said it. Their biggest strength is that they can just global somebody, but with so much damage reduction, with so many answers for a one shot, they're gonna need to do it several times. And to get KAWHI to that point where they don't have dispersion, they don't have bubble, they don't have sacrifice, they don't have Fey Guardians, Bop, like you don't have all of these different answers. I think getting to that point is extremely difficult. So Casual Dads, the odds are definitely stacked up against them, but I like that they're bringing in something new here. We don't get to see too many Destro Warlocks, and Nazrin is absolutely fantastic on it. So always enjoy watching him play, but we'll see if he can actually get those out and try to close out the match here. Game number 2, KAWHI leads 1-0 here, and Casual Dad's going to be swapping over to the Outlaw Rogue here from the Assassination. Other than that, 100% the same matchup. Prev gets sapped, Nazrin gets sapped. Clyde in the backline, stacking up some heals. On the pet, actually, Drake is going after it, presumably building up some combo points. And there's the first kidneys coming out here. Nixie a little bit ahead on damage. Repentance getting casted out by Clyde. They're trying to fear Drake. And first blind has been secured. Full blind onto Brain. Can they get anything? Fey Guardians gets used by Prev. They get a full sap. Here's the Infernals. Bonds of Fel. Here comes the Fear. Oh, he grips Brain into the Bonds of Fel, breaking all the crowd control. And for that first blind, Brain just sits through it. They trade the Fey Guardians, and now it's going to be Nazrin's on the back foot here, Sid.
Really nice play on the side of KAWHI there, using the life grip as a major defensive, so you hold on to other ones for later. But Prev actually gets interrupted here for a moment. Doesn't manage to recover afterwards. Clyde already committing a sacrifice. They wait for the sacrifice. They go for the full blind. They're making a push onto Nazrin's. Can they take him out? But Prev at the same time gets hit with a massive swing of damage back and forth between these teams. Casual Dads with a fully offensive composition, pushing forward, getting a Blessing of Protection now onto Prev's kidney shot as they set up crowd control into Clyde with a Hammer of Justice. Do they have anything to chain out of it? They're going for a Repentance. Can they land it? They get the Mortal Coil. The Repentance breaks once again. So very unfortunate here for the side of Casual Dads. They go for a blind. But Blind actually was he playing IQD? He breaks out of it. Prev disperses. I think that was IQD from Brain, as well as disperse from Prev. The Outlaw switch for Nixie is getting big value here for the Casual Dads. Of course, we are playing on their home turf on European servers as well, but they're actually so close to a kill at the moment. One more setup could be a Divine Shield sacrifice. And there it is. Hammer of Justice onto Brain. What are they going to trade here? Prev has Greater Fade. Needs to make sure he gets it before he's stunned. They do break up the chain, though. Only Hammer of Justice, not enough CC. Brain's looking to pick up Prev. He's spell locked again on Shadow. Clyde is charging in, looking for a Repentance. They overwhelm him with pressure. And yeah, I think Nixie is regretting playing Assassin in game 1, but I can imagine the ping is contributing a bit here, which is going to maybe make the series a little bit interesting too, because now on these EU servers, if they can't use Prev, what comps are they going to be? What are they going to bring on those blind picks? But this was a great performance for the Casual Dads, considering how much we were talking down the Destro Lock, I feel like, for that pregame.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is kind of indicative of what we were talking about, though, when it comes to ping. I mean, Prev, these are mistakes you do not see. When we look at the replay of this game, he still had his Fade, they still had Bubble, they still had Sacrifice, so they might have been calling, like, oh, you got to use your Fade, and it's going to be quite delayed, but Casual Dad's definitely going to be happy to pick up that win. I kind of wonder if this was a little bit of an experiment by KAWHI, just to see, like, all right, can we really play with Prev? Because I think the fact that he might not be able to play on these servers, his ping is just too high, is going to be a big advantage for other teams kind of walking into them. They know that they're not going to have Prev, which I would say is one of their all-star players. Cerulean's going to have to be tagged in. We haven't seen too much of him this year, but obviously a phenomenal player. And maybe they'll have to play a little bit of Rogue Mage this weekend themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly hitting the nail on its head. Cerulean, of course, fantastic player, but you are absolutely right. Prev has been, a vital part for their roster. Maybe we can even see a little bit later exactly how many games he's been a part of this season, but it's been a lot. He's been playing, a lot of different things for his team. Of course, mostly on the Shadow Priest, and KAWHI's had a fantastic year. So he's definitely been a big reason for that. So if they can use him on the NA games, it shouldn't be too bad, but maybe not being able to use him on EU could be problematic later on in the tournament. And we can see as well here the damage coming out. A lot of burst moments here. You can see Casual Dads, the yellow lines, and KAWHI, the purple lines. You can see the spikes of damage there at the end, doing quite a lot of damage. Most of it from Nixie, I believe, on that Outlaw Rogue. And the Outlaw switch seemed good for them. They had a lot more pressure, just more reliable ways to set up. But it just seemed like Nixie could do his thing a little bit more on that Outlaw Rogue. And I wouldn't even necessarily say that this was a great game for the Casual Dads. I mean, the result was great, but the game itself, there was a lot of crowd control that broke. There was a lot of bonds of fell, got gripped, and things like that. And we can even see here during the replay, one of those moments, I believe Brain here gets crowd controlled into a kidney. Nazrin gets kidneyed as well here. And then if we see the incinerates coming out from Nazrin's, doing a lot of damage. Look at each one of those incinerates, almost killing Prev right there. And then here he pops his Greater Fate. He goes for a couple of Shadow Mans. And there was an overlap. I think Brain, so they do a CC chain onto Brain, it breaks, and then they blind him, I believe, is what happens. So they get the kidney shot, and look at that Bonds of Fel here, and then they go for the Repentance, and look at that on Brain. It just breaks right away. Then they blind him, and that's where the IQD and the Dispersion got overlapped. And when you do a big overlap like that, using basically two major cooldowns, when you only need to use one, that's when kind of the clock starts to tick on KAWHI here. And there you can see it, IQD on that blind and Dispersion right there actually coming out. So I'm actually not sure if that was a massive overlap or if Prev just kind of panicked there, and a bit more damage maybe coming in than they expected. But after that, they still had, I think, Bubble Sec there towards the end. So we're going to see exactly what led to this kill. I think it was just an unexpected amount of damage. You get a Hodge onto Brain, and Drake comes in. They stop the Repentance here, which gives Prev that sense of security that he's going to be fine. And then he gets spell locked, and they start to close the gap. And that Incinerate coming in from Nazrin's once again, doing so much work. I think he did get a Decimating Bolt as well before that. So both of those kind of scary moments were at the back of the Destruction Warlock, getting those big Incinerates off. So so far Nazrin, even though he is playing that Destro Warlock, kind of a glass cannon right now, he's been able to get pressure out.
Still
a lot
confident. Picking the same
it's on
comp,
NA
so,
now.
yeah. So, no, but this will, if they lose here, they're going to lose this swing and match advantage and not be able to rely on Prev whatsoever. But also the matchup might not be looking too good for them either. So this is a very important game. This could completely swing the series in the opposite direction. It would be, I would say it's an upset if Casual Dads wins this series overall, but that was such an impressive game from them in the last round that the possibilities are there. But now with them playing with higher ping and KAWHI playing with lower ping, perhaps those interrupts aren't going to be as precise. That was very important for killing Prev, as he wasn't able to cast for an extended period of time. So, but if they don't win here, then pressure is going to be in favor of Casual Dads, and they might not be able to use Prev for the rest of the series. So let's see what happens here on Dalaran Sewers. They picked a small map. Maybe is a bit odd because I feel like Clyde's team is the one that wants to get on top of Brain. But maybe they want to be close to Pillars. That makes sense for lining the Destruction Warlock. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. This is, again, a matchup we don't see very often. Two Paladins on each side. Sap on Nazrin's. Prev is pushing forward on top of Clyde. Nixie's going to open up. No, he gets cheap shot by Drake. Great start here, but unfortunately Prev does get spell locked into an Infernal Stun. Nazrin's turning it around with a Fear, blind onto Brain. Prev trying to escape, goes for the Fey Guardians onto himself, grips Brain into the Infernal and breaks the crowd control. Prev has had insane life grips throughout this series to break that important crowd control. Now a double fear reversal by Prev. Damage out onto Nazarins. Clyde feared for one more second. Nazarins lobbing out a Chaos Bolt at the same time, trying to race Prev. Decimating Bolt. These Incinerates are going to be massive. One Incinerate going to find Prev. Can Nazarins find another two? He gets Kidney Shot. He's going to be thwarted away as Prev trades Vampiric Embrace, trying to boost the team's healing and recover throughout that attack. As we see a Gouge now tossed onto Clyde. Brain is charging in. Blind onto Clyde. Looks like he IQDs out of it. Hammers have been laid down onto Clyde's break. And Nazarins is critically low, but Drake is feared away. Can Prev finish him? And as we see Drake reconnecting, is he going to be able to take him out? Clyde isn't CC'd. He's getting big heals. Prev now on the back foot. This is the swing match they can't afford to lose. Full Repentance onto Brain. Drake is crowd controlled, and the dispersion has been forced from Prev. Now into the full blind. But it looks like Brain IQDs once again overlap IQD and Dispersion in the same push. This is the same situation that led to KAWHI's defeat in Game 2.
Yeah, let's see if it's a similar result. Prev and Brain right now, they're going to be sitting at the pillar together. Prev looking like he actually wants to make a push. Nazarin's just going to gate in on top of Prev, and Brain getting really aggressive with the Mortal Coil coming out onto Drake as well as Prev. Brain avoiding Nazarins at all costs right now. Does not want to be caught into the fear. Just trying to pillar and keep Prev alive. Beautiful fear coming out by Prev onto Nixie, onto Clyde. Nazarins now could be in trouble. He has the unending resolve, but opting not to trade it out just yet. A large amount of damage comes in. Nazarins gets interrupted, but Clyde is there to save him. Beautiful gouge coming in from Drake as he's trying to set up his team. Fae Guardian's out onto Prev right now, and I don't think Nixie's going to be able to really take Prev and Brain down if they're just behind the pillar, playing really, really safe. This is kind of positioning that KAWHI is known for with their Paladin. When they have the crowd control, they go for a very aggressive play, but outside of it, they kind of sit back at the pillar, try to avoid the damage where they can. Both Brain and Prev going to get knocked up in the air there. Another grip coming in to avoid any potential crowd control. Kidney Shot onto Brain. Kidney Shot onto Nixie. Beautiful crowd control there by Drake as he's looking to get really aggressive with the full blind and his Adrenaline Rush here onto Nazarins. Silence out of the Kidney Shot. Big damage here coming out from the side of KAWHI. But at the same time, Prev, when he's in this midfield, he's been getting punished quite heavily.
Beautiful disarm there on by Drake onto Nixie's Vanish. They had a full blind there onto Brain. Prev didn't have his dispersion for just 2-3 seconds there, and he was going for the full sap, and they deny it, and now they turn it around. Nixie's in a fear. How is he going to pick him up? Clyde goes for the Fleshcraft here. Gets a big heal there onto Nazarins. Nazarins going to go ahead and use his teleport as well. Get some distance between him and Drake, but Drake will Blade Rush back into the fray and continue to lock Nazarins down. Cataclysm gets casted out. Full Kidney Shot. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. There's no kick for this. He could gouge it though. Decimating Bolt here for Nazarins as well. If you can get those Incinerates, they will be massive. Infernal Stun, and it's a triple, but the Drake with a beautiful Kidney Shot there, once again shutting it down with that disarm as well onto Nixie. Drake doing a fantastic job here on that rogue this game, just making sure that Prev is able to play his character, do whatever he needs to, and that Brain stays out of crowd control. But another deadly Kidney Shot. Here comes the damage. Big hits, and it's going to be the Fae Guardians and the Dispersion getting overlapped there, but Brain did get to sit through a full blind there. Now Kidney Shot onto Brain here. Still a lot of damage coming in from that Infernal, even with the Fae Guardians still active for a little bit here. Prev dropping quite low, but Brain should be able to pick him back up, and now it's going to be Nazarins on the back foot here in the back line, trying to build up some pressure onto Drake to just force him away. And Drake right now kind of in the back line 2v1ing, and Nixie doing the same here, and it looks like Drake is the one who's coming out ahead. He actually might get repped by the pillar. They're going for Drake. Big swap, and Drake forced to use his trinket right there, his human racial, to break out of that Hammer of Justice in the backline. Nice punish there by the casual dads, realizing that Drake is overstaying his welcome a little bit on their side of the map. And now, once again, it's going to be KAWHI looking for an opening here onto Nazarins. He's summoning a new pet. They get a double fear onto Nixie and Clyde. They stop the pet summon, and Nazarins in a full Kidney Shot, taking a lot of damage. Clyde going for Repentance right now, and Nazarins might just die. Very risky move there by Clyde, but he has the sacrifice to fall back on, and they don't overlap anything. Nice offensive min-maxing there by Clyde, but it might have done more harm than good. Nazarins still on the back foot here, dropping dangerously low. He might just go down here. Gets kicked on the Fleshcraft. Clyde using the Divine Shield, trying to pick Nazarins back up, but he's taking so much damage, and now he gets MD'd into a blind. Can they close out the match? Can they get a gouge? They do, and it will be Nazarins going down here to KAWHI in the swing match, and KAWHI maintain their lead in the series.
Nazarins is playing such a weird build. He's playing a legendary that I've not seen any Warlock play ever, which is Demonic Gateway is now instant cast, and your first use of the Gateway will not trigger its cooldown. In addition, when you use the Gateway, it's going to knock enemies up. That's what that knockback was Nazarins taking the Gateway. He's also got the Gateway Mastery PvP talent, so his Gateway is a longer range and he can use it more frequently. But I feel like he wasn't using it. Like, he's playing this Gateway Legendary Gateway talent build, and I swear he could have gone through it like 4 more times than he actually did in that game. And his port wasn't on his gate. Like, it seemed like that was actually maybe not that bad. Getting a knock up, just hiding away with that. The one thing that he's playing that seems really good into this comp is Amplify Curse. A 30-second cooldown lets you amplify your next Curse of Exhaustion or Curse of Tongues or Curse of Weakness. So you can increase casting speed by an additional 40%. And there's no decurse. So if you know that the Paladin isn't at a point where the instant healing is low, and you can maybe catch this on a Holy Light, like, or onto the Shadow Priest, and just having them play with this like amped up Curse of Tongues, especially on high ping with amped up Curse of Tongues, I feel like
with mind numbing as well.
I don't know if it does. Maybe is Nixie actually running mind numbing? Is there a way for us to know that? I don't know if the poisons show up on the add-on. I don't think they do.
They all run mind numbing. I would be extremely surprised if they don't.
Even with Curse of Tongues on the team and no decurse?
I mean, did you see the scoreboard damage? I mean, like, what are you giving up to have Amplify Curse and Gateway Mastery and a Gateway Legendary?
That's why
like,
it seems kind of memey.
How much damage are you losing? I feel like it's got to be a lot.
He didn't even use it as much as I think he could have, considering how memey it seems to be running that.
I mean, he's obviously running it for a reason, but I also, like, I feel like pressure has got to be lacking. I mean, you're going to maybe live a lot longer, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely really interesting. I mean, there's still moments in the match where Prevo is scared. We saw some big overlaps. We did get confirmation that Nixie's playing mind numbing, so you're going to have both of those available as kind of a cast down reduction. But like I said, I feel like the Shadow Priest doesn't rely on the cast nearly as much. Like, all your crowd control is instant cast. You can get out all your damage with instant cast. You can see what build Prev's playing as well. Yeah, he's playing the Megalomania, so he's going to have that. It's just the instant Void Eruption and burst when he needs it. So I feel like the cast speed reduction isn't necessarily the biggest deal. Maybe it's important on Paladin. I'm really not sure. You can see the amplified exhaustion there on Prev right now. So maybe that's what they want, just the super snares. But then even you have freedom. So I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is there. But we're at about 4 minutes and 21 seconds into the match right now. You can see both Paladins struggling in terms of mana already. Clyde's almost completely tapped on mana. We're not even in dampening. And this is kind of one of the final crowd control chains that comes in. Clyde makes an aggressive push and is forced to trade out his sacrifice. And it's kind of at this moment forward where he just struggles to heal. He dispels the VT. And then this is the final crowd control chain that really does come in. Drake goes for the kidney shot onto Clyde. Immediate Divine Shield. It gets mass dispelled. Out of the mass dispel, it's a full blind. And then out of the blind, I believe we do see a gouge. So just a great final push there by KAWHI. And unfortunately, Clyde wasn't able to rely on that Divine Shield. The mass dispel from Prev got a lot of value.
Yeah, that was a fantastic mass dispel there by Prev. And in general, I think this game was very close. I think it was very back and forth. Clyde at the end there used his IQD to heal. So when he sacked Nazrin's there on like 1 HP, that's the big heal that topped him. And people tend to ask what IQD is. So it is a trinket from Mythic Plus, inscrutable quantum device. If you go to awc.gcd.tv, you can see what all these players are running, and Brain as well as Clyde are running that inscrutable quantum device. When you hover it, it will say use ? And basically it has different uses depending on when you use it. If you use it when you're in a blind or in like a crowd control, it's the same thing as a PvP trinket. And when you use it when somebody's very low, if it's an enemy player, it will execute him. If it's a friendly player, you will give him a really, really big heal. And I think it always crits as well, the execute and the heal, actually. You can use it to get mana regen back as well. So it has a bunch of different uses. And that's why we say, oh, he popped IQD, it got overlapped. It's just an acronym for Inscrutable Quantum Device. So yeah, and that's actually, I think Inscrutable Quantum Device is actually kind of fun as a replacement for PvP Trinket. I know it's like an accidental thing that's happened, and people are using it because it stacks with Relentless, but I feel like actually if it wasn't like a 2-minute cooldown and it replaced PvP Trinket,
the medallion.
Yeah, I think it could be kind of cool. I actually think it could be kind of cool. Like if you're really ahead in a game and you hadn't had to use your trinket as like a healer, you can use it to, increase the offense. I don't know. It's a cool trinket. It's my favorite for sure in Shadowlands that they added. I think it's great.
All right, here we go. Match point for KAWHI here. It's going to be home turf for the Casual Dads on EU servers. They're still tagging in Prev despite his massive disadvantage. So a bit surprised. I thought maybe they would go with a turbo cleave with surrounding on enhancement or something here for this game and then bring Prev in on game 5. But maybe they want to experiment. Maybe they can lower their ping somehow here and try and pull off a win. It was a chain of interrupts that led to Prev's demise last time. Nice grip once again, but it looks like the Bell bonds ended before he could grip Brain. So it's not going to break the blind. The kidney shot out of the blind. They get Prev down below half. Massive echoing reprimand damage possibly here from Nixie as Prev takes huge hits. Brain finally free from crowd control. Now it's Clyde into the blind. Looks like he's going to IQD out of that and stabilize his team. IQD on cooldown's a big deal with 3 minutes. Prev trying to line of sight and go for a Void Eruption. Pre-Fey Guardians to reduce damage, trying to anticipate a kidney shot, making sure that he's only casting and exposing his cast bar while he has Fey Guardians. Is also during his Megalomania fall. This is a big push from the Casual Dads. Can they overwhelm Prev? They get the dispersion, really keeping the gas pedal down here against KAWHI, and they're struggling to find their footing.
Yep, Prev now into kidney shot. Nazarin's there with big Incinerate. It's going to be a blessing of protection to remove that, but Prev still could fall. He's got the greater fade if he needs it. Brain tossing it a huge heal, but now Nazarin's may have overstayed his welcome. He gets a blessing of protection from Clyde as Casual Dads really want to solidify this early push. Prev has the fade. He's trying to just line of sight and greet it. Brain, of course, going to be getting out of that kidney shot. Looks like he traded out the IQD or the will to survive in order to break out of that. So the will to survive was traded out by Brain to break out of the stuns, and he will keep Prev alive. But now Brain really doesn't have too many more breaks besides that Divine Shield and that Blessing of Protection, which is still pretty valuable. So I would say defensively, KAWHI still looking good, but this has been a great push by the Casual Dads.
Yeah, and the Casual Dads really need to get something going here before Prev has that dispersion, that 32-second timer there under Prev's HP bar. And this could be it right now. Brain in a full hodge. He has no way out. Repentance gets casted out. They got to trade something here. What are they going to trade? What was that massive heal? Was that a Void Shift or IPD or something? But he gets killed through it. He gets stopped and dropped again. And they will use that sacrifice there. Brain responding with massive heals, but equally so, Prev still taking massive damage. 5 seconds on that dispersion. He's going to use the Greater Fade. Out of that Greater Fade, he will use the Fey Guardians, and he should have that dispersion as well, should he need it. Bonds of Fel coming out. There's a kidney shot onto Prev. He's going to get Blessing of Protection, and Megalomania will fall. They're trying to continue the push here, but Brain, with a couple of big heals there in the back line, will be able to keep Prev completely fine. Drake now sitting through that last fear. Now Nazarin's here, going to be on the back foot, gets caught up in the kidney shot. Brain, though, in a full blind. Can they find the follow-up? Repentance gets casted out. They do connect with the Repentance, and that will be the dispersion here. Nice double Mortal Coil, and Decimating Bolt has already been loaded up. They've continued the chain with the DR Sap into a kidney shot. If they can get some Incinerates here, this could be massive. Nazarin's looking for it, but Drake's all over him, trying to shut it down. Prev still taking massive damage. He does get kicked on that Incinerate into a kidney shot, so that threat is fading here for the Casual Dads, and now it's going to be Prev with the side feed putting on the pressure here onto Nazarin's and the rest of Casual Dads.
I don't know. I feel like the Casual Dads could still make a push here at the unending resolve. Nazarin's gets interrupted. Prev is trying to just bring Nixie behind the pillar. Clyde looks like he's having a tough time picking between healing Nazarin's in midfield or pushing with Nixie. He's caught in a Hammer of Justice. Prev looks like he wants to reposition for crowd control. They get a double blinding light, but it looks like it breaks. Really unfortunate there. Now we see kidney shot on a Nazarin, but no CC on the Clyde. That could have been a great opportunity to end the game. Mass Dispels coming out from Prev, anticipating that crowd control, holding on to it. Clyde baits it out. Now kidney shot Repentance. Repentance ends up breaking. CC breaking on both sides. Really devastating on these big pushes. This could be important cooldowns. Instead, they're getting nothing. Brain now into a full blind. Has Divine Shield. He's sitting on it. Prev is down at half. Nixie goes for a sap out of it. Swap back to Drake. He pre-feints the kidney. Is that going to be enough? 1 second away for sack on Brain. And Prev's Megalomania falls at the same second. Two teammates low. Can Brain make the recovery? Avenging Wrath has faded. His healing is lowered dramatically. He's struggling. He goes for the Vankhammer and finally gets a big Word of Glory, stabilizing. But now unstable once again. Gouge on the Brain for just a second. Are they going to be going to a game 5? Brain into a kidney shot. Prev has dispersion available. And Nixie is just soloing him at the moment. They managed to survive without having to use it. Hammer Justice on Nixie. Nazarin's is trying to control Drake with stuns and fears. Get him off of his back and maybe try and make a push here towards Prev. But KAWHI's defensive cooldowns are beginning to stabilize. They have things like Divine Shield Sacrifice and Disperse, but they can't use it if they're interrupted. 1 second away into the Mortal Coil now as Kidney fades into a blind. They overlap with Repentance. Big overlap here onto Brain. You can tell the pressure is on here between these teams in the first round.
I really, really like that Siphene there by Prev. He's low, he's in trouble, but he throws the Siphene as like a distract on Nixie. He's like, hey, look it over here. And Nixie's going to go kill that off while Prev stabilizes. At the same time, Nazarin's taking out unhealable amount of damage at the same time. Prev also getting incredibly low, but it is going to be Nazarins that fall. Prev, can they get a cross kill? Doesn't look like it. Dispersion will trade. And with that, even with the ping advantage, KAWHI able to take a 3-1 lead over Casual Dads, and they will be advancing. This is a really interesting series because a lot of people thought Prev was going to basically he wasn't going to be able to play on the European servers, but KAWHI just playing him in every single game, and I think that's kind of an interesting turn of events here for KAWHI.
Yeah, and that first game definitely didn't look great for him, but maybe it's just one of those situations where you get a little bit more used to the ping as you play as well. Great performance here in this last game, and you got to give it up for Casual Dads as well. 4th seed from Europe, playing Destro, not really something that we see a lot, and they were still able to put up a good fight. I would say the last game was pretty close, and this one, I would say Casual Dads were all over KAWHI in the beginning. They had that driver's seat, and they were pushing the pace, but KAWHI, just solid defense, excellent life grips, excellent positioning, and excellent cooldown trades, and eventually they will be able to close it out here 3-1, and NA will strike first blood.
I mean, it's kind of expected, right? Between 1st seed and 4th seed, I feel like it would have been an upset for Casual Dads to take this. Take into account the ping advantage as well with the seeding between seed 1 and seed 2. I feel like this was, although a lot closer than I had expected, and this was such a wild card pick from Casual Dads, and you'll see it as the final moments of this game start to unravel, because I'm thinking like this is it for Casual Dads. Like Prev reset all of his defensives, Brain's got a little bit more mana and has more defensives than Clyde. Like they just can't win this race at this point, but even despite being so far behind, they just commit to it. They throw out decimating bolts, they connect all the damage, Nazarin's portals in offensively, and they just connect crowd control. Here the overlap happens, the repentance and the blind. Perhaps if this was chained a little bit better, they could have actually won the game. Because towards here, Prev gets interrupted. There's another CC for Brain. They get Divine Shield earlier rather than before they're in trouble. And I think Nazarin just goes for a Dark Soul. Like, even though he knows back's against the wall, he's got nothing. He's just going to pop every button and Chaos Bolt Prev and hope it works. And it almost did. Like, look how close he was to taking out Prev on that push. Like 1% HP. And Nazarin's is really making some flashy moves with the Destro lock, considering it's fallen out of flavor recently, but he's still very entertaining to watch on it.
Yeah, it certainly is. Glad we got to see it again as well. That being said, KAWHI going to be taking our first victory of the day against Casual Dads, and they do have a lower bracket to go to, so they've got one more chance. We're going to wait for their opponent just a little bit later, but we're going to head to this next match. It's another NA versus EU one, of course, SK Gaming versus Team Liquid. These teams are a little bit more evenly matched. SK Gaming finished the season in 2nd seed, and Team Liquid finished in 3rd. So I'm really curious to see how this one goes as well. I feel like Team Liquid, they had a really strong end to the season, so I feel like they're going to be putting up a good fight, Zico, to SK Gaming. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think this one is really impossible to call. They're both two extremely solid teams. SK Gaming made it to the finals, and Team Liquid, they were, I would say, really, really close. They were about 5% HP away from making it to the finals as well. So I honestly can't call this one, but it's going to be a good match. You definitely don't want to miss that.
No, I couldn't either. It was definitely a devastating loss for Team Liquid. So we'll see if they make a comeback here. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is SK Gaming facing off against Team Liquid.
Welcome back, guys. We are about to see Team Liquid go up against SK Gaming from Europe. I was having some technical difficulties here, but she's back now.
Yeah, technical difficulties, nothing to do with me still being muted from the break. Nothing like that. Absolutely not. But no, you're doing a good job of introducing the teams. You can keep going if you want.
Yeah, I mean, sure. We got some great teams on this roster. Team Liquid didn't have the greatest season here in North America, but this is an opportunity for them to show what they got. One potential, big tournament left here. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see SK Gaming. I would say, yeah, I think most people placed them around second place in Europe. So I think they kind of lived up to their expectations. Yeah, EU versus NA, baby.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really excited to see what Team Liquid brings to the table. I know that all of them were really devastated with that loss that they had in the finals last weekend. So I feel like they may be coming back with like a really strong driving force to do well in this tournament. I mean, it is the cross-region tournament then, like, they're not really competing for any titles or any prize pool money, but obviously to kind of end things on a positive note would be, I think, a win for this team.
I mean, I want the medal if I was him.
I would want the medal.
I would take it.
I would too.
I mean, the medal's awesome. I would say for these two teams, it's really interesting. I mean, SK Gaming, I saw Maro tweet. He's like, these are exhibition matches, so maybe we'll get to play like some comps that we didn't get to play that we really wanted to. So we might see kind of like a wild card pick from SK Gaming. Maybe we'll see like the Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, Zipa and Maro. That's something that's always really fun to watch. Of course, Team Liquid is another one of those teams. I would say maybe one of the criticisms we had for Team Liquid is they had so many compositions, right? Like they came very prepared. It's like they had every meta comp you could ever want. And I wonder if they almost had too many compositions where they kind of outpicked themselves. So yeah, I'm curious to see if Team Liquid, what their plan is for this blind pick. But I do believe Team Liquid came in at a higher seed.
No.
No. So it's actually
Liquid's lower
seed. Say second.
Okay, so we're going to be starting off with the European servers, but for Team Liquid, I think it's not too bad for them. I think almost all their players are around the East Coast, so they should have pretty good ping either way. And yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun series. And for the blind pick, I couldn't call it.
Yeah, I mean, you already said it, Elliot. Like, these teams both have a pretty deep range of compositions that they could be playing. Super T's, I like to give you this question because you always have fun answers. What do you want to see them play?
Do I want to see them play, or what do I expect them to play?
What do you want to see them play?
Like, the matchup that I would like to see is Zipa on Ellie, and Mercy on Warlocks, like Demo Ellie healer. I don't think I'm like privy to any healer. It could be any healer really. Team Liquid, what would I want? Windwalker DK versus that would be fun, but I don't think they're gonna do that. They'll probably do double outlaw or outlaw DK is what I'm expecting. But if I had to pick what comps these teams play, like, it was me pick the comps for the most fun matchup, I'd probably pick the Lock Shaman. Maybe they do play Windwalker DK actually.
I'd love to see it.
But that's them anticipating that. But SK Gaming can play RMD. This is such a hard one because they play such, polarizing comps. Like, they're so different. Like, the scope and range between Rogue Mage and Lock Shaman and what comps are good into each of those is so different on either side. And then Team Liquid's got like these outlaw comps, but maybe they don't even play an outlaw. Maybe they bring a Windwalker. Like, you gotta weigh a lot of risks here. And SK Gaming, that I feel like the pressure's more on them because if they lose with their advantage, then they're gonna have to play with higher ping for the rest of the series. So they're the ones like really thinking about this. Whereas Team Liquid, I think, is probably just a Zug comp. Likely has an outlaw rogue. I'm feeling Mez is coming in game one. I kind of got a Mez vibe. I just don't know if it's gonna be a DK or a Windwalker. Or sorry, a Windwalker or an outlaw.
I feel like there's no way we've seen a Windwalker. I hope we do.
I thought that last week, and Chun-Li almost won.
I feel like Chun-Li's a little bit more willing to like play. Like Trill, I think doesn't like maybe. Monk right now. Yeah, I feel like he'll play Outlaw. Okay, here we go. SK Gaming with the Rogue Mage Druid and Team Liquid with the double Outlaw Rogue. This is a composition that they've had a lot of success with. Let's see if they can actually play it here against SK Gaming.
So this is actually, I was thinking in the pregame that if we see double Outlaw versus RMD, I think I will give this to SK. So we'll, okay. No, I thought maybe we're remaking, but it doesn't look like it. Just a little nice new camera angle. And we're going to see what happens here, because Team Liquid had a lot of success domestically here with that double Outlaw Rogue. And it's been against RMPs, though. Now we are seeing the RMD here with Asgraf, so I'm not sure if that is going to help them or be kind of a disadvantage here on the side of SK. Let's see right now, Double Dragon's Breath coming out here. Zeepai looking for a blind here, potentially. Asgraf already in a blind. There it is. Blind now onto Sea2. Trill gonna be sapping it. Maro, though, with that Alter Time, he's gonna pop Combustion. He's gonna trinket there with his Human Racial, I do believe. And he's going extremely hard right now onto Sam. I am forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows right there. And now Asgraf put in a Kidney Shot. Maro still with no Alter Time. What is he going to do? Nice disarm there onto Sam. I am, but Trill is still doing a lot of damage. Another full blind on Asgraf. I feel like he just sat through one, and he's going to sit through that into a fear. Maro still, how is he staying alive right now? That Ironbark doing a lot of work, but they might proc the Cauterize. He's on 1 HP, and they will proc the Cauterize. They might even get the Ice Block here. Asgraf, though, with that 4-set bonus, able to spam out some big regrowth and get Maro back on full HP here. But that was a great push by Team Liquid. 2 blinds there. And saps and stuns in between, able to force out that big Cauterize, and Maro is just not out of the woods just yet here, taking a lot of damage, even though Sea2 is actually the one in a CC chain. It's going to be Maro here taking the brunt of the damage as he continues to try to hold on in this matchup.
Maro has not been able to get like a single fireball. His combustion is still so far away. So despite getting Cloak Evasion from Sam in the first go, I don't know if they've got enough damage to kill him here. If he had a combustion here, it could have maybe been a win, but he just didn't have any time to reset it. They do continue the chain on Sea2 with a Kidney Shot. They're getting good cleave damage on Sam and Trill, trying to spread out the pressure to maybe win on mana, but they're already so far behind as Maro looks like he Ultra Times back to midfield, trying to blink away from the incoming stuns. Sea2 setting up, resetting his cooldowns for his team with that Symbols. Maro blinks into counterspell. Asgraf was trying to drink. He's in midfield. I think he's in stealth right now. Double Dragon's Breath defensively. Maro's trying to stall, but it looks like he gets sniped. Is that what hit Asgraf there? It looks like he got hit by something, but it didn't put him in combat. He gets mana back. Now he goes into a blind. Looks like he's going to break out of that and be able to... Or what did he trinket out of there? Was it Chastise? Sea2 now into a blind. It looks like he's going to get out of that blind, rooted in the middle of the map by Asgraf. Amaro's still being pressured. He's trying to go for combustion, but he's critically low. He's got no Cauterize. He has to be careful. Fear onto Asgraf. Is Ironbark going to be enough for Maro? He doesn't feel comfortable. He trades out the block. Now down both of his major cooldowns. Momentum seems to be in favor heavily of Team Liquid throughout, but intermingling burst from SK Gaming has pulled a couple of surprises so far in the series. With a Polymorph now onto Sea2. Here comes a good opportunity. Sam's going to gouge, and Zeepai actually trinkets out aggressively. Sam tries to vanish, gets gouged away, but it looks like he has managed to escape behind the pillar, while Sea2 is cycloned over and over and over. Zeepai reconnects with Kidney. Sea2's going to fear Zeepai away, preventing him from continuing the assault here. Sam needs to be careful and make sure that he has Cloak of Shadows at least before he makes another push. He's just going to stay at the pillar. Trill's going to grappling hook over and try and pressure Zeepai away from Sam, but he gets polymorphed out of line. Drop a Ring of Fire on the pillar. Asgraf innervate, fully hotting his team for free at the moment. His mana seems to be the biggest problem if he's not able to continuously sneak away and drink, and now he's got no safety net to drink. There's no caught, there's no block to trade if Team Liquid create an overwhelming amount of damage while he does so.
Yeah, Maro right now still taking quite a bit of damage, and honestly, I feel like SK Gaming, they were so far behind for a while, but they managed to come back in it. That being said, Maro, no Ice Block, no Cauterize for another 3 minutes. At the same time, though, Sam, I'm taking a huge hit of damage from Combust. A beautiful crowd control chain there by SK Gaming. They're able to battle it back. It was all Team Liquid at the beginning of this game, but after the block, after the Cauterize, it just felt like Sam was caught in these moments where he really didn't have too many defensive cooldowns. His Vanish came up in the nick of time. He was able to get away and survive, but that second push he made in the middle of the map, there was just no cooldowns left, and SK Gaming is able to snipe that first win.
Beautiful work there by SK Gaming. I wasn't sure about the Druid, and we might even see it on the replay if we have a replay of when Maro ice blocks. That was a perfect moment where if you have a Holy Priest, there's no ice block coming out there. But the Druid, of course, has other advantages. They have good overall single target healing. They can sneak away and drink. And of course, at the end there, I do believe Asgraf was a part of that CC chain pushing in offensively. And this is SK Gaming. They're playing on Europe, so Team Liquid, I would say, they put up a good fight. They were able to get those big defensives, but they weren't able to close it out. And this is the thing. Like I was kind of thinking that Liquid might start with something else, maybe with their own RMP or potentially with their own Mez, like a DK Rogue or something along those lines. Playing that double Rogue, I feel like this is a matchup that SK Gaming has a lot of experience against, and more so, Maro is he's like a wealthy man in Europe. He just doesn't die. Like a lot of teams go after Maro, and every single time it's 50-60% dampening. He just runs. He's very good at playing that defensive play style. Of course, he knows when to get aggressive, but also just really good at surviving. And I would say there's a lot of mages like that that are just really hard to take down. And this is the moment. Look at Asgrath here. No, he's not in crowd control, but Maro still has to ice block with an Iron Bark on him because he is in that full kidney. And if Maro is playing with a Holy Priest there, well, we all know what's going to happen. There's going to be a Guardian Spirit, and Maru's going to be able to sit through 2 kidneys if he wants to. And here Zeepai trinkets out aggressively to get that Cyclone Chain, and that was where Sam vanished and used his Gladiator's Emblem to survive. This is a little bit later in the matchup here. Sidu has already used his Quantum device, so he doesn't have a trinket if he gets blinded. And you can see Sam I Am here in a kidney shot. Maro gets the blink counterspell. They get a little bit of pressure onto Trill as a result of that. And Maro just trying to get his combustion back, trying to build up distance. Look at him position here. He's even blinking with that soul shape to get further away from Sidu. And that is so that Sidu has to leave the pillar. And when Sidu leaves the pillar, he gets fully blinded into a bash, and Maro sends the combustion. So just really good kind of awareness there. As a mage, you always want to be kiting behind a pillar or away from the enemy healer. You want to make it so that the enemy healer, if he wants to dispel the guy that is hitting you, or if he wants to heal him, he has to sacrifice his position, his safety behind that pillar and push out. And that makes it a lot easier for the druid to go in and get a bash, and then you can get a polymorph, or for your rogue to set something up like in this case. And for Maro, it also gives him a better target to hit because Sam I Am, of course, is going to be deep in the middle instead of next to a pillar where you can just line. So really good setup there, kind of a good bait as well. And honestly, Sam I Am, if he doesn't have cloak in a situation like that, it is okay to just kind of sit back and wait a couple of seconds, let Trill soak up the damage.
Well, what's really interesting is I actually feel like if we look at the replay and what happened, SK actually went after Trill. So Sam had nothing, and I think he was playing a little bit scared. So they just started attacking Trill. Trill got down to around 50% health, and then Sam was like, okay, well, they're not going after me. Things are looking okay here. And then they just made a really hard swap on him with that blind. So I feel like SK Gaming, if that was their intention, to kind of just like give Sam a false sense of security, they did a really good job there in those final moments, because Sam, he literally had 2 seconds left on his Cloak of Shadows when he died. Very, very close call. So I'm curious to see if Team Liquid's going to be able to kind of shrug that one off and continue, because I would say for a majority of the game it felt like Team Liquid actually was winning with their double Outlaw Rogue. They're going to be having their ping advantage now, as well as the map and composition advantage, but interestingly enough, this might be just one of those series where both these teams just lock in the same composition over and over and over. There's not really going to be much counter picking, at least not from Team Liquid. So maybe Team Liquid, this was kind of the composition they expected walking into this series.
Yeah, this could be like sorry, you go, Sid.
I feel like this is one of SK Gaming's like kind of pocket pick compositions, knowing that they have like these Outlaw Rogues and Death Knights on the side of Team Liquid. Running a Warlock probably isn't going to be the best for them overall, so it makes sense. But still, I don't know if this is something they can rely on. Like, I feel like Team Liquid kind of just threw that towards the end. Like, they're so far ahead. I think they still had Guardian. It felt like they were just constantly crushing them, just like a little bit longer of a defensive position. And I feel like they win that game. So if anything, I think SK Gaming are the ones that maybe have to change their composition. If it plays out that way, of course, maybe tilt starts to play a factor here between these teams. But with the ping advantage, you really don't want to lose when it's your pick, because then it's not only just you don't set up the comp in the map, it's you're going to have an extra 100 MS on top of it. So this is a very important game for Team Liquid to keep a level head here and move forward, because their strat was looking good at the start, great offense. Things just kind of slip through their fingers in the final moments. Whereas SK Gaming, they need to ride that momentum. They need to keep the pressure on, keep Team Liquid on the back foot, find these combustions, try and reset it as much as possible, because it's so hard to race against the defensives of an Outlaw Rogue that Mara's going to have to find these openings that are so tight. Mara just blinks in right away to hit Sidu, gets combat, no sap going to be found onto him as Trill navigates towards the middle of the map. Sidu's pushing out in the middle of the map as well. Only the mage, I think, and Sidu can see each other at the moment, as Asgrath is in stealth as well. And the Rogues are just kind of playing a risky game of sap gambling who's going to get the sap first. Sea-Doo just trading 1v1 with Morrow in the middle of the map. I almost wonder if you could go after Sea-Doo, with an IQD. If you get his IQD on a blind, make a swap and all in. Maybe do an all in at the start, get his IQD. Something like that could be a way for SK Gaming to pull ahead.
Yeah, definitely. You would have to go through the peels of 2 outlaw rogues, but it might be, there might be opportunities in the match if they get crowd control on Trill and Sam to actually make those swaps. So could be something we do see. Combustion here going to be used by Morrow very early on in the match, trying to get the damage rolling onto Sam, onto Trill, but both of them going to basically have every single one of their defensive cooldowns so far. That was a Guardian Spirit here by Sea-Doo. It looks like Zeepai is looking to make a push. Sea-Doo trades out the Fade. I'm not sure if he actually faded any incoming crowd control. We have a blind now onto Asgarath. Zeepai and Afir, Morrow all alone, but the damage so far just isn't there. Sam, I'm going to be going for a sap, and finally, Morrow's going to be taking a lot of damage. He blinks away, gets the Blazing Barrier, but Asgarath is going to be able to get out of the crowd control, connect some heals, and it looks like Morrow should be okay. Big regrow's coming in, and it looks like Morrow will survive. Great cleave pressure out onto Trill and Sam. During the meantime, Zeepai is going to be able to cleave them down with that Blade Flurry, and that's going to pressure Sea-Doo's mana quite heavily in this match.
Yeah, and you really said something there. I think SK Gaming, they want to win on either mana or by actually killing Sea-Doo. And Sea-Doo, anytime he uses that Guardian Spirit, he could be a target here. He gets counterspelled, nicely snuck in there by Morrow, full blind onto Asgarath. But Morrow's in a mind control because Sea-Doo kind of has to try to keep his rogue alive during their push. So nice counterspell there by Morrow. Sometimes offense is the best defense, and that was definitely one of those moments. Now Asgarath leaving crowd control gives a big heal there to Morrow, and now Morrow with that all the time with the combustion here, getting aggressive. Sea-Doo's in a kidney shot. Asgarath is also in a kidney shot. They're going after Zeepai and Trill as Samayam kind of ducks for cover there. Both rogues still with their Cloak of Shadows here, and Sea-Doo still with that Guardian Spirit. So Team Liquid right now looking good in terms of defense, but where are the openings? They haven't gotten the Cauterize or the Ice Block of Morrow like they did in those previous games. Trill now in a kidney shot. Zeepai with the Tricks of the Trade onto Morrow. Samayam once again getting crowd control there behind the pillar a little bit with that Frost Nova. And Morrow, you see Sea-Doo's positioning here. He's forced to drop that pillar and push in, and that's because of how Morrow's positioning. Now, you can expect Morrow to continue running and try to get away from Sea-Doo as much as possible, and maybe blink towards that next pillar and just try to make sure that Sea-Doo doesn't have a pillar to play on like this while Morrow is running. You see Morrow is going to run to the other pillar, and that means that if Sea-Doo wants to dispel any crowd control, he has to kind of leave that pillar, and that gives Asgarath an opportunity now to push in, get the bash, get the full Cyclone, and potentially alleviate some of that pressure off of Morrow. And that's exactly how you want to be positioning here as a mage. With melees kind of training you down, you always want to be running away from that healer, make big circles around the map like Morrow is doing, and it's a reason why he's so hard to kill here. Full kidney on Asgarath, and Morrow again just struggling to reset that combustion. He's going to have it in about 5 seconds. Zeepai also, if he sends his Vanish right now, will have his blind back of cooldown. So there is opportunity here for SK Gaming to potentially get a big cooldown because they haven't gotten anything just yet.
Yeah, the openings are looking pretty slim here for SK Gaming with the blind on Asgarath. Morrow trying to blink back into the starting room. Bait Sam or Trill into a bad position for this next combust. But if this combust doesn't get value, I think that this game is going to fall out of their favor as Asgarath gets swapped to by Team Liquid. A cheeky swap onto the Resto Druid. Not finding any cooldowns, though, and now potentially putting them behind here as they are falling behind a mana. This is combustion coming out. They really need to get some cooldowns here. Blind onto Sea-Doo. What are they going to find? They get Cloak from Sam. No Cloak from Trill. Sam is shut down. Combustion is over, and that burst window is gone. They do chain it into a Polymorph, though. Racing down Trill with a kidney shot. And they finish him. 1 more second left on the Polymorph. Sea-Doo comes out, connecting a big heal and restabilizing Trill as Asgarath actually sits through a blind pretty comfortably here in this position. Defensive Ring of Frost from Morrow, trying to just get some distance so he can cast some fireballs and reset that combustion as soon as possible. He baits Sam into the Ring of Frost. Now he's bashed up in Ursul's Vortex, and Morrow got a lot of distance. It's really important for Morrow. Every time he gets distance, it gives him more fireballs, more combustions, more opportunities for a win. As we see Sea-Doo pre-Fey Guardians as well as Guardian Spirit. This may have been unnecessary on Sea-Doo's part. Those are some pretty powerful defensives, and SK Gaming hasn't really committed anything, so this is an opening for them if Morrow can stay stable. Asgarath's blind, but he pre-Iron Barks. They could swap to Zeepai. He's going to feint, try and reduce the damage, stun Trill, keep him on the back foot, decides to Cloak on top of it. Not too much value into Double Outlaw, though. They're chasing down Zeepai behind the pillar. 1 second left on Sap. And finally, is he going to fall here? Asgarath into the kidney on his NS, and that will be it. I think it was an IQD snipe from Sea-Doo off to the side. insane crowd control chain from Sam and Trill there at the end onto Asgarath, and that swap will finish it.
Wow. I really like that they had the presence of mind to actually make the swap on Zeepai there. Really not working with too many cooldowns besides that Cloak of Shadows, and like you mentioned, that's not really going to do too much against a double Outlaw Rogue team. It's interesting because in game number 1, it felt like Team Liquid was ahead the whole time. They lost. And in this game, it kind of felt like the opposite, where SK Gaming was in the driver's seat. They had full mana there at the end on the Restoration Druid, but Team Liquid, they just found that opportunity. They're able to tie up the series. And yeah, really excellently done.
Yeah, beautiful swap, and we'll see if was Seedu's IQ. Yeah, look at that killing blow from Seedu, the man himself, using that inscrutable quantum device to execute people left, right, and center. And I think if we had a stat for that, I think Seedu for sure is the healer with the most IQD kills. I don't think there's any question about it. Most healers tend to play it safe, but Seedu. He is unlike most healers in a lot of ways, and he will be able to keep his team here in the series. 1-1 apiece now between SK and Team Liquid, and we're going back to Europe here. So SK Gaming going to continue with that home turf advantage, and that is why the next game is going to be super important, because if Team Liquid wins that and we play another game on Europe, then the game number 5 will be played on North America. So whoever wins this game gets the game number 5 on their turf. That's basically what's on the line here. So it's going to be a very important game for both of these teams to win. And Team Liquid, I like that rogue swap. And I think SK was trying maybe to do the same thing in the start. They kind of popped their combustion, got the Guardian Spirit, and then it looked like they wanted to set up on Seedu out of the blind, but wasn't able to find that opportunity. Just so much pressure coming out from these rogues. And I mean, it's actually kind of crazy when you look at that yellow line. It's a very static kind of number. It's like it's very constant, you know. Compared to for SK, where it's a little bit more, it spikes really hard and then it goes down again and it spikes really hard, and a lot of that is those combustion windows. And there it is, the inscrutable quantum device right there doing 25.4k damage, critical hit. So it was probably through like a rogue feint or something, because usually it crits a little bit higher than that, but still gets the job done. And I'm gonna see the replay right here, Sid.
Yeah, this final CC chain on Asgarath, man, looked really painful. I was thinking like, oh, this is a good opportunity for SK. I think this is where they got Guardian Spirit and Fey Guardians before the end of the game. So I'm thinking like, oh, they could close this game out later on, but that swap to Zeepai, like maybe Maro got a little bit too overly defensive. I'm not sure. Where Zeepai got left behind, they might have got overconfident in his ability to stay alive. And I think this is not towards the absolute final moment of the game, but Zeepai vanishes here, so he doesn't have vanish at the end of the game. And then they set up damage on Maro, and this is where Maro tries to escape while Asgarath is blinded, and they're like, all right, Zeepai's half health, just vanished. So well, we're pretty happy hitting Zeepai in this position. Sam continues the CC chain, and Zeepai tries to escape, but Sam stuns him. Trill tries to grapple over. Sam gets gouged, Trill gets polyed, Seedu dispels him, and this is where Seedu goes for the kill, pops out a little IQD, and just instantly snipes him with that little needle effect to the back of the neck onto Zeepai, and it's gonna just be a 1-1 score there. And yeah, I feel like Seedu's the only healer that uses that trinket to execute. I think we've seen it a couple times where someone will use it to heal, but yeah, he's the only one that's constantly looking like, hey, can I get a go with this? And it's really important because lots of the times you're like 5% away from killing someone and then they're full HP. So if you can cover that difference and take the risk in those situations, like that's a big deal as a healer. So important maneuver here from Seedu. Perhaps Zeepai actually stays alive if that execute doesn't come in. We're gonna go to Empyrean Domain. So interestingly enough, SK Gaming also wants a big map, even though that's what Team Liquid picked last time. And maybe they're just writing that game off, like we fumbled at the end on the CC chain, we could have won there. Or they're confident in this matchup that they should be able to win, because you would think it's strange that last game Team Liquid picked a big map to set up their best situation, and then SK Gaming picks big map to set up their best situation. Like, well, who is it better for? We're gonna find out here.
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like both these healers, like if I was a healer, I just wouldn't want to be near an outlaw rogue. Like, so both of them just like, yeah, let's go to the big map, forget it. because when you are clumped up, that's really when an Outlaw Rogue is going to excel. Never going to be able to really arrange a blind. Getting kidney shot is really, really easy. You can get off gouge. There's just so much crowd control that the Outlaw Rogue has available that I think that would be my kind of logic picking these big maps. Just gives the healers a little bit more room to breathe. Maro, once again, going to be getting combat here with Sea-Doo and going for that 1v1. Trill, Sam, Zeepai, Asgrath, they're all just going to be sitting in stealth. Marlo's going to be trying to fish with Arcane Explosions if he can. He's got the Ring of Fire down, but really wants to pressure Sea-Doo in the early stages of the match, already trading out his mirror image. And I think both these teams are just going to get it started. Honestly, the stealth opener doesn't really matter that much for the Outlaw Rogue. So they're just going to get it going early on. Marlo's going to be going for a double Dragon Strap Polymorph, but gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Sam I Am. Now a kidney shot here on Maro as he blinks away from Sea-Doo. So his opportunity to get crowd control on the Priest, not really going to be there. Zeepai now into kidney shot, and I think for Team Liquid, they may have found their better target. Like Zico kind of mentioned, Maro is extremely good at living defensively, and if they can slowly get the cooldowns out of the way on Zeepai, or at least hit 2 targets and force Asgrath to heal multiple targets, it could be a way for them to pull ahead in this match.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Druids don't do too well. They can heal one target extremely well, but when you start swapping around on the healing over time effect, that's when things can get a little bit dicey. They're going after Trill right now with the combustion of Maro. It's going to be fading shortly. Trill catches some big heals there from Sea-Doo, now back out in open field. And when they can reach Maro, they're exactly doing that. They're swapping over to Zeepai. There's a blind. They're committing to this one. Team Liquid here, getting spam sheeped, getting Ring of Frosted. Trill going for the sap, but not able to find it there. He does find a kidney shot though, and Sea-Doo here has taken some damage as well in the mix of things. Now Sam I Am going to be the target. Ring of Fire is down. Full kidney shot onto Sam I Am. Asgrath actually getting kicked there, and that could snowball a little bit of pressure. Now they're going to swap off of Zeepai back onto Maro, and this is very, very good offense right now coming out from Team Liquid. Beautiful play there by Asgrath. Trank bubbles the fear of Sea-Doo. You can see it on cooldown right there, and Sea-Doo is going to be running away from that situation before he gets caught up in a bash into a Cyclone, but Asgrath is not going to stop chasing. He gets it. Bash into a full sheep here. Sam I Am actually taking a lot of damage right now, but Crimson Vial, Evasion, these little micro CDs with that feint as well, doing a lot of work. Maro drops low, catches a big heal there from Asgrath with the Nature Swiftness, now put up into the full blind. They're going after Zeepai, but Zeepai looks to be completely fine here. Counterspell snuck in onto Sea-Doo, and a second kidney shot here onto Zeepai. They continue the chain there onto Asgrath, and everybody on SK looks like they will survive that chain and continue the push forward.
Yeah, let's see if they can stay on target here. They're controlling the combustion of Maro pretty effectively, only trading 1 Cloak of Shadows. They're keeping it on the back foot. Where's that Cenarian Ward going? Cenarian Ward on Maro. They should swap Zeepai here and swap off that Cenarian Ward, get Evasion out of the way. It looks like they are cleaving him a bit, haven't hard committed. They do get Evasion on this swap now. Really good swap, but Trill's still in trouble. No Cloak. Can they get any crowd control? Sea-Doo is counterspelled. He's trying to go for mind control. Maro line of sights it. Now into a full blind. Trill's down at half health, trying to retreat and vanish. Merciless Vortex not going to hit him from Asgrath. Asgrath on top of Sea-Doo, looking maybe for a Cyclone, but Trill's right there. Going to kick him from stealth, stopping the Cyclone. They go for a Polymorph instead. Sam is down at 20% with the Gladiator's Aegis. He's Dragon's Breath on his Vanish. Okay, thank goodness he's able to escape there. Absorb some hits. I thought that could have been the end of the match for him, but now he's Polymorphed. Trill could be the target. Maro's down at half, trying to get some polymorphs here onto the rogues. Trying to set up a double Ring of Fire for Cleave. Gets kidneyed. Soul Shapes out with Alter Time as Asgrath is blinded. His Alter Time's going to get some pretty big value here as he alters back into his Ring of Fire. Asgrath is drinking at the moment. Trill grapples over and saps his drink. Nice sap play by Trill. Very important for them to win the swing match here and take that ping advantage, take the home field advantage. But unfortunately, they can't chain it. Asgrath re-stealths. He's sneaking up on Sea-Doo. Goes for a Cyclone. Sea-Doo fades the Cyclone. Now looks for a Fear on Asgrath. Gets the Fear. Isolating Maro. Catching him into a kidney shot. Trill gets Ring of Frosted. Sea-Doo dispels. Goes for the Holy Fire. Trying to close out the game. Gets blinded. Can't connect the damage. Now here comes Combustion. Big damage onto Trill. He's going to Cloak of Shadows. Can Sam finish? Or sorry, can Zeepai finish him here? Doesn't look like it. Sea-Doo's going to commit the Guardian Spirit. Asgrath charges in onto Sea-Doo to bash. Gets the bash. Can he get the follow-up? He gets kidneyed away. He can't find it. Maro gets kicked on the poly. Beautiful disruption, but Sam is getting overwhelmed. He's just dying to damage. Has to vanish away from the fight defensively, but also gets to time it with the sap at the same time. So double value as they've isolated Maro. And this is where they really need to start getting cauterized and ice block. You know, in game one, it felt like Team Liquid were dominating. The game kind of slipped out of their hands. Game two felt like they were looking solid here. But in game 3, it's taking them quite a lot longer to get these powerful defensive cooldowns from SK Gaming. We're almost 5 minutes in, and they haven't got a caught or a block.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like SK Gaming is getting a lot more comfortable in the match. Right now, if Sea-Doo going to be interrupted, and this is what I'm talking about, when Zeepai is able to just play on top of Sea-Doo, he's going to be able to get a lot of crowd control out, off interrupts. But right now, you can see Team Liquid, they're playing a little bit scared. They know at this point, Trill, Sam, both don't have too many defensive cooldowns. But SK Gaming, they're just pushing in. They're going for it. Sam I Am could be in a little trouble. Sea-Doo gets caught into a kidney shot. Sam I Am still on the run. And they're trying to connect tomorrow, but Sam has to be careful. There is no cooldowns, no Cloak of Shadows, no evasion, no vanish. Sea-Doo still in crowd control. Sam I Am might just get dropped. He uses the Aegis, the Guardian Spirit. Sam I Am gets off some damage, able to vanish, and now all of his cooldowns are reset. So I would say Sam probably feeling very safe at this point, but that was a really scary moment there for Team Liquid. A great push by SK.
Is he feeling that safe, though? They get a full sheep onto Sea-Doo, and Combustion is rolling. Sam with no Cloak of Shadows, with no Vanish here, no Guardian Spirit either for Sea-Doo. Askrath's in a full blind. Can they take him down, though? Zeepai doesn't have a blind, but he does have a Vanish coming back up very shortly. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled, and Zeepai catches a big heal there from Askrath with that Tree of Life. Now Maro's going to be the one taking the damage here. He's going to blink out of that kidney shot. Maro also catches a big heal. Now Sam I Am taking a lot of damage here. This could be a big opening. They got a full Ring of Frost. This might just be the end. Askrath's in position. He's ready to cast the Cyclone. Can he get it? Double Dragon's Breath. Sea-Doo able to get that Greater Fade just in the nick of time. Allow him to make a gap in that CC chain. He actually turns it around onto Askrath with a full fear. Maro in a kidney shot here as well. 3 rogues all over him right now. Sam I Am as well, though, in that kidney shot. Zeepai doing devastation. And Zeepai in between Sea-Doo there and Sam I Am doing some work. There's a full kidney onto Sea-Doo. They go for the polymorph. Maro not going to be able to find it. They go for the full blind. They might actually be able to chain it with a full polymorph. This could be the win here. Can they find a sap? They do find a Cyclone, and that Cyclone is on diminishing return. They don't get the polymorph. Maro's still trying, though. Can he get it? And he does get it, but Sam I Am, 10 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows. He's got the evasion, and he's got great defensive positioning, and Team Liquid will stay alive from that push.
Really good defensive blind onto Zeepai throughout that. Sam I Am knew that they needed to use crowd control instead of defensives because they didn't have defensives in that position. But surprisingly, mana is even between the teams here in the dampening. They're making another swap onto Zeepai. I love these swaps. They get Ironbark onto him. I think that they need to be switching targets way more frequently. Tunnel visioning into one player against a Resto Druid is falling into the trap of the strengths of a Resto Druid. So let's see if Team Liquid can find these opportunities moving forward here at the 7.5-minute mark. Fey Guardian's out for Sea-Doo, giving him a little bit more mana, chaining it into Apotheosis. Asgard's going to pre-trank off the interrupt here, anticipating crowd control and trying to immune it. I don't think he hit the blind. Sam still has blind. He's going to go for the full blind. Zeepai's in the kidney shot. No Cenarian Ward activated. Maro's going to chastise, trying to blink in for a double Dragon's Breath, slowing down the assault. Frost Nova's the vanish and stops the sap. Nice play by Maro in this position, totally shutting down that chain and saving Zeepai. Now Askrath sneaks away. He's going for a drink. They're swapping back on tomorrow. Askrath needs to be careful about getting sapped as he comes out from stealth here if Sam or Trill is looking for it. Doesn't look like they're in position. Double Dragon's Breath, double Frost Nova. Askrath drinks to full mana, but he's blinded. He has to IQD out and gets Cenarian Ward up on tomorrow. So they got an IQD for a full mana drink. Can they win the game off of this? There's no blind for 30. Maro is down at half health. Will the mana not even be usable for Askrath as he goes for a Nature Swiftness? Now Sea-Doo into a polymorph. If they can stabilize, SK Gaming are in a great position. The pressure is going to be on to Team Liquid.
Yeah, really good crowd control coming in from Maro, but he's so far on the back foot, taking quite a bit of damage. It's difficult for Askrath to actually stabilize him. Dampening is quite high. This consistent damage from these two rogues is just ripping into Maro. He's just been hovering at 20% health for such a long time. At the same time, Trill taking a little bit of damage. He's got Evasion, Cloak, and Vanish, so I think he's going to be feeling safe to continue to make a push. Right now, SK Gaming, they're way ahead in terms of mana, but can he actually get that mana off? Askrath goes into a full blind sap. Zeepai trades out everything that he has, and I think he's going to be an excellent target right now moving forward for Team Liquid. Zeepai and Trill feeling a little bit scared. A cheap shot onto Sea-Doo, a full kidney shot on Sam I Am. Really back and forth. This is the combustion. A huge amount of damage coming in from Maro as he gets interrupted. Going for a shifting power. Sam I Am and Trill trying to stay on target. A beautiful counterspell there. Beautifully done there by Maro. Sam now on the run. He's got no defensives. So back and forth, but I would say SK Gaming is looking like they are in the driver's seat right now. If they can get CC on Sea-Doo and a kidney shot on Sam, he could easily fall.
Sam I Am right now had to use his human racial in that previous exchange. No Cloak of Shadows for another minute here, or for more than a minute here. Sam I Am could be a very, very juicy target here for SK Gaming. How can they get it done though? They didn't get the Cauterize or the Ice Block earlier on. Askrath's in a fear right now. Sheep's coming out here onto Trill. Sidu does dispel that second sheep right there. Sidu with basically 0 mana left. Askrath has a lot to work with. Mara stuck in a kidney shot. He blinks out behind the pillar, pops the Alter Time, defensive Dragon's Breath there onto Trill, and he's going to walk out there, and they actually canceled that Alter Time, going back into line of sight of his healer. Sidu's in a full blind. Did he def that? It looked like I saw a def icon there. He might have used his IQD though, and then def something. Sam I Am, either way though, taking a lot of damage here. They just need to get something onto Sidu. Sidu is completely They don't even need to CC him anymore. You just need to go and push out with the damage. Trill so low on HP. Mara with the combustion up in a kidney shot. Can they continue to change? He's looking for the polymorph, not able to find it. Trill with that Cloak of Shadows, and here comes the damage from the combustion. Trill will fall, and SK Gaming move to match point.
Back and forth between SK Gaming and Team Liquid. We're going to be going to North America's home field advantage, though, with Ping, and it seems to be playing a pretty big factor, at least so far in the series we've seen. KAWHI, the first team to upset that balance with their win against Casual Dads on Tiger's Peak. So let's see if they can win here, because you got the advantage, but that game specifically just felt like it was more in control of SK Gaming. They didn't get nearly as many cooldowns as they did in game one. And I kind of wonder if the cheesiness of their composition, the double outlaw, just because not a lot of people play it, is maybe running its course, and SK Gaming are beginning to solve it. If they are able to win this next game on NA ping advantage, I would say that's definitely the case. I think that double outlaw is somewhat solved now for SK Gaming, and that would be devastating for Team Liquid to start in the lower side, because they're such big powerhouses. It's the top 4 teams from North America, the top 4 teams from Europe. You don't want to be starting this bracket out in the lower side, certainly here. Moving into this next game, I'm imagining we're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum, since they seem to both be picking the largest maps available. Is there something? I feel like Double Outlaw should want Hook Point, like stop the Druid from drinking. Play a small, why is a small map not better for Double Outlaw? I don't understand.
I think it is, in all honesty. I honestly think that they should maybe play something else. I wonder if just Double Outlaw is kind of just their comfort pick at this point. I wouldn't mind seeing Mez tagged in on the Death Knight, seeing Demo DK or Outlaw DK as an example could be really strong, but we can take a look here at the replay. There's scary moments in the match, and this is the moment where Morrow, he was just not getting topped off. Asgrath going to throw an Innervate on himself to just bomb out as many heals as possible off the back of a full drink. Has the Iron Bark still, but Morrow, which is good positioning, good defensive plays, good Dragon's Breath, Alter Times, etc., is going to be able to survive. And it just seems like at a certain point in the match, Sam I Am and Trill, they get afraid to chase Morrow, and they get caught in this really awkward position where it's they need to have the uptime, otherwise SK Gaming is going to be able to totally recover in terms of mana and stuff like that. But if they don't have cooldown, so they can get caught in this position where the rogues are just out in midfield. Sidu is very susceptible to crowd control, and you see, at this point, Sidu just has no mana left whatsoever. There's really not that much he can do. They're able to go after Trill. Evasion's going to fade. Cloak of Shadow's going to fade, and he will eventually get dropped by Morrow at Deep and Dampening. So I feel like with the way we're playing it on this big map, it seems like SK Gaming is getting more and more comfortable in the match. I do agree with you, Sid. I feel like if we went to a small map like Hook Point or Dalaran Sewers, something like that, it's going to be much more difficult for Morrow to actually kite and get full value out of his Alter Times. And I think it's going to be a lot easier for Sam and Trill as well to get crowd control, because that's kind of what I was talking about. It feels like both these healers want to just avoid the Outlaw Rogues. So I feel like if you have 2 Outlaw Rogues, you can kind of force the issue on a small map.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And, I think to something you said earlier about potentially a swap on their comp, I think Team Liquid lock it in one more time, the Double Outlaw, because it is their, they have the ping and everything. I would like to see it on a smaller map as well, just because Morrow's been kind of dragging them out in the open field, and it's been forcing Sidu to kind of reposition a lot and things like that. And if they play on a smaller map, Askrath is not going to have that mana advantage. He's not going to be able to sneak away and drink as much. And also, they're going to be able to, they're going to be basically forcing Askrath to say, I have to go in and push for CC and try to win the game with classic RMD, where it's more about trying to get the perfect setup and scoring a kill, where compared to that last game, which was more about survivability, try to do as much damage as possible, try to kite, try to stay alive, and then Sea-Doo runs out of mana, and that's how we get our win. So it removes that win condition, I would say, completely, and it kind of changes it up. The RMD could still win, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to lock it in one more time with that double outlaw. They are going to go to hook point. I think Team Liquid are making all the right changes right now. Now, for game number 5, potentially, if we get there, SK Gaming right now, they're, of course, going to be playing on US servers. So they're playing, on a smaller map, and they're playing on US servers. So Team Liquid has that double advantage. But if we do go to a game 5, that advantage will swap over to Europe side again for SK Gaming. And at that point, I think we do want to see, or at least I want to see a change from Team Liquid. Maybe go for the RMP, maybe go for one of their other comps. I don't know how good Rogue Lock might be in this matchup, or how good DK Rogue is, or all the other things that they can run. But I'm sure that they have a different answer when they're playing with that high ping, because I do think playing a melee with high ping is also a bit more annoying than playing a caster with high ping, especially if there is positional requirements on your spells. So we'll see what they decide to do. Oh, and I like that we have SK Gaming away and home Team Liquid. And whoever it says home to, that means we're playing on their region. They have the low ping. Let's see what happens here. The gates are open. Match point here for SK Gaming. That the scoreboard is wrong. It's 2-1. Let's see if they can get the win here.
Zeepai getting opened on. Could have been a scary start here, but doesn't look like too much of consequence has resulted in that opener from Team Liquid. Massive damage on the Sam and Trill. It's match point. They can't afford to go down. So just trying to pick them up with the Fey Guardians. Swap on the Asgrath with a kidney shot. Cheeky plays from Team Liquid, considering they're on match point and could be knocked down to the lower bracket. They get Barkskin from Asgrath in that swap. Now they're going back to Morrow. They sap Zeepai. They're just all over the map. They're just hitting everybody. Everybody's a target here. I think that could be great against a Resto Druid. It's really putting Morrow on the ropes here, but they can't sap the blind. Asgrath gets a big heal out with that Cenarian Ward. Morrow should be back in the fight. I'd love to see them make another swap here on Asgrath. It looks like they are. The kidney shot him. Maybe they're going to stay on Morrow. I think a swap is better. Switch off that Cenarian Ward. Max out your damage. The Druid can't keep up with all of the swaps if they can stay alive and keep doing them. Sea-Doo sitting through a blind, but they have a stop for it. They kidney shot Zeepai. They're swapping back to Zeepai. I love the pressure coming out from Team Liquid. They get an evasion from Zeepai. Asgarath going into tree form, trying to boost up his team's health here, but now they're swapping back to Asgarath. He's ducking into bear form. Sam gets kidneyed away. Sea-Doo's counterspelled on Shadow. Morrow trying to get a Ring of Fire, but he's just actually kiting out of it by swapping targets. They can't just tank a Ring of Fire. Asgarath pre-bear forms the stun here. And I think when that Cenarian Ward goes up, they're going to need to switch targets. Asgarath knows that they're going to swap when he does it, so he's sitting on it a little bit longer. He may have to Cenarian Ward Zeepai, but then he won't have it for himself. He activates the Cenarian Ward, and then Nature Swiftness is himself. The splitting his cooldowns into 2 places. Good tactics by Asgarath, but the pressure is still on. They're just staying right on top of him. If Asgarath makes any mistakes here, his team's going to go down.
I really like the small map coming in from Team Liquid and going after Asgrath, really just punishing him. Morrow's actually going to be sitting through a full blind, so train the Druid. This is a big amount of damage. Asgrath's going to be caught into a kidney shot, but he pre-bears it with his bark skin, and that should be enough damage reduction to survive. Frenzy Regeneration is going to come in as well, but he has no heal over time effects. At this point, he has to exit bear form, but taking a large amount of damage from Trill. Forced to trade out the Iron Bark as well as so many defensive cooldowns that trade from Asgarath. This next kidney shot could be absolutely devastating. I wouldn't even mind if we saw Asgarath out of form, going into like a blind sap and then into a double kidney shot, something like that, just to remove those hots, because Asgarath at this point with no bark skin, no Iron Bark, he's very vulnerable to these stuns.
Yeah, but he sees it coming. He's preloading up that Fleshcraft with that big shield, and he's keeping Zeepai aggressive right now. Cyclone onto Sam I Am. He's going to proc his 4-set, make sure that he doesn't fall behind on heals. He knows he could be the target. He gets fully blinded. Zeepai is there. They're going after Morrow right now. Morrow's going to trade out his human racial, go for the double Dragon's Breath. Zeepai, actually Asgarath here, re-stealthing out of that blind, and then he's going to re-halt himself, go back in bear form here. Asgarath just buying himself a couple of extra seconds out of that blind, make sure he has those pre-halts. He doesn't want to swap out of form. He knows that he could get kidneyed, but now that he's seen the kidney used onto Zeepai, he knows that he has some globals here to go for some heals. But Sam I Am has a kidney, and I do think Asgarath pre-bears that one as well. No, he is caught up in cat form. He's taking a lot of damage here. You don't have that second kidney though from Trill, thankfully for Asgarath, and now that he is on DR, he can feel a little bit more safe. They go for a big swap here on Sam I Am. Sam I Am forced to trade out his human racial with that will to survive, and as well as that Cloak of Shadows there. Morrow didn't pop combustion. He's gonna pop it now. Sea-Doo's in a blind. Sam I Am going for the vanish here. Beautiful offense right now from SK Gaming, making sure that they're splitting that combustion and making sure that they're splitting those rogue cooldowns as well to try to min-max what they can net themselves in terms of defensives from Team Liquid. Now Zeepai in a kidney shot. Askrath sitting down for a drink, actually comes back with a lot of mana. Iron Bark onto Zeepai, catches a couple of big heals. Zeepai has that feint active as well as a Cloak of Shadows ready, so Zeepai not going to be in any danger whatsoever, and is going to be again onto Askrath. But Zeepai again with the peels here, very, very strong performance with that defensive kidney shot. Bash onto Sidu as he tries to move in for a fear. Trill all over Askrath right now, but the Innovate comes out. Big heals coming out here, and once again it is going to be SK Gaming staying alive, but Askrath now in a full blind. Sam I Am is going to be the one who takes the damage though. Defensive kidney shot onto Zeepai, full sap there by Trill, and they're going after Morrow, but Alter Time is going to give Morrow a big heal right there, teleporting back to open field. He gets a full sheep onto Sidu. They're going after Askrath, but Morrow's free casting with Tricks to the Trade. He gets stopped on the repoly, beautifully done there by Sam I Am, and Team Liquid should have a chance to breathe now and get aggressive.
See if they can finish it here. They need to take it to a game 5, otherwise they're going down to the lower bracket. Sidu's in a blind. Sam targeted at the moment. Doesn't look like they can chain it. Fey Guardians go out. Sam should be stable. Sidu's pushing forward. They have to stop Askrath from drinking. Oh no. They picked this map to bring aggression and stop drinks, but Askrath got a big reset. They need to maybe win with this push. Can they get a big cooldown? They need to get something from Morrow here to trade for the drink, but they're not finding it. And every time Askrath gets a drink, it buys his team an extra minute, an extra 2 minutes to find a combustion kill window on one of the rogues. Possibly even a kill onto Sidu on this small map. Perhaps the series could just close out in SK Gaming's favor, 3-1, if Team Liquid don't start finding their momentum. Despite their early aggression, SK Gaming have just been warding them off turn after turn. Askrath fully blinded, big opportunity, but combustion's rolling from Morrow, blasting damage out towards what looks like Trill. He's going to vanish, go for sap, and avoid the combustion. I almost think it was like a defensive combustion from Morrow, trying to scare them away. Swap on Askrath, maybe with the kidney shot here. He's going to bark skin. That's Fleshcraft absorbing the hits as well, so he shouldn't be going down. Morrow now in a kidney shot. They're going to stay on Askrath. I think swapping is good here. Swapping out the bark skin, trying to max out their damage here for the scoreboard. Cleaving down Zeepai with the Blade Flurry. Look at this 2-player damage from Team Liquid at the moment as Askrath is trying to figure out who he wants to Iron Bark, but it's tough with both players getting low. Morrow now getting focused fired with a blind onto Askrath. Can get the polymorph or a sap. It doesn't look like it. Or, sorry, get a sap out there from Sam or Trill. They're just crowd controlled and unable. Sidu into the blind. Sam in a kidney for one more second. He's going to pop that Gladiator's Aegis, go for a feint, and pop the Crimson Vial, healing himself back up for a significant amount of HP. He's in a kidney. It's on DR, but maybe DR is enough. DR roar onto Sidu, trying to close it. They get Cloak of Shadows prior to combustion. This is a huge window. Maybe they just kill him. Overwhelming damage. This is match point for Team Liquid. Is Sam going to be going down? Is Team Liquid going down to the lower bracket? Sidu is struggling to try and stabilize him. He has no Serenities. He has to cast. He gets Cyclone on the Fey Guardians at low HP. Combustion is coming up in 8 seconds. Morrows could close this game out. Another Cyclone onto Sam at low HP. Can they finish it? Sidu pre-wards the Dragon's Breath, trying to immune the CC. Sam has managed to survive. Miracle work on the part of Sidu in that situation, a stressful situation, but now Sidu in a kidney shot. Pressure still on tomorrow. Can they get the Ring of Frost? They've got combustion and no Cloak of Shadows. They have to connect onto Sam. They send the combustion, but there's no stun. They swap back to Trill. He cloaks it. They need to get on Sam. Sidu deaths the repolymer, blinks out a line of the clone, gets in range of Sam, trying to stabilize him through the kidney shot. As Sam looks like he pre-gouged Zeepai. He should be all right. Double Frost Nova. Morrow trying to stall. Askrath burned a lot of mana for his team to stay offensive in that position, and they didn't end the game, which means he may need to find a drink soon, but at the same time, Sidu in a blind. Sam has to pop evasion to trade during that crowd control. Askrath now into a blind. Is this finally going to be the push? If they get a cauterize from Morrow, it doesn't look like it. The chain drops. Askrath free of crowd control. Sam getting polymorph, just trying to slow down the pressure, slow down the pace, as both teams trying to take a pause here. Askrath is trying to drink. Sidu goes for Symbols of Hope, getting some mana back, resetting those defensives, now chasing down Askrath, trying to find him in stealth, but he walks into a bash, he walks into a Cyclone, no, Sidu breaks out and goes for a Chastise into a Fear. Sidu aggressively switches that chain in his own favor as Morrow is now isolated. They're pushing for the Cauterize, they get the Ice Block, Master Spell possible here for Sidu as he wraps around the corner, he cancels his block, valuing the Cauterize, wanting to kind of split those cooldowns up, but they're pushing through it. Can they kill him through that point? Really cheeky play from Sidu here at 8 minutes in on match point to use his IQD to break a bash to go for a Fear onto the enemy healer. That was a high-risk decision on his part, but it could win his team the game.
Full blind sap now onto Asgarath. Keep in mind, Morrow with no ice block. It is super unlikely he gets one back. Actually gets fully blinded on his combustion. I do like this from Team Liquid. Just slow down that combustion damage. That's going to be the heavy-hitting moment here by Morrow. Sam I am forced to trade out his will to survive, as well as his Cloak of Shadows. A full Ring of Frost now onto Sea-Doo, and this is where things could spiral out of control for Team Liquid. Sea-Doo doesn't have much healing. Sam I am, he's got Vanish! Forced to trade it out. Resetting some of those cooldowns and avoiding incoming damage while Seed is in crack control. At the same time, though, Asgarath now in a kidney shot. Morrow, he's on fire. He's burning down with that cauterize. He gets the Iron Bark, and that might be enough to survive. Sam I am trying to continue the chase, but he has no cooldowns left whatsoever. A very exposed target. It's do or die for both of these teams, but it is Morrow on the back foot. He gets topped off. A huge heal coming in from Asgarath, and now Sam I am could be trouble. He has a Vanish back. Sam I am has his Vanish back already, so he's going to be able to Vanish. Now reset his Cloak of Shadows, use that defensively, a full blind on Asgarath, 28% dampening. Somehow Morrow survives, blinking to the pillar, dropping a defensive Ring of Frost now into a full kidney shot, as both Trill and Sam I am are going to be able to rip in. Kidney shot now onto Asgarath. Morrow has no time left, and it looks like he will get potted and dropped. The small map paying dividends, so much crowd control there on Asgarath at the end of this match. But that was extremely close for both these teams, very evenly matched. And now it's going to be up to SK Gaming. They get the map, they get the home field advantage, they get the composition pick. Are they going to mix it up? I mean, I feel like there's other compositions that they could potentially run, as this just seems like such a close matchup the way these teams are playing it.
Definitely, and I mean they could have gone either way. Sam I am was so close to dying as well a little bit earlier, so I don't know. I have a feeling both teams might just stick to their guns here all the way through, but small map definitely did some work here for Team Liquid. They got a lot of good pressure, was really nice. Offensive push as well. Sea-Doo trinketing out, getting that fear, forcing out the block, and then at the end there, they had a great chain onto Asgarath. With those blinds, with the sap, with the kidney, as they tunnel down Morrow. So good consistent pressure coming out here from Team Liquid, but how much of that was the map as well? Because Asgarath towards the end of that one was nearly and on the other maps he would have been able to drink a little bit more, I do believe, and also the ping as well, of course. So it's going to be really interesting to see here. I would say SK Gaming, of course, with that double advantage now, should be favored in that game number 5, but you just can't know. And this was, I believe, a close call here. They got a full blind into a sheep here onto Sam I am, and look how low he drops here. Gets the Cloak of Shadows off, gets the defensive place, and Sam I am almost dying right there, catches the Guardian Spirit. And even after this, there was another extremely close call here on Sam I am, so could have been anybody's game. Sam I am getting double Cyclone, and here's Sea-Doo with a great Holy Ward right there. If he doesn't Holy Ward right there, there's a pretty big chance he actually gets polyed there, because Maru positioned the Dragon's Breath so it would hit the Rogues and Sea-Doo. And as you guys just saw, they didn't have Guardian, they didn't have Cloak, they didn't have anything to survive that situation. They also didn't have the Eternal Ages or any, of those defensive trinkets on Sam. But then here was that play from Sea-Doo. I think he used his human racial there to break out of a bash, get the fear, they got the block, and then here is the final push of the game. And I do believe this is where Sam, he gets his Vanish, he vanishes, sends the blind right away, and then Trill is there to back him up, gets the sap. Maru did just use his blink, so he has no blink out of this kidney for a couple of seconds. Sea-Doo is there dispelling him, getting aggressive. I think he just removed his alter time, and with everybody kind of dogpiling like that and that follow-up kidney as well, they have enough damage in CC to close it out and move to game number 5.
Number 5. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of number 5s today between North America and Europe. Really, KAWHI is the first team to upset that balance. So it'd be interesting to kind of as a mini game to see like what teams can win when they're on ping disadvantage compared to other teams. That might just be something like an important skill set. You play with delay, like, are you one of those players that can only play if you have 6 MS? Because there's some people that are like that. Like even if they have 30 MS, like that's too high. So having a skill set when you're playing in like this alternate dimension versus playing in your normal ping is definitely going to be a key factor. And we're going to Tolvaron Arena, so another big map selected. SK Gaming want to set up that Rogue Mage Druid. Team Liquid, so we got to make a choice. Like, are you sold? Can you win on this on a big map with double Outlaw? Is it time to bring in Mez on Death Knight? Is it time to maybe do a Rogue Mage of your own as well? Maybe a Rogue Mage Priest and do a Rogue Mage Druid. might not be a bad option for them. So they've got to weigh the pros and the cons, because every game has been getting closer and closer. Even with that huge map advantage and ping advantage, I felt like SK Gaming was very close to winning. So now that you have the disadvantage in multiple ways, this might be the time to make a change. And they're, of course, running their clock here all the way down. And they're not going to be. They're sticking to the double outlaw despite the map, despite the ping. And SK Gaming are just, all right, Rogue Mage Druid, we got what we wanted. This is what we wanted, boys. Let's go. And yeah, Rogue Mage Druid is going to be coming in on SK Gaming. Who's going to be advancing, North America or Europe, between number 2 seed and number 3 seed between the respective regions in this final game. And in the lower bracket, I'm trying to pull up a graph of the bracket because it's such a big one. We haven't had an 18 bracket in a long time. See, like, where would they go? Like, who would they possibly go against? Like, the loser of what?
Casual dads.
Casual dads?
Yeah.
Really?
So if SK Gaming loses this, they're going down to bracket against Casual Dads, and we'll have our first kind of Europe versus Europe in the lower bracket, and NA versus NA. But obviously, SK Gaming could win this one as well, so it'll be really, really interesting to see how this one does play out. I kind of wanted SK Gaming to mix it up. You know, I wanted to see Levi on the Ellie. I wanted to see on the Demo Warlock. That composition is just so fun to watch, but it's really curious. I mean, no team so far has deviated from their original composition. I mean, we're only 2 series into this point, but every team has just played their one composition throughout the entire series and kind of just let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had some, I would say, pretty balanced matchups, honestly. I'm thinking game number 1 with the Paladin Rogue Lock versus the Paladin Rogue SP. I felt like that one could have went either way. It was a lot of close games, and KAWHI, of course, came out on top. And then here, I think in this matchup, we've seen it so many times, you know, Rogue Mage versus Double Rogue. Team Liquid has looked good with the Double Rogue, but so has the Rogue Mage sometimes. I'm thinking especially Cloud9's Rogue Mage looked pretty solid against Team Liquid's Double Rogue. So I think this is a matchup that can go either way. And then when you factor in the fact that you get to pick whatever map you want, of course, SK Gaming going to pick the biggest map in the entire pool. And then you also have the ping difference as well. So for SK Gaming, I think this is a pretty decent pick, but at the same time, it must be nice, I think, for both of these teams. You kind of know what you're walking into, and you're just focused on the game, focused on the strategy, what you need to shut down more, what you need to do more, you know, maybe stop more drinks, try to get more pressure on this person instead of this person. We saw Team Liquid go after Asgrath a little bit more. Are they going to continue to do that on a large map, or was that just a small map strategy? And how effective did they think that was? It looked fairly effective early on, but it didn't really net them any big cooldowns, and then they kind of went back to the mage race. So maybe they'll just ignore Asgrath completely and just play more offensively on the mage, or maybe we'll see them go after Zipai once again. So a lot of different ways to approach this one, and it will be game number 5. EU's 2nd seed here in SK Gaming versus Team Liquid, 2-2 tied apiece. You guys want to do some predictions?
Actually, in my predictions, like in my prediction I did with this entire bracket, I actually had Team Liquid losing this particular matchup, but then making a crazy lower bracket run to actually win the entire thing. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like I have to go with my original prediction, though. I think SK Gaming is going to be able to walk away with this win. They have the home field advantage with the ping. They've got the map pick in their favor. It just seems like with these 2 compositions, the large map is just, it feels really good for the Rogue Mage Druid.
I'm on the same side. I feel like the Rogue Mage Druid, it feels like it's getting more and more favored, especially with the advantages that are kind of being displayed here. Maybe if it's even ping, it might be closer, but I feel like SK Gaming have probably got this here. As the game has started, no saps can be found. Just Polly's out onto Sam from Morrow, trying to slow down. Dismantle onto Trill very early on. Into a kidney shot, trying to keep him on the back foot. Now going for combustion. They go for a full blind. Trill got pre-grip behind the pillar on that go. And manages to evasion and cloak around the corner. Should be recovering in a moment.
Oh!
Used quite a lot. DB'd here on his vanish. It doesn't look like he's going to get popped out of stealth just yet. C2 is finally out of crowd control. His team is stable. Now they're swapping to Asgrath, similarly how they did on Hook Point, but it's a big map, which means Morrow gets a lot of distance to free cast CC and damage if they leave him too long. They're going to kidney Asgrath into a blind, but Trill is in so much trouble on 10%. C2 picks him up with a big heal on that Guardian Spirit, but they're pressuring Trill way harder than Sam in this game, trying to mix up their targeting as to which Outlaw Rogue is going to be their main priority. C2 now into a kidney shot. Pre-Fey Guardians, it looks like here. So preemptive 40% damage reduction onto Trill. He can feint also at any moment here. Kidney shot on Zeepai, kidney shot on Morrow, splitting their stun, slowing down the attack, and trying to stall and trying to spend those combo points to reset the evasion, reset the cloak as soon as possible. 40 seconds away on both of those important abilities. Combustion could come up before that point. Can they get the reset? Trill's trying his hardest. Gets kidney shot. Didn't get the pre-feint. Dismantle on Sam. Get Sea-Doo into a blind. It looks like Sea-Doo is going to break out of that blind. Gets kidney shot immediately on his Apotheosis break. Now a Ring of Frost, full Ring of Frost. Big opportunity onto Trill. 7 seconds away. Needs another reset on that cloak. He grapples through the Ring of Frost. Is that going to cost the game? He evasions. Cloak of Shadows 1 second away. Gets the cloak evasion at 1%. Without that cooldown reduction, Trill is in the dirt right now on match point, but manages to stay alive throughout that combustion. Now Zeepai getting swapped to in a cheap shot. Morrow in a Ring of Frost. Asgrath in a blind into a kidney. Looks like the Cenarian Ward activates, but they're swapping to Asgrath in the kidney shot. He's getting soloed by Sam at the moment. Sam getting polymorphed away. Asgrath doesn't panic, holds onto his defensives, doesn't want to bark skin through just one rogue. Oh, he cycloned the grappling hook there on Sam. I'm not sure if that puts it on cooldown, but Sam could have a tough time reconnecting if it does. He's out of range of the Blade Rush. Sam's trying to make his way back. It's rooted up by Asgrath. Sam is getting punished for that push on Asgrath. He's cycling 3 times into roots 3 times, trying to get back to Morrow and reconnect his damage, but that bought time for Cenarian Ward to come off cooldown. Asgrath activates that on Morrow. Tree of Life proc. He's going to be A-OK. Sea-Doo pre-Fey Guardians onto Trill to reduce the incoming damage on his assault. Both teams making preemptive moves, but Asgrath, this is the advantage of Tolvaron. He can just sneak away. He's so far away from Sea-Doo, Trill, and Sam that there's no way they can stop his drink. He's going to get back to full mana and just find more opportunities for Morrow to get a big combustion.
Let's see if he can actually get that combustion off. It's so crucial for his damage. That's like the big moment for the Fire Mage, where he's actually going to be able to burst through a lot of that incoming healing. Asgrath right now completely full on mana, so we're about 3 minutes elapsed into the game. Big damage going out on Morrow, though, but with no crowd control on Asgrath. Finally, the full blind does land. Let's see what Morrow's able to do. Alter Time will be traded out. Can Sea-Doo get the Dispel? And no, he's too far away. And Sea-Doo not able to dispel that Alter Time. I think they should be able to stay alive. Morrow's going to Alter Time back to the middle of the map. Asgrath now out of the blind sap. Maybe into full kitty. They're actually making a swap onto the Druid. Big pressure coming in from both Trill and Sam I Am. Beautiful bash coming in from Asgrath into a full Cyclone onto Sam. And now Trill's actually the one on the run. Kidney shot into a full polymorph. Sea-Doo actually deaths it. Very nicely done. Using the Will to Survive as well as the Shadow Word Death to break out of that polymorph and put himself on basically 2 diminishing returns for crowd control. So great play there by Sea-Doo. And right now, Team Liquid not looking too bad, but still mana kind of in favor of SK. Sam I Am has vanished. He has Cloak of Shadows. Needs to be careful he doesn't get caught into the stun. A big heal coming in from Sea-Doo. Tops off Sam. Now getting aggressive here on Morrow with the kidney shot onto Asgrath. He's in tree form. Both Sam I Am and Trill are ripping in once again to this Restoration Druid. It looks like Morrow with a defensive Ring of Frost should be able to keep them alive as Asgrath is able to get away. Kite away from the melee, and it's actually going to be Trill who gets gripped to safety from Sea-Doo, not feeling too confident without his vanish, without his evasion to actually stay alive. He goes for a gouge on Zeepai, maybe into a kitty shot. Can they actually set it up? No, just going for crowd control and turning their attention on Morrow once again.
Yeah, and it kind of looked like they wanted to go after Sea-Doo there because he did use his human racial a little bit earlier to def that poly. So could be an opening here. Zeepai looking for the blind. He gets it into a full sap here onto Sea-Doo. Looked a little bit early, that sap there. Like it was almost overlapped a little bit, but they do get the follow-up. Can they continue the chain here? Triple DR Sheep. I Am, though, not going to be using his Cloak of Shadows. That was not the combustion. I Am very smart there, holding on to that cooldown. Doesn't panic in that chain. Full bash here on Sea-Doo as he's pushing forward, trying to get some crowd control. And Sea-Doo just popped his Guardian there onto Trill. So Sea-Doo actually could be a massive target right now. Morrow's combustion, and I feel like if they blind one of the rogues and go after Sea-Doo, it actually might not be bad right now for SK as he doesn't have that Guardian. Oh, Sea-Doo ducks around the corner, gets a beautiful dispel there on the Alter Time. Morrow was really counting on that one, and now he might have to proc his Cauterize. Asgrath trying to hold it. Nice chastise there by Sea-Doo. Def coming in as well, but Morrow now can sheep him unless he gets kicked. Beautiful kick there coming in from Trill, and Sea-Doo making some nice offensive plays there to try to get his team back offensively, but I'm not sure if it's going to net them anything. Morrow blinking here defensively, catches big heals. Here's the combustion, forced to use it offensively or defensively rather, but he gets caught up in a full kidney. Now finally coming out of that kidney, and here comes the damage off the Sam I Am. He's getting absolutely blasted. Sea-Doo popping the Apotheosis, and will be able to recover Sam I Am, but that was an incredibly close call there. Sam I Am now with no trinket, with no evasion, and with no Cloak of Shadows. Shadows. Morrow dropping dangerously low here. Catches a couple of big heals. Tree of Life coming out from Askaraf. NS as well. Askaraf, though, getting cleaved here right now by Sam I Am. Forced to, actually, I think he procced his auto frenzy right there. So a lot of cooldowns here being used by SK Gaming. The pressure is definitely on here from Team Liquid.
Sam's constantly just going after Askrath and trying to get cooldowns, and he manages to get the Honed Instincts proc and Barkskin. Askrath just goes for a drink. Trill is at half HP. It's tough to push forward. They don't know where he is. He gets a lot of mana back here at 10% dampening. And they make a push through and get cauterized. Cenarian Ward activates. They need to switch off the Cenarian Ward. I think it's on Morrow at the moment, so swapping to Zeepai would be a good idea here. They're going to blind and actually just go into the Cenarian Ward. I think this is a mistake. Sam gets kidney shot on the push. Now 2 players getting crushed. Sidu into a full blind. Does he have an IQD? Sam is down at half. Trill's down at half, trying to escape with the grappling hook. Zeepai's in hot pursuit to close out the game. They don't get the re-CC. They get a polymorph. Sam now dismantled. And Zeepai doesn't want to go behind the corner. He knows he's getting stunned, so he waits. Gets kidneyed in Askaraf's line of sight. Askaraf drinks to full amidst that push. Huge mana lead and advantage to SK Gaming at this point. Sam stunned up. Sidu stunned up, trying to take him down. Do they have enough damage to do so? 1 second left on the stun. Is he going to make it out alive? Cloak and Evasion come out just in the nick of time for Sam. This is overlapped with the Guardian Spirit. Did they proc the Guardian Spirit? That was a lot of damage. Felt like they were pretty close. They did proc it. It's a 3-minute cooldown. This is a devastating position for Team Liquid. They're behind on mana. Askaraf's been drinking all game. They haven't got a caught or a block. They're now down some of their most major defensive cooldowns. Sam is a vulnerable target. Sidu knows that. He pre-Fey Guardian Sam on the kidney shot, trying to soak the hits, but that Fey Guardians could likely be the last defensive. Sidu pre-Holy Wards the crowd control, blinks behind the pillar on the follow-up. Zeepai is now stunned up, and Sam needs to play defensive, but he's actually just charging in. This could cost him the game. Sidu's full. Oh, that Ursul's Vortex by Askaraf into the Bear Root, holding Sam down in position. Ring of Frost found. Sam on the run, trying to escape. He blinds Zeepai in desperation to stay alive. Very fortunate to have 2 rogues there to have another blind in the back pocket to keep him alive. That could have been the end of the match for him. Zeepai now on the back foot, caught into a kidney shot. Askaraf Iron Barks. He's in tree. He should stabilize. Sidu is rolling up. He's got a Chastise. He's got a Psychic Scream. They're still going after Zeepai evasions. They got to switch back to Morrow. They maybe go for a sap out of the fear. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Morrow down at half HP. Askaraf trying to recover without Iron Bark. Goes for Cenarian Ward. He's going to be burning a lot of mana. Sam with a close call. Has the Cloak and Evasion off cooldown once again. Wants to hold on to them as long as possible, but Askaraf into a kidney shot, trying to bring the cleave on top of Askaraf, get some extra damage and also pressure towards him. Sam gets pre-life gripped, anticipating a stun. Now that life grip won't be available for it. Symbols of Hope to reset some cooldowns, get some mana back as they're trying to even that one out at 24% dampening.
Yeah, I mean, so back and forth are these 2 teams. We're 9 minutes into the game right now. Mana actually relatively even for both of these teams. Morrow going to be caught into the kidney shot. And this is where things can really kind of spiral out of control for these healers. That's one thing that Outlaw Rogues don't really bring is that Mortal Strike effect, but dampening kind of just adds that into the game, and that's where all the consistent pressure and crowd control from the Outlaw Rogue becomes so potent. Sam I Am and Trill going to be topped off. Full kidney shot now onto Zeepai as they make their way over onto Morrow, but these Alter Times getting so much value from Morrow. Sidu hasn't really been able to dispel them, and that's just a huge safety net. Now big swap here onto Sam. There's no defensive cooldowns except the Vanish. He trades it up right away. He is out of there. He does not want to mess around. A full sap onto Sidu. Sam I Am still needs to run. Trill at the same time, though, setting up his team for a victory with a blind onto Askaraf. Good pressure out onto Morrow, but he gets topped off, and now Trill actually getting swapped to no Cloak, no Evasion, and no Vanish. We've seen Team Liquid in this position before. It's just such a scary moment. You have no cooldowns on the Outlaw Rogue, and now you have to push out into the middle of the map. I feel like SK Gaming, they have Team Liquid right where they want them on this large map, but a big swap over onto Zeepai. He needs to be careful. Double Dragon's Breath coming in from Morrow, trying to shut down that swap and keep Zeepai alive. Sidu is burning through the last little bit of his mana. Trill's going to have to vanish out, potentially. Is he going to be able to get it off? He's getting low. This is a dicey game to play. But I guess with the Guardian Spirit, he's feeling relatively confident to stay alive. Askaraf right now still in the backline. He's so far away, but that full blind stops those heals. Morrow instantly blinking away from Sidu as he's at a full blind. And I just feel like SK Gaming right now, the pressure and momentum in their favor. Can Team Liquid hold on? Who are they going to go after? Both of these rogues in a lot of trouble.
Double Cloak of Shadows coming out from Sam I Am and Trill right now. Combustion is rolling for Morrow. Sidu's mana next to nothing. 35% dampening. SK Gaming looking to close it out right now. Morrow still with all of his cooldowns. Askaraf still looking healthy on mana. It would have to be an insanely clean swap or just an outright mistake if Team Liquid are going to come back from this. Let's see. Can they do it? Full sheep onto Sidu. Morrow smells blood in the water. He's going for it. No Cloak of Shadows here onto Sam I Am, which seems to be the target. Can they find the repoly? They do. Zipai with no blind available though, forced to just go after the next best target here, which is Trill right now, actually ducking around the corner. Doesn't want to get kidney behind that pillar. Doesn't want to throw when his team has such a massive advantage. Just do damage and don't die. Try to attack Sidu's mana. Sidu actually looking like he's trying to sit down for a drink right now. He's out of combat and he is kind of baiting them to go behind there, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Sidu going for the mind control, gets counterspelled on it, and Zipai here looking for the close. He has the blind coming up very, very shortly. If he vanishes, he's going to have it now, and that's exactly what he does. Kidney shot onto Sidu, full kidney shot onto Trill. There's the full blind. Where's the full blind actually onto Sidu? There's a nice greater fade there by Sidu. Zipai actually getting blinded as well before he can access it, but he still has it in his back pocket. Sidu knows it. He needs to try to avoid it. He has a holy ward, and that's about it. He needs to try to holy ward that blind potentially, and Sam I Am right now, as well as Trill, doing a lot of work here onto Morrow as Morrow continues to try to drag them out in open field. Zipai taking massive hits of damage. Iron Bark coming out onto him. Sam I Am still doing work. Sidu sitting out for a drink right now. They're coming back in the series here. Team Liquid not feeling just beaten just yet. There's a full blind onto Sidu. Trill gets his Cloak of Shadows and his Vanish back in just the right time here, and Team Liquid stays alive, but the question is for how long here, Super Tees?
For both Trill and Sam right in that moment. Sidu's got Apotheosis. He needs to top his team with this cooldown. Morrow's dropping a triple ring of fire, just cleaving as much pressure out as possible. Trill is still on the back foot, pre-evasions. Gets cheap shot on his evasion. Massive damage incoming with the remainder of that combustion. Can they close it here on match point? Trill on the run once again, trying to line of sight. No, they're swapping to Zipai. They're getting aggressive. They're going for the win, and they get it at the last possible second. Team Liquid, the away team, takes it 3-2.
Oh, wow. What an unbelievable series between these two teams. Team Liquid able to pull it off in those last moments. It was looking really dire for Sam and Trill. Both had to play so defensive, but Zipai, especially that latent dampening. I mean, as a Restoration Druid, you were going to struggle to heal through that kind of pressure. Team Liquid capitalizes on it, claims the victory, and they send SK down to the lower bracket. And now we find ourselves in kind of an interesting situation where we have two North American teams in the upper bracket, and we're already down to a European team being eliminated in the lower bracket, Zico.
Yep, and yeah. I like it. I see your little grin there, Van. It's okay. You don't have to grin so hard.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little friendly banter, right?
No, I love it. But you're absolutely right. Right now, NA showing up right now here in day number 1, winning both first 2 series. Beautiful performance here from Team Liquid. They really had, all the cards stacked against them here. It was looking dire. They had no mana. They had no defensives. They had nothing to work with. And SK Gaming were a little bit reluctant to pushing in. And that sometimes can allow the enemy team to kind of claw their way back in the series. And that's exactly what happened in this one. Team Liquid just putting on a show here with their double outlaw will take down the 2nd seed here in Europe and put themselves basically in the best position that they could hope for. Trill here almost going down in the first minute of the game, and can see here a little bit later in the match so many different opportunities here for both of these teams. Clean 3 versus 1 right now onto Trill here, and then they turn it around back onto Morrow here, and just excellent CC. Trill dropping extremely low here, gets the Cloak of Shadows, gets the evasion, and I mean this was a minute in, 2 minute in, and in every single one of these replays you can just see SK Gaming, Askrath full mana, Sidu in some kind of crowd control, and Team Liquid basically flailing to stay alive, but somehow, some way they're able to pull through. And look at Sam I Am there. He was 1 HP twice there, so close to proccing that Guardian as well for Sidu, but they stay calm, they stay cool, and they stay collected. And later on, they are able to kind of equalize that mana differential. And here they get some good pressure onto Zipai, they get some good pressure onto Trill, and Sidu gets fully blinded. Trill, Cloak of Shadows, Vanish, Sam I Am, Vanish. Everyone's like, oh, Sidu's in blind? All right, see ya. Double Vanish coming out from these rogues here. And eventually at 46% dampening, you can see Askrath really struggling. He had more mana, but at this point it's Sidu that has more mana because Askrath just has to spend so much mana to actually heal somebody. And in the middle of his tranquility, he just doesn't have enough heals to keep his rogue alive. Team Liquid going to be moving up in the bracket here, and they looking good.
I think that's the most excited I've ever heard Sydney get. It's good.
What? Really?
Well, I mean, obviously you've had your moments, but That one definitely, that was a top 5 for sure. But Team Liquid, wow. I mean, coming in clutch right at the end there. You love to see it. They're going to be moving forward into the upper bracket. Obviously, they're going to be really excited about that one, considering where they left off last weekend. And it's interesting how this has turned out so far, having those European teams dropping down to the lower bracket this early on. So I wonder if we even get, I don't know. It's exciting to see. I wonder who we get into the grand finals. But of course, quite a few matches. Go ahead.
You know,
who's
to
left.
Be fair, we still have some heavy hitters available for Europe. We've got KUNGARNA as well as CGN Esports. So I feel like those are definitely two matchups that could go in favor of Europe. So haven't seen it all just yet, but definitely if you're a North American fan, you're happy with the start.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, we've got KUNGARNA up next, number 1 number 1 seeded team in Europe. We can see it right there on the bracket, and they're up against 3.5 men, 4th seeded team in North America. And we're going to see who moves on from that one. I feel like if we did a round of predictions here, we'd probably all go on the side of KUNGARNA. But if we were to be on 3.5 men's side here, Supatees, what would we want to see them bring to the table if they want to try and get some games off of KUNGARNA?
Well, they seem like they've just kind of lost their identity as a team. Like they went into the North American Region Cup stages as the sub RMP, just like dominating, farming everybody. How is anyone going to beat them? And then the Outlaw Rogue became more meta. They started adapting it, and then they just totally lost faith in it. They're playing random comps like Enhanced Shaman and Assassination Rogue. While it's a super fun comp to watch, it just seems like they're kind of destroyed mentally as a team. Like they just don't know what their identity isn't anymore. So for me, it's kind of like just they need to be able to put themselves back together, figure out what are they going to be. Are they going to be the weird comp team? Are they just going to be the Rogue Mage team? Like what are they going to be doing here? I really think they should be the Rogue Mage team in this matchup. Like, be the sub RMP, play the Resonators, try and get some setups, like, play what you're absolutely the best at into KUNGARNA, and that's going to be their best route, but who knows?
Honestly, I think that's the best choice, especially considering who they're going to be up against, which is going to be a very, very tough task for them indeed. So we're going to see how they can do up against KUNGARNA. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, KUNGARNA versus 3.5 men. We'll be right back. and welcome back. We are now about to head into our third series of the day. It's KUNGARNA facing off against 3.5 men, and now we are joined on the desk here with Zaryu. Hello!
Hey, it's good to be back. It's been a while.
Yeah, good to have you. What's been your take on the game so far?
Well, I did some predictions on my stream yesterday, and so far we're 100% dialed in on the predictions, so I'm feeling really good.
Good to hear. I think Ven's been kind of king of the predictions lately, so maybe you'll take a run for his money. But what's your prediction on this one? I feel like I could probably guess, but I want to hear your take on these two teams.
Might be a crazy prediction here, but I'm going on KUNGARNA. I do love NA, but I think EU's got this one. Turns out Waz, Raikou, and Mev pretty good. So KUNGARNA, yep.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. Obviously, 3.5 men, they're a very strong team to even make it to that top 4. And as far as they have as a team, you have to be just an incredible group of players. But we know, in contrast, KUNGARNA, they've kind of been just dominating the European region over there, winning nearly every single game that they play. So 3.5 men, I feel like they're probably up for the task, but they're probably feeling that pressure against this team here. So let's see what they can do. It's game number 1 on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they lead with. I mean, my expectation is we see some RMP mirrors, but I've heard whispers we might see something else. So I feel like for KUNGARNA, they have just been playing RMP and nonstop, and they've been absolutely dominant with it as well. For 3.5 men, like Subati was kind of alluding to, maybe they've lost their confidence in the composition. The Grand Arena, I think, will kind of be a tell-all to the way the series will play out, but like I said, my anticipation and hope is that we do see some RMP mirrors. We've been really kind of hopeful for this matchup. KUNGARNA has been absolutely dominant in Europe. We wanted to see how kind of the North American RMPs will stack up with this roster.
Yeah, and I mean, we had a little bit of a RMP power ranking during the season, and we did put 3.5 men as the #1 RMP in North America. So in a way, yeah, it's the 4th seed versus the 1st seed, but I would say it's the best NA RMP versus the best EU RMP, and anything can happen in a mirror. What I'm hoping to see is actually KAWHI rolling with the sub-rogue, because I feel like Sid talked about it a little bit, but I feel like the style that 3.5 men are the best at is that sub RMP with the resonators, very aggressive, trying to get those setups, trying to end the game early. I think that's their style that they shine on. When they try to copy, and go outlaw and do these like longer outlaw games, I feel like they're just one RMP in the sea of RMPs. So I really hope that we see that, but we are gonna see KAWHI on the mage, Fuse on the Feral Druid, and Kearney on the Priest. So KAWHI playing the rogue and the mage here for his team.
Starting off game 1 on the Grand Arena, Fuse on the Feral Druid, FMP. This is a comp we have not seen too much of, so I'm excited to see how 3.5 men pull it off. Fuse opening up here, aggressive onto Waz, going with the stun. Waz looks like he's going to be okay so far, just hanging out by the pillar, popping the feint. Raikou blinking in to get aggressive. KAWHI on the mage. Oh, we'd love to see that. Playing behind the pillar, nice and defensive. Kearney, though, in the full kidney shot. Fuse feared. Kearney, Ring of Frost. Beautiful cross you see from KUNGARNA. Combustion committed from Raikou. KAWHI getting low. Cauterize already proc from Calv. Pretty scary there. Block as well. KUNGARNA in the lead.
I mean, this is definitely a slow start here for 3.5 men. KUNGARNA with a massive lead already. KAWHI, no cauterize, no ice block. Really nothing left to fall back on. And KUNGARNA still pushing the pace. They have a full KD shot right now on Kearney with a gouge on Fuse. KAWHI in a 1v3 situation. Once again, looking for a Ring of Frost. Can he actually land it? Looks like a nice double fear coming in from Kearney with that Ring of Frost, but ultimately not going to be able to do too much. Mez actually just going to walk into it. Death to put himself on that diminishing return, and I would say KUNGARNA still have all the momentum, all the speed so far in this game. Kearney just trying to run away. He does, of course, have that Holy Ward. He's already traded out the Greater Fade. There's the Holy Ward. That's the last little bit of protection he has from crowd control, but the fear does land. Full Ring of Frost potentially lands here from Raikou. Unfortunately, it does get shut down. Kearney will stay out of crowd control, and I think as a result, KAWHI should be able to survive, but any CC here on Kearney could be absolutely devastating. Waz taking a little bit of pressure, does have the Cloak of Shadows available if he needs it. But I would say 3.5 men, they have been holding on. They're going to be crossing the map, and so far, they stay alive.
Yeah, and Raikou is getting aggressive. He's reset his Dragon's Breath. He's got this combustion. Here comes the damage. Kearney, did he fade the blind? No. Waz still has it in his back pocket. There's a kidney shot. KAWHI is getting absolutely blasted here by Raikou into what here onto Kearney. Beautiful chastise into a full blind right now. KAWHI doing some work here though as the mage kiting around. He spell steals a holy word actually, and tanks an interrupt here. Kearney has an opportunity to keep him alive. He's got the guardian spirit, so should be enough heals. He just goes for a flash heal, holding on to that guardian spirit. KAWHI here on the mage, showing that he can definitely hang with the best of them, and right now going aggressive with the combustion here. Big damage coming out, but it's actually KAWHI getting spell stolen on that combustion. Raikou digging in, 1% HP onto KAWHI here. Can it take him down? So low, but he does get the guardian spirit. Full fear onto Kearney. Raikou goes for the poly. It's uncontested. He lands it. KAWHI on full HP though, but he doesn't have his trinket. That Eternal Aegis has been popped, and should be enough defense right now for KAWHI to stay alive. Full kidney shot. DR Sheep coming out, and I do believe KAWHI will survive another setup, but right now 3.5 men, it just feels like they're playing to survive. Where is the openings? Where's the pressure?
Yep, I was just going to say that 3.5 men on the back foot. KAWHI opting to play that Aegis trinket just to survive, doing big laps around the map. But at some point, they are going to have to go aggressive. Every time they try, it doesn't seem like they can force any defensive cooldowns from KUNGARNA. Guardian, cauterized block, but KAWHI on the back foot still. Beautiful cross you see from Raikou and Waz. Kearney, full blind. How is KAWHI going to get away from this one? I don't know if he will. No cauterized. There's the seed. Let's see if we can finish it off. Waz connects. Seed goes down, and KUNGARNA take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a beautiful performance from KUNGARNA. They had 3.5 men on the back foot the entire game, and it's like we kind of mentioned, 3.5 men. The best thing they did that game was stay alive. There was really no offensive opportunities in that match. I would say KUNGARNA was in the driver's seat, able to push the pace right away, getting the cauterized, get the ice block, and then all of a sudden, KAWHI has no safety nets, so making risky plays becomes really, really difficult. And at the end of this one, when we see the replay, it's going to be meh once again. On that Kyrian Holy Priest, he's been such a playmaker in these kind of mage Holy Priest mirrors. With that Soulbind, with that Covenant, he's able to get really aggressive, put out the burst damage, and we see him take down mages more often than not.
Yeah, definitely, meh. Doing it a little bit different compared to Sidhu. Sidhu likes to go for those IQD executes, but Meh has been executing his fair share of mages as well, of course, on that Kyrian Priest. We also saw him play some Venthyr last weekend, so Meh has been kind of playing all the Covenants, really. And this game, we saw Kearney, I believe, as a Venthyr as well. So Priest playing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We've seen some Night Phase as well. I believe Sidhu was playing that earlier. So for Priest, the only thing we don't really see is that Necrolord. And I think the obvious question here that's on kind of everybody's mind is, what is going on with 3.5 men? Why is KAWHI playing Mage? And Fuse, usually not a person that we see tagged in a lot. He gets tagged in when they go jungle, like they did last weekend, but that's really been the only time. So is Nuke not available, or what's going on here?
Yeah, here in this replay, we're seeing some beautiful cross you see from KUNGARNA. I mean, everything is just lined up perfectly. As an RMP player myself, when I see chains like this, it's just, oh, so beautiful. KAWHI, cauterize and block forced in the opener, full blind on the Kearney. I mean, honestly, KUNGARNA can almost just win here in the opener. As we fast forward a little bit, KAWHI is still on the back foot, and that's kind of the story this game told. KAWHI just trying his best to survive, accidentally casting that Pyroblast there, which does happen, and then he gets proc super low. At this point, I thought he was just going to go down, blink into the Night Fade blink. Beautiful mobility, Aegis pop, but KAWHI just continually taking so much damage from Waz there. KAWHI trying to get some type of CC off of those polymorphs, but Meh not, letting him do so. And then Meh has that Boon of the Ascended from that Kyrian Priest. So in a minute here, we're going to see Meh go aggressive for the push onto KAWHI. We have some brief moments where Raikou gets to half HP, but that's about it. And then KAWHI sitting on the pillar, full kidney shot, triple CC. And this is what I was talking about, Meh pushing and aggressive in melee range with Boon of the Ascend, and there's not much KAWHI can do at that point. That is G.
Now I kind of wonder, what are we going to do? We actually are going to be seeing Fuse on the Mage. So 3.5 men mixing it up here. I feel like something's going on here, but they're going to be locking in the sub RMP mirrors. KAWHI wants to get off of the mage as fast as possible and onto his sub rogue. So, I mean, this is a matchup we've seen kind of evolve for a little while. I kind of got the feeling that when the RMP teams were playing, even with these teams that are kind of like, you know, sub mains, like the main rogues, it still felt like the outlaw rogue was kind of advantaged in this matchup. What's kind of your take on that, Czar?
Yeah, so this is a really cool matchup. I think RMP versus RMP, sub versus outlaw, it's a lot different. So people might think RMP, oh, it's the same exact thing no matter what specs, right? I mean, the Fire Mage, we almost always see locked in modern RMP, and same thing with that Holy Priest. But that rogue spec, outlaw versus sub, completely changes the way the matchup's played. So with an outlaw rogue, it almost operates a little bit more like a warrior. In that sense, you're not going for perfect triple cross EC all the time. You're kind of trading well, trading defensive cooldowns well, surviving well, keeping up DPS. Now, when you can get those triple CC opportunities, it's great, but you don't need it. You can win off of blind on such a short cooldown, 60 seconds, 90-second blind on the healer into a sap. The mage doesn't need to go for a poly every time. Instead, the mage trades well defensively, positions maybe a bit more defensively, and that's more of the outlaw side. Now with sub, you get that triple CC, right? Every go needs to be perfect, right? You don't have enough damage to just continually go. You don't have the cooldown reduction on the blind. You don't have the cooldown reduction on the defensives. So with sub, it's like, okay, we're gonna do this 3-2-1 style. 3-2-1 go. We got a Dragon's Breath up, a cheap shot or a kidney shot, and the Chastise Fear, you pull the trigger, triple CC the enemy team, and you go for a big burst. These are two completely different styles of play, even though they're both RMP. Now, get back to your question, who has the advantage? I would certainly say the outlaw RMP seems to have the advantage. And why? In the mirror, rogues are generally the target of choice, and outlaw is just a tankier, more versatile option. Sub, little squishier, although you can survive with Shadowy Duel and some of the sub defensives, but outlaw is just going to be inherently tanky, have a lot of cooldowns on low cooldowns with cooldown reduction, so I would give this in favor of KUNGARNA.
Yeah, I would say as well, because it feels like I don't know how much Mage Fuse has really played. He's going up against KUNGARNA, against Raikou, and that is definitely a tall order in a matchup like this. Waz right now, he's going to be pushing forward. They get a full polymorph on Kearney. Kearney, of course, is going to be playing that Venthyr as well, as Meta once again going to be opting for that Kyrian, that Erasal that really allows him to push forward. Fuse already on the back foot with a beautiful altar time, though, does manage to stay alive. Kearney and Fuse going to be kind of retreating back to the pillar while just sitting in a Ring of Frost. The full blind goes on to Kearney. Are they going to go after KAWHI? No, immediate cheap shot on Waz. They're actually making a swap here onto Meh, but it looks like he will be able to survive with a beautiful fade. Now pushing forward for crowd control. Kearney gets interrupted, and it looks like right now KUNGARNA is still going to be going after Fuse as kind of their main target in this match. KAWHI actually going after the Rogue, and this is something we've seen from the North American teams quite a bit. Go after the Outlaw Rogue. Try to take him down with Resonators if you can, instead of kind of the standard mage race we've seen evolve in Europe.
Yeah, and we're going to see Waz in a kidney shot, gets gripped back to a defensive position, and I think it looks a lot better when KAWHI is on the Rogue and Fuse is on the Mage so far for 3.5 minutes. They've had some pressure, but right now Fuse in a lot of trouble here. They could have some CC as well for Kearney. Can they get something going here? They do force out that Guardian Spirit. Massive damage coming in there, and Raikou still has his combustion coming up here in about 30 seconds. Without that Guardian available, that's going to be a very scary time. Smoke Bomb gets dropped onto Waz. Defensive Dragon's Breath coming out, but Mank gets caught up in a full fear into a sheep. Waz could be in trouble, but he's out of stun DRs. He gets a disarm there onto KAWHI. Nice kidney shot onto Kearney. He's turning it around onto Fuse to get a full Ring of Frost. Mank's in a shadowy duel, so Fuse completely 3 versus 1. KAWHI walks into the Ring of Frost to get a DR sheep. Look at Mank. He's ready to send the double fear as well. They get a full blind. Fuse, what are you going to do here? There's going to be a cauterize and an ice block, surely, and he will ice block. Mank's going for the pre-massive spell. Can he get it around the corner? Of course he can. And Fuse right now gets potted. Can they take down the seed? They just AFK out. They don't even try to keep that seed alive. KUNGARNA gonna be making some quick work here from 3.5 men.
Yeah, it does look like Raikou has a bit more practice on the mage than Fuse, it turns out. And KUNGARNA taking that victory pretty single-handedly. I mean, that looked easy. That looked like they're just warming up, going to the park, hanging out, just like, all right, playing some RMPs. That was nice. And then, I mean, man, defensively too, KAWHI had no trinket. I mean, there was no cauterize, no ice block. So even if maybe that seed was saved or, something else, happened a little bit differently and they did hang on, I think maybe the next go or the next go after that, 3.5 men's RMP would have gone down, It is unfortunate we don't have their main roster, but man, Europe looking like the dominant RMP here. And you look at that damage breakdown, 399,000 damage from Raikou, topping as a fire mage. That is incredible. 380,000 damage there from Waz. I mean, that's why the game is so one-sided, right? Just one side is just absolutely crushing the damage. And we have this awesome chart here by Warcraft logs where we get to see pure DPS domination throughout the game. And of course, DPS doesn't tell the full story, but geez, if you look at the end, that final minute of the match, you can just see why 3.5 men were on the back foot. That is a lot of pressure to heal through, a lot of CC to tank, and that spelled out the story of the game.
Yeah, it definitely did. And now I kind of wonder if we're going to see another surprise here from 3.5 men going into game number 3. We can take a look at the replay here. This is about a minute before the game actually ended. This is a smoke bomb attempt here onto Waz, but look at Raikou immediately able to back him up. I mean, this is why KUNGARNA is so good. They go for the cheeky play to take him down, but Raikou there with the Dragon's Breath, Meh there for the double fear. Waz easily survives, trades out the Cloak of Shadows, and this is kind of where Fuse is just pressured down so heavily. He's playing an Orc. He's already traded out the Trinket. He goes into the Dragon's Breath to look at Kearney. Polymorph into full blind. Fuse gets counterspelled. Raikou combusting. They are all over him, swarming, and Fuse is able to get the Ice Block off with that Cauterize, but at this point, it's just so difficult. The Master Spell coming in from Matt, Fuse in the middle of the map. He gets sniped and dropped, taken down immediately, AFKing out of the map, like you said, and now we have KUNGARNA with a 2-0 lead. We are going to Blade's Edge, so an interesting pick here. This is not a map that is often selected. It makes me wonder if 3.5 men is going to try something kind of fancy here.
Jungle is coming, 100%. Calling
it.
It's the only thing they haven't tried, so I think it makes sense. Blade's Edge, good map for it as well, but honestly, for 3.5 men, I don't know if their mage is just not here. Okay, not jungle, but it's going to be the Rogue Feral. So at least you get KAWHI on his main, you get Fuse on his main. Now, Rogue Feral is something that I personally haven't seen in quite some time here. What's your take on this, Zar?
Yeah, so I think the only way 3.5 men take this is with like a Vendetta Sepsis Cheese or the Feral Druid. With the Feral Druid bleed, has a huge
sickle
bleed from the Feral Druid. Could cheese, like I'm not kidding, like maybe chat doesn't believe me here, but they could just randomly 100-0 someone in half a second. Having said that, if KUNGARNA doesn't get cheesed, I think they have it 100%. So if KUNGARNA just gets to use Ice Block or that Trinket Advantage from Waz or Guardian from Meh, they'll be fine, right? They'll be totally fine here. In a long game, I think they'll be fine. In a dampener, they'll be fine. In a normal world, will be fine. But 3.5 men, I think trying to cheese with this Feral asset, which could work. Now, if I'm going to put a bet on, the game, I'm going with KUNGARNA every time.
I wonder if KUNGARNA is going to be switching it up and playing like Dwarf too, just like really the final nail in the coffin. Just do they have Dwarf Rogue prepared and Dwarf Mage? Just like, because then that cheese is going to be even harder to pull off, and I feel like KUNGARNA is going to be able to deal with it quite easily. But I kind of agree with you. I feel like if this game plays out standard and KUNGARNA, plays out the way they normally do, I don't really see the openings for 3.5 men. I think both Fuse and KAWHI super vulnerable and are susceptible to being swapped and kind of cleaved down by Waz even. So really curious to see what ends up happening, but 3.5 men definitely bringing some curveballs. I kind of expected the RMP with their main roster, but obviously they have different plans in store, but KUNGARNA definitely looking good in this series so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing, we still have some heavy hitters in Europe here, finally coming out of the woodwork, and KUNGARNA, they just look like they haven't skipped a beat, and also all of these games, well, except for the first one, are on an A server, so 3.5 men at least will have comfortable ping. KUNGARNA will be a little bit uncomfortable with that, so maybe it'll throw him off, but I kind of agree with you guys. I think this cheese needs to age a little bit more before it's gonna be ready to be eaten here by KUNGARNA.
Yeah, definitely. And I think 3.5 men, they're just kind of betting on, okay, let's wait for the lag spike to hit from, NAPing, and then we'll pop, Sepsis and hope we get a little lucky on it, which, I don't know if that's the best bet versus a team as incredible as KUNGARNA. I mean, I don't think I've really seen them slip up on defensive cooldown usage. I mean, these guys are veterans, right? It's not like, oh man, Vendetta, let's throw block and Guardian and everything. On top of that, I think Waz could be playing the the file that removes bleeds, right? So it's like, okay, you have the full bleeds, let me just pop a file. So Waz may not be the best target of choice. It's like, okay, well, let's try to one-shot the mage. Well, mage has that cauterize, so to kill through a cauterize, that block is kind of hard to cheese a mage. And then, well, we can maybe cheese a holy priest, and it could happen, but man, I just don't see Med dying.
He has file too.
Right. Right. Yeah, there's just no way. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, a lot of the options seem to be not super great here for 3.5 men, but with this kind of wild card map pick, maybe it'll throw KUNGARNA off. If I was to put a friendly wager on who's going to win this one, I would say KUNGARNA is going to be walking away with a clean 3-0. I think this game's going to be over in under 90 seconds, personally.
Okay. Under 90 seconds.
Wow.
Are we doing the Price is Right rules here? Closest without going above?
Yes.
All right,
I'll do... You can't pick 91.
I'm not... Ben, I'm not the one locking in Rogue Feral here. I'm not cheesing you in the Price is Right. I'll go for a solid 120.
All right.
120 seconds.
Good enough margin? 120 second game, win for KUNGARNA.
Fair.
That's what... Zard?
Well, I can't say 91, right?
You could say 121 if you really want.
I wouldn't recommend doing that.
We'll go. You know what? Let's give them 2.5 minutes. Let's go with like however many seconds 2.5 minutes is. We'll give 3.5 men 2.5h minutes. Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
150.
150. Quick math. There we go.
The EU math for this EU-dominated series we have here. And so far today, if you guys are just tuning in, it has been North America who did win the first and second series of the day. But KUNGARNA is looking like they want to shut that down. And I feel like going into this tournament, a lot of players, a lot of teams would kind of put KUNGARNA as their number one pick to win it all. Their RMP really, I mean, this has been tested a little bit, but they just seem so dominant. Even the one series that they lost, they just went back to the drawing board really, really quick. Were able to come up with answers, and they've just been so dominant on this Outlaw Fire Holy Priest RMP. I could definitely see him winning this entire tournament. And yeah, unfortunately for 3.5 men, they're kind of the first check mark KUNGARNA has to get out of the way. But yeah, we should be jumping to this game really, really soon. We've kind of made our predictions. Do you think that it's possible for 3.5 men to come back in this one? I don't know. We'll definitely have to wait and see. The gates will be opening here soon.
Yep. Let's see what they can do here. So we got Calvish playing that Night Fae Asarok, so he will have that Sepsis. And we got Fuse on that Necro Druid as well. Now, the interesting part here is what races are KUNGARNA playing. Cross-faction is enabled as well in this tournament, so you could see an Orc Rogue with a Human Mage, for example. And Waz looks like a Night Elf. That's human? A Night Elf. Oh, that's a human. That's a human. It's hard to tell with the staff. So he won't have that dwarf, and he's just face palming right now because he realized that he needs it. Raikou, however, though, does definitely look like a dwarf right there. So Raikou, potentially the best target here for 3.5 men, is going to have a lot of answers there. With that dwarf, I think he might actually be a dark iron dwarf even. I'm gonna go for the sheep shot on Kearney. Raikou gets feared on it. Meh gets pounced on or Raikou still in that fear. And Waz now gonna be taking the damage. Here comes the damage. Sepsis Vendetta. Big hits coming in. Full sap onto Meh. What is he going to do here? Waz dropping down here to the bleeds. Catches a Cyclone on low HP there. Did trade out his evasion. Did trade out his Gladiator's emblem. And that was really the big push there from 3.5 men. They weren't even able to get themselves Guardian Spirit, Bizarre.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the burst we were talking about, right? It's scary, but they survived, right? Now 3.5 men are gonna be on the back foot. Full kidney shot though, going on into Waz, Meg going with the grip and Guardian Spirit. Waz is gonna be okay for the time being. Triple fear from Meh. We absolutely love to see him push him to that full kidney shot on the Calvish. No CC quite yet. Kearney ripping him out of harm's way. KAWHI, though, still under fire. Fuse and KAWHI both low. Waz pushing in. Disarmed, though, from Waz, or onto Waz, so no pressure continuing. Raiku's Combust finishing there. Fuse still 50% life. KUNGARNA into the full kidney shot. Let's see if there's any follow-up CC. Polymorph does land. KAWHI, no vanish, no cloak, no evasion. Very scared here. Waz throwing out the disarm. DB to follow up on the KUNGARNA. KAWHI getting so low. Huge heals, though, land from KUNGARNA. There's the Guardian Spirit. KAWHI does get top. Let's see if we can turn this pressure around. Meg going in the full fear. No CC to follow up, though. Waz popping the evasion. Looks like he's going to be okay for the time being. Fuse trinkets aggressively here, trying to get his bleeds out onto Waz. Interesting choice to kill Waz, maybe because he's not that dwarf. Raikou did pick that Dark Iron Dwarf. I know Mitch Jones is smiling about that one. And Waz still kind of just hanging out, fainting, has that vanish if he needs, is deciding to play Relentless. So the stuns aren't going to be as long, but KAWHI taking a ton of damage here, getting below 50% life. Just pops out with that feint, has Vendetta rolling now, kidney shot onto Waz, grip and fade from Meh. There's the bomb. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much with it. KUNGARNA playing brilliantly defensively, and Raikou has another combustion available. Does get kicked though, can't use it quite yet, but with this next combust, I'm scared for 3.5 men, and we did just pass that 2.5 minute mark.
That is true. That is entirely true. Raikou right now with combustion. They're going after KAWHI. Can they take him down? He will trade out the feint, and that seems to be enough to stay alive for the time being. Fuse throwing in some beautiful off heals, some beautiful peels. And this game isn't actually as bad for 3.5 men as I thought. I mean, this kind of oddball composition is doing work. Waz on the run right now, trading out the Cloak of Shadows, and this is the most pressured we've seen KUNGARNA so far in this series at the very least. KAWHI, though, incredibly low. Does have the Cloak of Shadows if he needs it. There's a full blind out onto KUNGARNA. Do they have a stun? They actually make a swap over onto Fuse. Can they take him down? Big damage coming in from Meh right now, but KUNGARNA out of the crowd control should be able to keep Fuse alive. And like the Outlaw Rogue, I think Feral Druids, when they want to survive, they are a very durable target. Difficult to take them down to a lot of the off-healing and tankiness that they have. So the swaps on Fuse are good, but I figure if they don't take him down in the stun, they really won't be able to take him down. And in terms of mana, we have KUNGARNA with a slight lead right now, but yeah, definitely. This game's going on a lot longer than I thought. Big setup here onto Waz as well. A surprising amount of damage coming in from KAWHI. There's a lot of pressure, and Waz is playing defensive, trading out the feint, trying to survive. Goes for the gouge on the Fuse. Meh right now in a full blind. Waz has the feint available, but they're trying to turn it around. Can they find the stuns? The crowd control, is never ending. We have a stun on Fuse. He trinkets out aggressively. They smell blood on the water, trying to take Waz down, but it looks like he will be able to hold on. The clone coming in with Meh out of crowd control, denying those incoming heals. Some beautiful plays coming in from Fuse.
Yeah, Meh gets kicked though into a full cyclone, but Waz does get topped off there. And like we said, the pressure on the Waz has been absolutely incredible. KUNGARNA's mana though, not looking super fine here. Fuse getting barbecued right now. KUNGARNA's in a counterspell. They might just take him down. Woo! And Fearless Spectator Fuse will go down. And if you want that title, you just scroll right on down to the stream, click on the rewards box, wait for it to swap over to Connected, and hang out in the stream for a couple of hours. Now, before we started selling out there, that wasn't looking too bad there for 3.5 men. They had a lot of pressure, but then Raikou, he gets that big counterspell. They have the damage, and all of a sudden, KUNGARNA switch gears, and they're able to take the win here.
Yeah, I think they lasted, 3.5 men lasted longer than any of us would have expected. So, I mean, that's a W. Yeah, that's a W for NA, I think, but still taking the L overall. Man, KUNGARNA is just so good at RMP. It's like watching a master, painter or craftsman. Watching their RMP play is incredible. And Waz, Meh, and Raikou can't gas these guys up enough. I mean, that final go there, Raikou lands the Ring of Fire and the Ring of Frost. That doesn't sound like much. Oh, Ring of Frost, Ring of Fire, but man, to land 2 spells on 2 different targets and 2 different at the exact moment that you have to land a bunch of DPS, and then man, with the mind control and the feral to stop the off healing. Like, you might just think, oh, it's just getting in some damage, but no, with the Ring of Frost, the Ring of Fire, the kidney shot on the kill target, the mind control from Meh, and I think we'll see that in a minute here. This is about 30 seconds into the game, and this is when KAWHI and Fuse do their first big go into Waz. This is the Sepsis Vendetta, and this is what we were talking about. It's scary, right? Waz taking a lot of damage. Meh is playing Relentless, so he's blind sapped. It's like, woo, scary for Waz. But with that vial, he can just take off all of his bleeds, gets owned up, and looks like he's going to be fine here. Now, a minute and a half into the game, Fuse and KAWHI on the back foot. This is where KUNGARNA starts to find their footing and realize we're not going to die. Let's make some offensive plays happen. And KAWHI almost goes down here in this moment. A KUNGARNA CC ends right after this Dragon's Breath. Guardian lands, and boom, big Serenity. KAWHI looks like he's going to be okay. Waz grips himself out, goes for a little reset action here. Fuse jumps back in. Now, 4 minutes in, Waz a little scared here with those bleeds, but Meh is playing fly. Look at him in the air, just spamming heals up onto Waz. Fuse, nice clone on the Waz to deny those heals from Meh. We're going to see the final moments here with this triple CC land right after these next DRs. Waz knows it's about to happen, just playing nice and defensive, and pulls Fuse into a bad spot. There's that kidney shot like we were talking about. Silence, rather, onto KUNGARNA. The Ring of Fire onto Fuse. The restuns. Oh my gosh, we absolutely love to see that. Love the triple CC from KUNGARNA.
Yes, absolutely. Wow. I mean, what a series. KUNGARNA, you know, completely dominated as per usual, but I mean, you guys already said it. 3.5 Men did have a pretty good showing there, and I think we saw some signs of life at the end. But they do have another chance. They are moving down to that lower bracket, so they're not eliminated just yet. And I am excited to see who they are going to be playing as well. Their last match of the day, it's going to be the last match of the entire day. So they don't quite yet have an opponent. It's actually going to be the loser of this next upcoming matchup, and it's Cloud9 versus CGN Esports. Another one that is pretty close in terms of seeding. We know Cloud9 finished second overall with North America, and CGN, formerly looking for Org, they were third in the region. So pretty good matchup, Zico. What would you say?
Well, considering that SK Gaming lost to the 3rd seed, I think this could go either way. But man, Cloud9, it's a tough beast. They looked so unbelievably good last weekend. They almost won the entire thing, so it's hard to count them out. But at the same time, CGN has mostly been struggling with those real top-notch rogue mage teams like KUNGARNA. SK as well has been really the two teams that has put them to the test. So I think this is going to be a matchup where Cloud9, if they lock in their RMP or RMD, whatever they feel like, and they look comfortable on it, they can win this one. But if they lock in something else and they maybe try to outlaw Windwalker or something like that, you have to remember there is Swapsy and there's Blizzo on the enemy team. Outcleaving them is usually not the way to beat them.
Okay, well, let's see what they bring to the table. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, it's Cloud9 versus CGN Esports. We'll see you soon. welcome back. It's now Cloud9 facing off against CGN Esports. We're now joined on the desk here with Absurge, and I'm gonna grill you. What's your prediction for this one?
Already off the bat?
Yep, going straight to you. Welcome.
Honestly,
Welcome to the desk.
because it's cross-region and because everyone is, they're playing with the ping advantage, ping disadvantage, I'm going to be hopeful that somebody tries to have fun with this and just play something for fun, in quotations. So I want to see CGN play a shaman. That's all I want. I think C9 is gonna, if they play as well as they did last week, I think they can take this series 3-2, 3-1. But in terms of comps, I want to see CGN play Resto Shaman. I want to see Lone Tar just play it one game, and if he loses, maybe I'll subdue him or something. But what's Resto Shaman for one game? One game.
Okay, all right. I respect that. Going with the fun answer. Zika, what about you? Any contrasting opinions?
To who's gonna win, or what we're gonna see, or what's that?
Yeah, do you want to see a Resto Shaman?
I absolutely don't want to see a Resto Shaman.
Oh my god!
Are
you saying that because Carl's on the desk now, or because you just really don't like Resto Shamans?
No, I mean, this is just an opinion that I have in general. As Resto Shamans, I've seen a lot of them try, and it just hasn't looked that good. So, yeah, I mean, if I see a Resto Shaman, it's gotta be a TSG from CGN. It has to be. But aside from that, yeah, probably something more standard. Druid TSG. I think we're gonna see from CGN. Maybe a Warrior DK Resto Druid. Cloud9, a little bit harder to call. Are they gonna bring in Mage Lock? Are they gonna bring in Rogue Lock? Are they gonna play Rogue Mage Druid? They have some options. But I think if Cloud9 are playing to win, they're probably locking in the RMD, because that's what SK beat CGN with over in Europe. And I think Cloud9's RMD is definitely up there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just as of late, especially if you look at that last series that we saw them in, we said it before we went to the break, they were so close to winning the entire thing. They had an incredible series. We got to see them play on their mains again, which was just an awesome thing to see. So, Cloud9 obviously looking to win this one. CGN Esports going to be fighting back really hard. So whoever win this one also has to move on and face 3.5 men if they lose, excuse me. So they're going to have a long ways to fight back up from that lower bracket. So let's see who comes out on top here. It's Cloud9, game number 1 versus CGN Esports.
They've never gone head-to-head North America versus Europe, so what are they expecting? The Cloud9 was a Rogue Mage team, but in the finals of NA, they never played it. They played Windwalker Rogue over that, so are they going to keep following that trend, locking a Windwalker Rogue? CGN Esports could play Warrior Death Knight, or they could play Rogue Death Knight. These are kind of like the 4 compositions that I'm leaving on the table as options for both sides right now, at least. I'm kind of feeling like Chun-Li might come in for game 1, a Windwalker Death Knight into like Rogue Death Knight. From CGN Esports with Tessia on Rogue. And that's because I think CGN will be anticipating Rogue Mage Druid. But we'll have to wait and see here on the Grand Arena. This should be advantage to Cloud9 as they were number 2 seed. So they're going to be the home team. They're going to have the better ping server than CGN Esports. And if CGN Esports can steal away game 1 and get that swing match advantage, then that's going to be important because having ping advantage, we've seen, can be very important throughout the series. But it's still just kind of a surprise. The unsurprising one would be Rogue Mage Druid into TSG, just because those are the comps that, this matchup feels like it would be the best option. But I feel like they might be questioning their comps at this point, given the performance of CGN Esports in their European realm. But at the same time, they beat KUNGARNA the first time. So do they have possibility for it? Maybe. This is going to be an insane series, I think, nonetheless. Both these teams have crazy rosters lined up. You've got a long legacy on the side of CGN Esports, and then Cloud9 rebuilding their roster with a lot of new blood coming together. And everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. There's a Mistweaver in this game. There's a Resto Druid, but it's not with a Rogue. There's no Outlaw Rogue. This is I feel like we haven't seen a game without an Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, certainly. I think we haven't. A lot of things have been mainly Outlaw Rogues, mainly a lot of Fire Mages. So, yeah, this is gonna be nice to see. I'm really excited. We have Mage Lock Monk against Warrior Mage Resto Druid.
Yeah, does this qualify as fun picks for you?
This is fun. This is good. I like this.
All right, let's see. Lontar in Moonkin form right now, getting aggressive here with that Boomkin affinity, and he's going to get counterspell. Hand of Gul'dan coming out here from Kabzi. He already is in that Monk bubble right now. Double leg sweep coming in. They're going after going after Lontar, actually. Wealthy Man getting a polymorph onto Tessia. Lontar sitting through, popping a Shadow Meld, and getting a big overgrowth onto himself. A lot of pressure coming out now from Blizzo over onto Kabzi, but Wealthy Man doing a good job playing defense here, making sure that whatever is hitting Kabzi is getting crowd controlled or targeted here, and Kabzi now going to be using that demonic portal, and should be completely fine here with that gateway. Now Blizzo, can he come back onto his target? He gets stunned actually on his way over. Tyrant's coming out, he gets interrupted on it, and Tyrant, they're trying to shut it down with some polymorphs as well. Ring of Frost coming out from Tessia, and actually hitting Lontar there. Actually not hitting Lontar there. Lontar did get ringed though into a sheep, and now here's the Tyrant. Here comes the damage onto Blizzo. Massive damage coming out right now, but Blizzo has the Iron Bark. He fears up the Tyrant there, I believe, and Blizzo right now looking like he's going to be safe, getting aggressive actually onto Kabzi. Kabzi taking a huge hit of damage, but Flop is there on the Mistweaver, keeping him nice and safe. So far, I wouldn't say either team is advantaged. Both teams looking good.
I feel like the Mistweaver's got to be a bit worried about the crowd control. If they manage to get on top of him and polymorphs into clones, this can be really already a polymorph onto Flop, massive damage onto Cubsy. Blizzo's pushing in for the kill. Tessia pops combustion. They get the unending resolve. They're trying to turn it around onto Blizzo here, but I don't think he really cares about the damage right now. They do get a Ring of Frost onto Lontar. Blizzo will trade the enraged regen to stay aggressive. Nice grappling weapon here from Flop, but it's actually mistimed. You usually want to use the grappling weapon during the Conqueror's banner of the Fury Warrior, which means now in like 10 seconds, Blizzo can press all of his damaging attacks, and he doesn't have to worry about that. He's likely going to have his medallion lined up. There's no unending resolve. He can shattering throw the life cocoon. So Blizzo's in a position where he could easily win this. They got Portal out of the way as well from Cubsy. If they can bait Soul Shape before popping this Conch Banner, oh, he pops the Conch Banner, he leaps over, he's got to connect the Cubsy here. He's got Recklessness. He can keep charging with those Raging Blows. There's the life cocoon. You're going to maybe try and cut it down. See a pre-intervene onto Lontar. I don't know exactly what he was trying to intervene there. Blizzo going to pre-Blade Storm, anticipating a stun while his healers polymorph, so good anticipation here. They've cut through the life cocoon. Do they have enough damage to close the game? Now Blizzo is stunned up, though. 1 more second left in the stun. Lontar gets the Iron Bark. Blizzo should be making a recovery. It's very impressive on the side of Cloud9. I was not anticipating life cocoon to be enough to survive the Fury Warrior cooldowns, but 1 cooldown out of the way means that now Tessia's combustion that's coming up in maybe 15 seconds or less than is going to be even more devastating.
Yeah, and I really see this game. If Flop stays out of crowd control, I think that's Cloud9's ticket to winning it, and then just getting into deep dampening, getting some big burst onto Blizzo. But at the same time, if they sneak in a counterspell on Flop, or if they get that long CC chain, could definitely be lights out. Tyrant is out, gets feared once again, and Blizzo popping that Blade Storm with the Recklessness, trying to get some pressure on the Cubsy. Cubsy with immaculate positioning, teleporting behind the pillar, goes back out in open field here. Flop crossing the map, making sure that he's avoiding Tessia here with those big, scary polymorphs. Demon Bolts getting casted out here by Cubsy. Disarm onto Blizzo, and Cubsy starting to load up some damage. He's got a lot of imps. Flop rolling in here, looking for the leg sweep. Potentially, actually doesn't have it. Just repositioning a little bit here. Potentially looking for the paralyze. Blizzo in trouble. They get the paralyze. Blizzo dropping dangerously low. Remember, Flop has that touch of death execute. If Blizzo drops low, Flop can roll in and end the match here. And it will be Cubsy staying alive. It will be Blizzo staying alive. He did have to pop his enraged regen there. And now Blizzo getting aggressive. There's a bash now onto Cubsy. Big damage coming in here from the Blade Storm. Cubsy getting vortexed back into the middle of the map, but still kiting. There's the counterspell that we talked about onto Flop, and they follow it up with any crowd control. Tessia gets shut down, and it doesn't look like Tessia is going to be able to find any follow-up. It looks like Cubsy will stay alive for another setup here.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep it going now. 30 seconds away from dampening. The classic Cloud9 Mage lock coming back into combat, but here comes Recklessness, Conqueror's Banner, immediate life cocoon once again from Flop. Dragon's Breath, they're trying to cut through it. They shattering throw the life cocoon this time around, breaking that absorption effect, but they don't get chain CC on Flop. Flop knocking Tessia away while he's polymorph with that Ring of Peace. Now Blizzo stunned. Lontar deflects with Iron Bark. Blizzo's going to Fleshcraft to bolster his defense during the combustion and soak that hit. Really good trades from both sides so far as we move into dampening. Cubsy stabilizing with the unending resolve. Lontar wild charging into midfield to Typhoon Cubsy. Like, that was That was a cheeky play by Lone Tar. It's not really going to do too much, but now it's put him in a position where he can get aggressive maybe on flop. He could get punished, and he will. Dragon's Breath into full polymorph. Tessia getting swapped to, blinking back to the pillar, trying to survive. Gets a polymorph onto flop himself. Maybe it's going to be enough to turn it around. Cubsy's going to portal away. Blizzo leaps after him, getting a piercing howl snare up. Massive snare timing here from Blizzo, also getting to line the Tyrant with that heroic leap, but Tessia still hasn't recovered. Blizzo is now getting blasted. Cubsy laying in onto him right now. Rop to knock him away so he can't self-heal. He blade storms through the Ring of Peace to reconnect, to start getting some healing going onto himself as soon as possible. He needs to get that Battle Trance up, assuming he's playing Battle Trance here. Blizzo getting feared, grapple weapon, can't attack while flop is counterspelled. Good usage of the utility there. And then as soon as that counterspell is over, he's going to need to avoid polymorph as we see Lone Tar crossing midfield in tree form, wanting to get aggressive. Wild charges over to Cubsy to get a bash, but no crowd control on the flop means there's not going to be too much value here. Blizzo's in trouble. Lone Tar is interrupted. Lone Tar is getting way too cheeky in this matchup, kind of jumping around and getting aggressive. I think that taking a much more defensive position would be wise for him, as they've traded so much for him to be playing aggressive. He's once again trying to go for a Moonkin form Cyclone. They could swap to him as well with that Moonkin affinity. You're not going to have those frenzy regenerations. Got to be careful. Mana is even, but slightly in favor of flop at this point. Tessia getting blasted down to half HP from Cloud9 as he's trying to pull back towards the pillar. Pops his combustion to scare Cubsy away so Lone Tar can drink. And Cubsy does portal away and respect it, but this means Lone Tar could drink the full mana. He needs to heal Blizzo while drink. Flop rolls over, gets him out of stealth, spinning crane kick, gets a paralyze. Can they connect any damage here? They get a polymorph out of the paralyze. Who are they going to go after? Is it Tessia? Is it Blizzo? Blizzo gets sheeped. He breaks out. Blade Storms, wreck, Conk Banner, massive damage from the Fury Warrior. Cubsy on the run and Soul Shape, line of sighting Blizzo, doing a really good job of not letting him connect during these powerful cooldowns. Flop cycloned at the moment, but with Cubsy's kiting, he should be able to survive this. You see Ursul's Vortex down, trying to pin Cubsy. He baits it, ports away. Blizzo charging forward to reconnect, bash on a Cubsy. Lone Tar getting aggressive, standing near Flop, but he's actually the one who's going to get paralyzed first, as we see a grapple weapon on Blizzo. Spell lock onto his Fleshcraft, trying to keep them at bay. And as this game swings into dampening, I feel like it's still too tough to call who's going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody could take it still. And Cubsy holding on to all of his cooldowns right now. Blizzo getting aggressive and trying to get something going, but he gets Mortal Coiled. And now Shadow Fury coming out from Cubsy here into a full fear onto Lone Tar. Good pressure coming out here from Cloud9, but Blizzo will stabilize himself. Tessia with the combustion right now. Cubsy realizing he's in a lot of danger, and he will be ducking away here from Tessia, trying to make sure that he doesn't have Blizzo and Tessia on him at the same time. But now Blizzo will connect. Here comes the damage. Flop, are you ready? Tessia has the counter spell, and look at his positioning, trying to position between Flop and his target of Cubsy here, making sure that he can't get those heals. But Flop with a nice paralyze rolls away. It continues to heal. Crackling Jade Lightning, he is very worried about that counter spell, but he did fake it out. Blizzo now in a lot of trouble. Blizzo trinketing out here into a disarm, actually not having the best time right now, trying to get some damage going onto Cubsy. And look at all those imps right now. Here comes the Tyrant, and he gets counterspelled on it. Beautifully timed there by Tessia. And now Blizzo feeling a little bit safe here to push in forward. Full Ring of Frost here onto Lone Tar. It will connect. Wealthy Man making some plays. Blizzo, how is he going to stay alive? He doesn't have a trinket right now. If they can connect with a stun, it might be it. Look at Flop. He's ready for the touch of death, but not able to connect it just yet. They do get a stun onto Blizzo, but preemptive Aegis being popped there from Blizzo as he continues to rage on onto Cubsy. Actually swapping to his pet right now. Might be able to take it down. It's super low. Catches a heal. Can they keep it alive? It's in execute range. One more hit should do it. And they do kill the pet there. Tyrant coming out. Cubsy, I do believe, has that Fel Domination, so should be able to resurrect that pet fairly painless. Flop now in a full Ring of Frost. Cubsy with no pet for a second here. Could be in a lot of trouble. Goes for the Hand of Gul'dan, trying to make some counter pressure onto Blizzo, but Blizzo feeling very confident right now, popping all of his cooldowns. Here's the Conk Banner, but he gets coiled on it. He's in a lot of trouble here. Can they roll in for the touch of death? And Flop gets the touch of death. They clean it up here. Cloud9 with the home advantage will be taking game number 1 upstage.
I feel like they took that game pretty convincingly. I don't think they really had any overlaps on the side of, defensively on Cloud9. It seemed like they had a pretty set strategy going on throughout the game. They hit the Warrior for most of it, hit Blizzo for most of it. I do like what they started doing mid-game. They kind of adapted and started putting more pressure onto Tessia when he pushed in and started rotating Sheeps and Fears onto whoever they weren't hitting. So they decided to stay with Blizzo in deep dampening, and I definitely think that was the right strategy call. Try to, relieve some pressure, slow down the game, get some pressure on whoever's pushing in, rotate your sheeps on the DPS, and once dampening starts kicking in, it seemed like Blizzo just fell. He didn't really have enough healing through it, and on top of that, I think if Blizzo somehow miraculously survived there through dampening, Lone Star was 20% mana at the end of the game, so Cloud9 seemed pretty stable in majority of this game, I would say.
It was a really good performance on their part. Perhaps like earlier on, like you can see it on the graph, right? Look at the damage meter, the yellow line of CGN Esports spiking way higher than Cloud9. But then they just got crowd controlled, and you can see that yellow line getting pulled down and down and down and down until it was evened out with a really good crowd control chain at the end of the game. Blizzo got clotheslined on his offensive push and completely destroyed there. So really good coordination. Cubsy did a phenomenal job. Like Blizzo, I feel like we could safely give him title of like best warrior in the world. Definitely like up. I feel safe saying like he's best warrior in the world. So as a warlock, having the best warrior in the world, and this is like your first year of competitive play and tournament on warlock, and you do this good of a job of avoiding him, it was very impressive from Cubsy. And this was earlier on in the game, I believe, where Blizzo got so close to going down, but they get his Aegis, which is an important cooldown. You can see Blizzo's trying to pre-Bladestorm stuns, and Cubsy is patient. He's not panicking. He's not throwing those stuns into the Bladestorm when they're immune. It's really making it tough for Blizzo to connect. This is where they went for the kill on the pet, but then Cubsy just slips around the corner, I think, and gets the Feldom out, resummoning his pet quite rapidly. Yeah, with the Felguard, he's going to have to go behind the pillar. Gets a Tyrant out, and while that Tyrant is out, you need to be afraid. We need to see like some defensive CC on this Tyrant, some avoidance of it, but I think it does ultimately move into the middle of the map. And then Blizzo's like, well, I've got Conk. I want to go for the Conk banner right now, but the Tyrant's still out, so I make the push, and he makes the push while the Tyrant is out. Big mistake. Combustion comes off cooldown. He's coiled, and Tyrant combustion. Yeah, you're dead with an axe toss onto Lone Star. So really good crowd control, positioning, baiting Blizzo into the middle of the map during that time with the Tyrant was also very important. If they'd made the push while Cubsy was still at the pillar, it would have been able to win the game. So phenomenal cutting on Cloud9's part, but we're going to Hook Point, which makes me think maybe you change comp on Hook Point. Just because of the map. I don't know what cleave would be the best for them, though. I almost want to see them outlaw RMP. Some outlaw rogue comp on a small map.
RMP cleave.
Yeah.
Oh,
RMP is everything nowadays. Huh? Oh, are you watching?
Look, oh, yeah.
He made the jump.
Yeah, he made it. Look at him sneak away.
Yeah, I left my door open this time. You might see some guests, some extra guests.
Is that the cat that needs fresh water every day?
Was that the Bengal? I think it was the Bengal. Was it a leopard-looking cat?
Yeah, it was the leopard-looking cat.
Yeah, you know, she's just crazy. She just runs around the whole time. She does not demand water, so she's sweet in that aspect.
Oh, Flop's actually changing. Holy Priest.
Okay. I kind of like that on a small map. I think that's a good choice. I feel like small map, you can go the monk. The biggest weakness of the monk is being able to, actually touch him, and once he runs out of mobility, he chi torpedoes away and chi torpedoes back and ports. But once he doesn't have that, there's a 30-second downtime where he can't do much. So if you're on a small map, I feel like being on the Mistweaver is a bit of a liability. So I'm glad to see them change. I really would want to see CGN, since they pick a small map, just play a cleave. They're not going to play Restless Shaman. I would hope for a Shaman TSG, but Druid TSG is also fine. I will take that as a counter comp. But I think the TSG would be good here as well, especially since there is no Mistweaver, so there is no disarm, because the disarm against Blizzo last game seemed to be pretty effective in a lot of shutting down their pressure. So hopefully for the TSG here.
Yeah, I kind of agree. TSG from CGN. We'll see what they decide to go in terms of heal. They could play a mirror as well, but it's on their own map pick. Like it's on their home field advantage. Do they want to play a mirror and risk throwing that away?
You Pride. Who's the better mage lock?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
There's your answer.
Oh. Okay. Everyone plays too many classes, man. I was thinking TSG, of course, swaps you on the enhance. Okay, Turbo's a good selection too, I feel like. Small map, melee cleave is normally pretty good against this, so.
Are we expecting them to run down the lock?
I'm thinking lock, maybe hit closest wizard if mage pushes in. They could cleave pet a lot as well with this comp, so we'll see how it goes. I feel like Cubsy did pretty well the last time he fought against the turbo cleave, so he seems to be pretty experienced against the melee.
feel like it's different with Fire. I feel like the Frost matchup is like running down the mage and never letting him cast as Frost, but as Fire, you don't really accomplish that. So maybe just ignore the Fire mage and just go Warlock the whole game. Try and save grounding for combustions. Just use a trinket every combustion, run down the Warlock. You can also kill the Tyrant as Turbo. I feel like that's a decent option. You can just pummel it, turn to it, and kill the Tyrant, and then you don't even have to worry about it. And then just trade trinkets for combust, kill Tyrants, stay on Warlock. Small map, going to be really tough for him to connect. Lontar's playing Resto Druid still, so he'll have Ursul's Vortex constantly. Cubsy's got to be aware of, pulling him back in. He did a good job in game 1 of being aware of it, but now there's a lot more pressure. It's not a Fire Mage, it's going to be the sustained damage of an Enhancement Shaman. So it's not just going to be these spike moments where he needs to kite. He's going to have to be moving around the map basically the whole time. Yeah, this is kind of a different matchup because the Fire Mage as opposed to a Frost Mage. So interested to see how this plays out. I would have given it to the Turbo on this map, for Frost on this map, but I think Fire might have some possibility.
Yeah. Oh well. Fire. I think. Yeah. Just ignore Wealthy Man. Is the move here, and just try to get as much pressure on Cubsy as possible. And to what Abster was talking about earlier, where he was saying that Cubsy had he performed very well into these cleaves with his positioning and things like that. I completely agree. I think Cubsy, one of the things that he was so good at on his Druid was just knowing when to cross the map, when to go for drinks, and just in general playing the map. And I think he kept a lot of that on his Warlock. So his positioning just seemed fantastic. Even in game number 1, when he was soul shaping and Blizzo had his, all of his cooldowns active, and he was just landing him with the soul shape, never really letting him connect when it would be too scary. Of course, that's a lot easier to do on Nagrand compared to Hook Point, and it's also going to be a little bit of a different matchup here, but I do think Cubsy has what it takes to stay alive. Now for CGN, I think that the matchup is good for them. They'll have a lot of pressure and that they can probably win the game anyway, but I do believe that the Resto Druid, if he doesn't get those drinks on Hook Point, which can be hard to do, he could fall behind as well. So I wouldn't say it's impossible for Cloud9 to win this one, but I would give an advantage to CGN for sure, especially when you factor in the ping and the small map as well.
Yeah, CGN has ping advantage, correct? So
yeah,
that'll be a big deal. Melee cleaves without the ping, pretty rough to stay on target. So I'm thinking CGN definitely. I would agree with that. Has a slight advantage here. They just have to worry about mana. They have to worry about swapping on HOTS, and I feel like it's very interesting to see him play Fire, because it doesn't seem like Fire can do much when your Warlock gets trained into something like this. You're kind of just sitting there spamming out Fireball, trying to get Combust back, but I feel like it doesn't create enough pressure to kind of get the melee off here. So I guess we'll see if Fire is kind of a mistake on this small map in this matchup. I feel like Frost will still be rough on a small matchup into something like Turbo, but I'm not sure if Fire will be able to create enough pressure to have Cubsy have some breathing room.
When I played last season, I played with a Fire Mage as a Wizard Cleave with a Moonkin, and he actually played Necro. So he'd be more of a threat, Necro Fire Mage. I doubt Wealthy Man does that, because it was really non-standard, but in a Wizard Cleave specifically, it made him a lot more threatening. He could just destroy someone the same way a Frost Mage would during the Deathborn, so might be an option, but I kind of doubt it. I'm also wondering if comp picks on game 1 was influenced by ping, because I feel like Swapsy plays some really ping-dependent classes. Like DK is all about timing grips, timing kicks. Like you got to be really precise, grounding, wind shear, right? Whereas with the Fire Mage, it's like maybe it's a little bit ping differential for landing a counter spell or something like that. But I feel like Deathbite and the Shaman with short cooldown interrupts, where you constantly got to be dropping something and trying to see something coming. That's a bit tougher to call. So moving forward, I wonder if Swapsy will be flipping in and out if they win this game here. If they don't win this game here, then they're going to be in a really tough spot, because Cloud9 still has other comps they could flex to if they find a solution, and they're going to be playing at ping disadvantage for the rest of the series. So they cannot afford to lose this game here on Hook Point if they want to avoid that situation and circumstance, as we get the players up and running here as soon as possible. I kind of wonder why Lontar has switched so much to the Druid instead of the Priest. I feel like we saw so much Holy Priest from him, like Holy Priest Turbo, but now he's just been playing Druid in all of his comps.
I think it's mostly in the cleaves. where he's been favoring the Druid. And I mean, the Warrior Mage, they played it with the Druid at the very start anyway, when they were still LF Org. But yeah, I think the rest of Druid, healing the Cleaves, it's been working out good for them. Get that Vortex for extra uptime. They've been setting up some kills as well with like Bash and Roar. And yeah, it seems to be working out well for them. Maybe it's a comfort thing as well, because I do believe that Lontar has actually put in a lot of time, well, initially on his Shaman, which is his main, but also on his Druid. So maybe Lontar is just more comfortable on that Resto Druid as well. Either way, we got game number 2 here, and you can see up top, away means that Cloud9 will be playing with the ping. Home means that CGN are playing on home turf in Europe, so their ping is normal. And we're going to see here Blizzo making his way to KAWHI. So it will be KAWHI that will be the target here. Swapsy trying to get over there as well. But Wealthy Man, as always, playing that defense. Here's the Tyrant being summoned by KAWHI. He fake casts a kick and he gets wind sheared actually. Already a lot of pressure coming out here, forcing out the Guardian Spirit, forcing out the Ray of Hope as well. And beautiful Vortex there on the Demonic teleport from KAWHI. He's still stuck in midfield here with Blizzo all over him with cooldowns up. Necro Banner doing a lot of work here. Swapsy, though, taking some damage in that Axtos, will use his trinket there with that Eternal Aegis. And now, again, it's got to be KAWHI here on the back foot. Flop already burning through a significant amount of mana. Finally, some pressure there onto Blizzo. But that was also, Wealthy Man popping his combustion and really trying to get as much counter pressure as possible. There's the double roar. And can they chain it with anything? Doesn't look like it. KAWHI will be escaping here. And so far, a little bit of a mana lead for CGN, but really no big cooldowns forced on either side.
See who's going to make the first big push. Blizzo's got Recklessness procced here into a Bladestorm. I think he Bladestormed and immune some CC there. His Spell Reflect he could chain into as well. Lontar looks like he may have been drinking during all of that. He has to make sure he maintains his mana. Decent cleave damage onto Blizzo and Swapsy. That Ring of Fire getting some real big value. Blizzo Mortal Coiled away. Lontar going to Iron Bark that. And hopefully Swapsy can pick up some healing surges here in the downtime. That Iron Bark's not looking entirely stable. KAWHI down to half as well. Blizzo finally gets topped off. Lontar counterspelled for a moment. But Swapsy's in the fight, getting some healing surges. Blizzo goes for Fleshcraft. We see Flop resetting defensives, getting some mana back on the symbols. Both healers fully aware that mana could be a problem here. Not even 2 minutes into the game, making sure that they're prepared for the late game. Lontar getting polymorphed. This could be a big opportunity for Cloud9 to get some damage or a cooldown. Swapsy uses Chain Harvest. Flop deflects with Ray of Hope as well as Guardian Spirit. He needs to make sure that Ray is positive, and it looks like he will be able to. Had to use the Fey Guardians, though, as well. Now the Conch Banner's coming off cooldown. There's no Fey Guardians, there's no Guardian Spirit, there's no Ray of Hope. This could be a really big push from Blizzo. Lontar needs to work together and get an Ursul's Vortex, maybe a Cyclone onto the healer. He's sneaking up on Flop, gets a double in cap. Wealthy Man blocks the in cap to go for a Dragon's Breath Sheep to turn it around on Blizzo. Really aggressive plays, but it looks like the Polymorph got grounded by Swapsy. Not able to get that CC chain. I do wonder if they can punish Wealthy Man, but they're going after KAWHI still. Ursul's Vortex, he soul shapes away. Blizzo's chasing him down, gets Frost Nova, instantly dispelled. Actually, Blood Rages out of it. KAWHI's trying to gate, but Blizzo is all over him. Flop crowd controlled for a moment. Is he going to be able to escape? He's locked in the static field totem, but Blizzo's just polymorphed, trying to reconnect. He gets dispelled into a Dragon's Breath, and KAWHI manages to survive that Conch Banner without Guardian Spirit and without Ray of Hope. They're in a decent position. Mana slightly in favor to Lontar from that drink, but I do think that Druid will run out fast at a faster rate if he's not constantly drinking.
Yep, and KAWHI right now dropping quite low, though. Can they finish him? Flop needs to get some work done here. He's got Guardian in exactly 3 seconds. He gets wind sheared. Swapsy looking to dig in deep here with the damage, getting KAWHI to about 50%. KAWHI is going to teleport behind the pillar, trying to line of sight here. And Blizzo actually going to be taking a lot of damage here. He needs to be careful. Does get the Cenarion Ward, catches some big heals from Lontar, and Blizzo looks like he's going to be fine as well with that Eternal Aegis. KAWHI here getting blasted, and once again, Flop has to trade out big cooldowns to keep him alive with that Ray of Hope, with that Guardian. As soon as it basically come off cooldown, he has to use it. Flop sitting down for a drink. Look at Lontar, though, realizing that he needs to shut this down immediately. He will go get over there, make sure that Flop stays in combat there. And Flop actually sitting down for a drink and baits Lontar into fear range. He gets a full fear. Ring of Frost as well by Wealthy Man. Rune of Power. Big damage potential here onto Blizzo and Swapsy. And it looks like Swapsy is going to be the target of choice, but not taking too much damage. Tyrant gets stopped. Can they get it out? They do get the Tyrant here. Swapsy Swapsy gets mind controlled by Flop. Excellently done. He positioned him behind the pillar here, and that Iron Bark is fading onto Swapsy, as well as that Eternal Aegis, and they're blasting Blizzle with the Tyrant. Now the Tyrant going after Swapsy again. Big damage coming out here with the Ring of Fire from Wealthy Man. Both these melees on the side of CGN are absolutely burning down, and here's the combustion, and that is all it takes, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 moved to match point after an insane setup. That mind control from Flop was chef's kiss, and of course Wealthy Man always ready to pop off with the combustion when his team needs him to.
Wealthy Man just proving everyone wrong about Fire Mage. I certainly didn't think he'd be able to have that much pressure throughout the game, but seems like with the Ring of Fire and the combust at the end, just kind of deleted Swapsy. He was so close to living too. He had Astral Shift, he had Grounding Totem right out of the pet stun. But interesting, the Knife A Fire Mage still created so much pressure. I guess you're getting combust back extremely quick, and Wealthy Man kept up on the damage too, out damaging the in-hand Shaman actually. So all right, I'll sit down on that one.
Yeah, I hesitated a bit. I said, like, this matchup doesn't happen very much with Fire. Like, Fire could actually be the difference. Like, I wasn't 100%. You guys were 100% sold on it being bad. I wasn't 100%. I was like, this might be different. They might not be ready for it because it's actually different than the normal Frost Mage lock. And they won on their map pick, which means now it's ping disadvantage for like 2 games in a row. Like, oh man, you don't have this small map. I think they're wizard mirroring. I think this is gonna have to be a wizard mirror. We're going to settle this. Just, wizard versus wizard. Pick up your wands, I think, for the rest of the series. Who's the greatest wizard of them all? And you know what? If Cloud9 wins here, that means there's 3 NA teams in the upper bracket. Only 1 EU. Just saying. And just look at this setup towards the end of the game. This was earlier on, I think, where Cubsy was getting pressured. The recklessness. Ray of Hope comes in from Flop. Really good saves. And then they get this crowd control chain onto Lone Tar. They go after Swaps. They get an axe tossed. And maybe he got greedy. Like, he could wall. He doesn't want to because it's no combust. Then he gets spell locked. Lone Tar comes out of CC. He Iron Barks. But they rely on Iron Bark. He gets mind controlled and pulled behind the pillar out of line of Lone Tar. Lone Tar tries to jump over to him to help him out. But he missed his in cap. And then he gets Mortal Cold away. Blizzle gets DB'd. Lone Tar procs Tree. I'm really surprised they're able to kill him here. But maybe just gets a little bit too greedy. That combustion sneaks through just at the last second. It comes off cooldown right now. He's at half health. He gets stunned, double fell guard, bust, and just gets blasted out before. And it looks like his wall either came out really late or just wasn't enough. So insane damage from Cloud9 here. Really unexpected for sure, at least to say, with that composition and the map selected by CGN. But now moving into match point. Come on, I want one wizard war, okay? Just who's the greatest wizard cleave of them all? Like SES Swapsy, Warlock Mage into Cloud9. Huh?
Mage Lock Mirror?
Yeah, Mage Lock Mirror. Wizard Mirror. Oh, maybe they do an Ellie. They don't have the Ellie lock though. You have to like Ellie. That's not gonna. There's no way. It's gotta be Mage Lock Mirror. 100%. Come on, Swapsy. Come on, make it happen. Pick a big man. Pick Empyrean. Let's go. SES Fire Mage. Your demo. Cloud9 probably back down though. They probably don't even mirror. They probably have something else that just farms that. What would farm that? Windwalker DK maybe with a Fire Mage.
Well, Cloud9 is looking blind anyway. So
yeah,
for Cloud9,
that's true.
What is their blind pick? I mean, it's the same as last game probably, right?
Yeah, I think it's the same.
I think the same thing. Maybe if it's a big map, play Mistweaver. That's about it.
Yeah. So for CGN, it's really up to them. Do they want a mirror? Do they think they have a better option? Setting up a small map. There's still a couple available. Dalaran. They could go to Blackrook, which they have picked it in the past as well. Blade's Edge is a map that CGN usually likes to pick. So could be another small map and another cleave, or if we see maybe a medium size or a large map. Okay, we're going to Dalaran, so it's probably going to be another cleave. I'm surprised we haven't seen the DK Warrior at all. Like, it looked so good for them last week, but maybe it's just a bad matchup against Cloud9.
I'm not sure. I feel like the DK definitely survives for quite a while. Spell warding is kind of hard to hit him, so you rely a lot less on the Druid being able to pre-hot you on the swaps, because in-hand Shaman you would think would be good, but in-hand Shaman kind of just dies. He gets stunned, and there isn't much he can do. He already chain harvested it at the end of the game, so Death Knight seems to be a bit more stable in this matchup, especially on a smaller map. It'll be really easy to get grips. It'll be really easy to kind of get full damage on your A-bomb limb. So I thought the Turbo would do a lot better, but I can't help but think that maybe they made a mistake on not hitting the mage. And I think also there was a point where Melty Man actually blocked to get CC, and they just didn't even touch him. They kind of let him chase around Lone Tower a bit, and I can't help but think that maybe that was a bit of a mistake. Maybe try to pressure the mage more so that he can just stand on top of your healer, because they were getting nothing done by going Cubsy. They were just stacking Guardians, stacking the Fey Guardians, stacking Guardian Spirit and Ray of Hope all at once to shut down the big Necro banner push. And outside of that, their pressure seemed really lackluster. So, Priest again. So I would hope that if they did play Turbo again, I would really love to see them swap more onto the mage, whoever's pushing in. Kind of go closest Wizard, especially if you're getting CDs on one person. If you get Guardian Spirit and Ray of Hope on one person, the mage is right there. You know, he's on top of your healer. He's kind of free to swap. So if we see Turbo again, I definitely would love to see mage swaps. If we see something else, hopefully it's TSG, because the Druid the Druid TSG looked really good from them last week and really solid. So that's what I'm hoping for CGN.
They're just writing off the last game, and they're going to do Turbo again. Like, they could have walled sooner. They could have responded faster. In that situation, they just kind of got chipped away at, and then suddenly I was like, oh, can't recover now from that point. Kind of slipped at the end. But I don't know if the cleave will work on big maps, especially if Flop goes Mistweaver on those big maps. Just dismantling the warrior every time. Setting up the Ring of Pieces as well to get distance so the Tyrant can free cast, getting double leg sweeps. Cubsy can use his stun on the healer. Like, I don't know if it'll be too good. Surprisingly, Mistweaver, it could be effective here for Cloud9 into a team like CGN Esports. Flop's the only healer, I think. Is there anybody else so far in the top 4 of each region that even tried it? I don't think so. So if Flop can manage to make it through this tournament, win the tournament, be the only healer to play Mistweaver, maybe wants to try and get that title. CGN Esports taking their time, though, not instantly locking in Turbo, so maybe considering their other options. But I feel like it's more like strat. It's more like, okay, we don't fight Fire Mage. Who should have trinketed there? Should you have Iron Bark? They're going to bring Lone Tower
Holy Priest.
This makes more sense to me. I feel like the throughput of the Priest, the Druid, he's swapping targets. The Druid's like falling behind. He's running out of mana, has to drink the whole game. It looks really annoying for the Druid to heal specifically. So bringing in the Priest, not going to have to worry about drinking. Get an extra stun so that you're not getting CC'd on your go. You can throw out maybe Chastise Mind Control on the Mage if you're chasing the lock. Just take the Mage out of the game more as the Priest. It's going to be a safer healer overall.
Well, I think it's nice as well. Well, there's several things, right? Obviously, in that last game, you're just going to have a hard stop. Like, somebody's dying, you can just Guardian him or Ray of Hope, and that person most likely will be fine. That's one thing. And then the other thing as well is that if Lontar goes Night Fae, he's going to be able to reset swaps his cooldowns as well. And I think that's something that they've been doing in the past is Swapsy, for example, in that last game was kind of greedy there with his Astral Shift. We've kind of pointed out during the replay. There was no combustion popped yet, but he wasn't around the 50% mark out of that MC, so he could have pre-walled. I think in a game where he's playing with a Night Fae Priest, he's a lot more likely to make a trade like that because he's going to be able to get it back. But at the same time, how does Cloud9's win condition change your Upsurge?
I think a lot of it is going to be just kind of have to deal with the same thing. You definitely have to watch purges, though. Rebuffing is going to be a big factor. I think double purge here is going to be pretty crucial, and I feel like there might be a strategy swap as well. Double purge going on the mage is going to be a lot more viable of a strategy, so definitely have to look out for Wealthy Man. Make sure you're always taking advantage of the low blink cooldown, being able to grip him away. I feel like, let's see, the Priest still has the stun, so they still have a lot of setup on the Shaman. I think a lot of it just kind of stays the same. You just have to kind of worry about the mage a bit more, I would say, because what I'm thinking is double purge, you're going to go to the mage. So I think C9, as long as they can protect that, they'll be fine. I think everything else kind of relatively stays the same. If they go Warlock, they just have to kind of be ready for the grips and the ports, and that's about it.
All right, okay. Match point here. Cloud9 just need one more win to advance against CGN Esports. We have 3 teams in the top 4 of this regional tournament between EU and NA. Was already stunned up on his cooldowns, trying to connect with the Conqueror's banners. Cubsy going to be able to escape. He soul shades Blizzo and Hot Pursuit, chasing him down. Lone Tar gripping Swapsy to reconnect. Cubsy blinks again. He gets stunned again. He's getting chopped up by CGN Esports. Flop makes a big trade here with the Ray of Hope and Guardian Spirit, but he's getting cleaved by the Blade Storm. Triple pressure output by CGN, forcing Flop's hand because he has to pop Apotheosis as well to get more healing, some extra Serenity charges, keep his team alive and support them through this initial assault. That was an all-in. They got the Conch Banner, they got the Chain Harvest. Now they're just trying to get control and turn it around before they get aggressive. I'm curious to see what their setups look like here. Is it going to be a Chastised Fear on Flop, or is it going to be a Chastised Mind Control on Wealthy Man? Where's the Axe Toss going? It looks like Axe Toss on Swapsy, Polymorph on the Lone Tar. Swapsy, he's line of sighting at the waterfall, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to connect too much damage. Fortunate timing there. Manages to get a Hex on Wealthy Man. Super effective strategy to Hex the Mage when there's no one else on the team that can curse it. Not be able to reset his combustion as effectively, or polymorph your attacks. You see an aggressive Chain Harvest here onto Cubsy. Swapsy trying to keep Cubsy on the back foot. Cubsy getting feared behind the pillar, ports back to his team, getting into a better position. Blizz is going to leap after him. Swapsy slowly but surely making his way across midfield. I love those mirror images placed by Wealthy Man, snaring Swapsy after that portal, really stopping him from reconnecting. Blizzo intervenes back to Swapsy, giving him some damage reduction, trying to buy time for the combustion here. Lone Tar isn't CC'd, so Guardian Spirit going to be enough. They're just going to polymorph Swapsy, switch targets off the Guardian Spirit, try and min-max their crowd control as well as their cooldown pressure, but Flop's mana is already at half. Cubsy's getting smacked. Chastised stun on a Flop. Flop's on the run. Polymorph on a Wealthy Man gets spell reflected. He ice blocks out of a reflected polymorph. I do wonder if CGN Esports can get a punish on this at some point.
Yeah, Wealthy Man definitely playing a risky game right now. Cubsy still with a lot of cooldowns left. And like you mentioned, Sid, Flop's mana is kind of the timer right now for Cloud9. He's going to pop those Fey Guardians. He's going to pop the Ray of Hope. And that will be enough defense. Cubsy here using the Fel Domination there as well. Getting a new pet as Blizzo has been cleaving it down. And here comes Blizzo, Power Infusioned up and ready to go with the Conqueror's Banner. Cubsy realizing he is in very, very dangerous, sketchy waters. And he will be trading out that Unending Resolve. Now Blizzo still manages to make his way back on target here, catches Cubsy to about 50% HP. Still a lot of damage coming out here. Tyrant though is out and ready to blast Swapsy here. Swapsy though with the Grounding Totem, Wind Shear onto Flop, reflected Polymorph onto Wealthy Man, and Cubsy still taking some damage. He's gonna summon a new pet. He doesn't have a Fel Domination for this one. Can they stop it? Oh, the Nova, the Mind Control onto Blizzo. Beautiful teamwork there from Cloud9 to get that pet back, but still mana is not looking good for Cloud9. They need to get some big pressure, get Swapsy and Blizzo out of midfield, and that will be Flop's opportunity to drink, because if the game continues to go like this, I don't know how they're going to stay alive right now. There's so much pressure coming out from CGN Esports here as they continue to try to take down that Felguard from Cubsy, and he manages to keep it alive there. Nice health funnel coming out there from Cubsy, some heals from Flop as well, but again, it's taxing his mana absolutely heavily. Cubsy right now in the soul shape. Flop realizes he's going to have to come back and heal. Guardian Spirit and a heal cast coming out here onto Cubsy. He catches another heal there, but I don't think Flop has much left in the tank here. The only thing that they can do to stay alive is that combustion coming up in 50 seconds for Wealthy Man. They need to get a Tyrant. They need to get some kind of pressure here, or they're just going to run over them. He gets a new pet out. Ray of Hope is active on Cubsy, but it might be negative. Flop gets mind controlled on it. Big damage coming out, but it is a lay on hands Ray of Hope, but still Cloud9 with no mana left, with no trinket on Flop. How are they going to win this one, Sid?
Conch Banner comes up in 10 seconds here. Can they take out Blizzo before that Conqueror's Banner? 2 more seconds away from it. Swapsy's Chain Harvest coming off cooldown rapidly. Ring of Frost on Lone Tar. He breaks free. Greater Fades trying to keep his team aggressive here during the Conch Banner and close it up, but he's intercepted by a Dragon's Breath from Wealthy Man. Cubsy ports out of line of sight. They reconnect. He gets gripped away, but he's chastised. Blizzo leaps over to go for the kill. They do not want to be getting 3-0'd by Cloud9. Massive damage, overwhelming and swarming. Cubsy Flops sheared into a polymorph. Is he going to go down? Cubsy gets blasted out. CGN Esports are back in Game 3.
CGN came back with that Holy Priest pick. You were right about that. The Druid was too defensive for them, and Holy Priest comes in, and it seemed like Cloud9 got no pressure this game whatsoever. They had a few different goes with the Combust. They had a few different setups with the Tyrant, but Holy Priest healing really came through there for CGN this game. It seemed like they could just kind of hold W a lot more and just kind of run down Cubsy, when the previous game we saw that they had to play a bit more defensive, try to, be a little bit more scared, be a bit more cautious. But this game they just just completely all in Cubsy. And I think was Blizzo playing the Warbringer double time as well, because he was doing immense damage with every charge. So I feel like he was.
Yeah, Blizz was playing Warbringer. Yeah, I think Blizzo in general, it's exactly what you said. In that first game, him and Swapsy, with that Druid healing them, they couldn't go full Zug. They always had to duck back. They weren't feeling 100% safe. And that's really what you need. You need something with a hard stop that just allows you to continue to pressure and pressure and pressure. If you have to go back as the melee cleave, that's when the wizards are going to get their reset. Their healer's going to be able to drink. Your healer won't be able to drink. And that's when the wizards can kind of slowly choke you out of the game. But in this case, Flop could never get away, he could never drink, and he had to constantly heal. I mean, just look at this pressure coming out here. CG and Esports, look at that yellow line at the top here. You can see the DPS just immediately at the start of the game, just spiking up to 30 plus. And throughout the game, you know, you have to deal with those spikes. And it is a lot of the time those war banners coming out, or the Necrolord banner, sorry, coming out from Blizzo, doing a lot of devastation here. And we're going to see here in the replay, this is fairly late in the match. Fey Guardians coming in here on Cubsy. Swapsy getting into the thick of things. And Blizz, of course, there as well to back him up. Ray of Hope gets traded. Flop gets mind controlled. Very nice mind control there by Lontar. Lontar still has about 30% or so mana left to work with. Flop completely tapped at this point. And, you know, Blizzo pops Enraged Regen just to continue to stay aggressive. And Lontar pops the Apotheosis. Everybody is just staying in, basically, no matter what is happening here. Cloud9 can't seem to force these melees off of Cubsy. And that's what we were talking about as well with the Fire Mage. You just don't have that same kind of casted damage as, let's say, a Necrolord Frost Mage would have. And that would also be a way to kind of force these melees off of Cubsy, but they just don't have the damage, and they don't have the CC or the mana. They just don't have enough pressure to get those melees away from Cubsy. And if they get to sit on Cubsy for, you know, 3-4 minutes like that, Flop just will go every single time.
What comp are we seeing with a blind lock turbo? Is it mage lock still?
Well, it's going to be a big map, so I think they're in a really rough spot here. I'm thinking Empyrean or Maldraxxus, and yep, Empyrean it is. Oh, you never want to be in this position. You're down 2-1. You finally get a game off, and you're right on match point. But the big map comes in against the melee cleave, so I don't really know. I think the turbo strategy definitely looked good, but I don't think they'll be able to have the same success on a map like Empyrean with Cubsy being able to get a lot more distance, because on Dalaran, every time he ported or soul shaped with the double time that Blizzo is playing, he got on top of him almost immediately. And Lontar did a really good job of that game as well. He had a few offensive grips where he's standing right on the box right when Cubsy ports, and right when he ports, you grip Swapsy, you grip Lontar, and they still have full uptime. So I do not want to be CGN right now. This is a rough spot to be in. I think maybe you'll get your wizard mirror. Maybe that's what will happen.
I want to see it once, man, to decide like who's the better wizard of EU and NA. Cloud9's mage lock, CGN Esports mage lock. Like, I feel like that could be a really exciting game, even if it only happened once in the series. But I feel like they're gonna blind lock Priest Turbo just because that's been like a main comp for them qualifying up until the grand finals of EU. Like, it's a comp that they were really good at. So they're going to stay with the comp that is their best performer here. Now, Cloud9, like, you got so many options. You could do a Mistweaver if you want. So you could get a Disarm, better mana. That was the main problem for Flop, is he oomed. So Mistweaver on this map, really easy to drink, really easy to rop, really easy to port away. I think Ring of Peace is way better for utility with a Mage Lock. Like, just getting a knock that Swap can't run through and getting a Tyrant out. So, yeah, Cubsy's going to be going, or Flop's going to be going on a Mistweaver. This should
Frost
be the...
Mage.
And a Frost Mage. All right, so big map, Frost Mage, Mistweaver. This should be literally hell for a melee cleave to try and walk through. Like, they're walking. This is like one of those stories that your grandparents told you about walking uphill through the snow both ways. Like, this is CGN Esports right now against Cloud9. You got to play against ping. You got to play with 300. Back in my day, I had to play with 300 ping, fighting Frost Mage snares uphill, getting disarmed by a monk. Like, this should be really tough for CGN Esports.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we were hitting on, right? We were talking about Flop's mana when we were talking about the lack of kind of casted damage pressure. And I mean, they have an answer for both of those things, and they have a better map. So CGN Esports finding themselves on match point. And I mean, Europe, what's going on today, guys? Is this just going to be KUNGARNA versus NA, or like what's happening here? Can we step it up a little bit, guys? I mean, come on. NA's third seed beat EU's second seed. Why can't you guys do the same here?
You're gonna get outnumbered, man. Outnumbered in the upper bracket, outnumbered on the caster desk. Like, you just
Oh no,
today, I think
it's rough.
There's still
Adrian
faith in CGN. I wouldn't say there's much faith, but there's still faith. This matchup, this map, the faith is definitely a bit low, but I think it's still there. I think it's gonna be. I'm curious to see what they do. Are they gonna just kind of decide to play full Zug again, like you said, or are they gonna do a nice hit and run strategy that we see against Demo Frostmage all the time? They're gonna run in. If he presses Veins, you run back away. If they press Tyrant, you run away. But I can't help but think that that'll be a losing matchup regardless if they play like that. But I feel like if you do decide to stay out against Wealthy Man playing Frost this game, I give it 20 seconds before they die if they decide to full Zug this game. I don't know if you'll be able to survive enough. I think the full Zug strategy is going to be really rough, especially with a Mistweaver because of the disarm and the ROP.
I think it depends. Yeah. I think you can do an all-in strat as Turbo if you go Frost Mage and you trade defensive cooldowns to stay on the Frost Mage. You can actually just get it to a point where they can't move and they die, but you risk, like, if it doesn't work, you're going to lose really fast. But it can actually be the most effective strat. But I haven't seen Mistweaver. So having Ring of Peace to block off them while they're chasing down the Mage could be one of the main differentiating factors here. I feel like a lot of Mage locks on ladder are playing with Priest. Just not able to avoid that kind of assault from a Turbo. So what line of play are they going to make? I'd say Swapsy's team historically would be more defensive, but that is an option that can be super effective. I almost feel like we're missing Ben on the desk for this series. Like, we haven't seen Mage Lock in so long, and then the series we get it, he's not here.
Yeah, this is his dream.
Like I would like his insight here into what the best strat would be for CGN Esports. But right now, I think those are the two options. Either do what Abster's is saying, hit and run, or you go all in on the Mage and you just trade defensives to stay on the Mage and run him over. But it's match point. You're playing with ping deficit. Like, do you really want to take that risk all in? We got the Toothpick Pillars of Empyrean Domain. You're going to have Wakubzu on the left side, Wealthy Man on the right, just laser pointing onto you at the pillar. Like, this is going to be tough for CGN Esports. Can they claw their way back and make it a tied ball game in the upper bracket with 2 EU teams and 2 NA teams? Or is it going to be almost all NA?
All right, let's see it. Cloud9 on match point right now, and Blizzo already feeling that Mistweaver, and they're going to go after Wealthy Man here actually as their target. He gets stuck in that static totem. Swapsy with a big chain harvest. They do get some crowd control here onto Flop. Chastise into full fear. Blizzard's all over. Wealthy Man, Deathborn gets casted out, but Flop, I think he IQD'd there actually. Oh no, he trinketed. I'm so used to seeing IQD these days that I don't even look for the trinket, but he does trinket out of that, and it connects with the life cocoon. Now Lontard put in a paralyze into a sheep. Ooh. Double leg sweep on the Swapsies. He's for the trinket. He's getting blasted, and that is it. What an insane setup. Look at Wealthy Man dropping the wall there as well for good measure. Cloud9 just absolutely decimated here in game number one. Game number 1 and game number 4 in less than a minute.
So fast it feels like it wasn't.
I just want to say that finally I got something right on the caster desk. I said 20 seconds or so. If you're going to stay in full Zug, it's not going to work out. Yep. And yeah, they go down extremely fast. I think they got the DR Shadow Fury on Swapsy there at the end too, and all their pressure just got shut down so quickly with the Mistweaver. They ropped in, they pressed disarm, they got revival early, and then right when C9 wanted to go and kind of counter pressure, they pressed Life Cocoon, and Life Cocoon is what, 110,000 shield? You're not going to break through that. And wow, that was close. I said it was a 54-second game, but if you count, the downtime a little bit, 20 seconds was close.
Look at the damage. What? 70k DPS. That's got to be a record, right?
I think 65k was the previous record. I think Chun-Li's team had it. The CGN Esports hitting a 70k DPS point here. Surprised they didn't kill somebody with that, but I would guess Flop's healing. Flop's healing spiked at that same moment as well. So he's lining up the cooldowns perfectly, and yeah, netted a kill. I feel like they were maybe too greedy. Like when you do that on the mage, like you have to almost like preemptively chain your cooldowns together. I think that they just got a little bit too comfortable. So what exactly happened to Lone Tar that allowed them to just completely destroy Swapsy?
I think he got Pet Sun sheeped or CS sheeped. He got sheeped at the end here.
He thought stole polymorph, so I don't think Wealthy Man can poly. He Fey Guardians.
Oh,
he gets paralyzed, and then leg sweep on DPS and a half sheep, and like he trinkets, but he doesn't wall. He trinket healing surges, and then gets DR stunned on that. It's just too greedy. It's just too greedy. It's Tyrant Icy Veins. That's a trinket wall. That's an auto trinket wall, I think, in that situation. Maybe did he Fey Guardians? Maybe he Fey Guardians the warrior, and he said he did it to Swapsy, so he thought he had it. Because where's the Fey Guardians? Lone Tar uses Fey Guardians here, and who does he use it on? The Fey Guardians is like right now. Who is it on? It's on Blizzo. So yeah, there's no damage reduction on Swapsy. I don't think he moves it. He gets intervened, so the intervene makes him feel the intervene's over at this point. So he's got no damage reduction. It's Icy Veins. It's Deathborn. Your healer CC'd like. This right here is like trinket wall, I think. He tried to trinket heal. It's not enough. Yeah, zapped after it. Really quick win here. I was not expecting it to end instantly with the caliber of teams that we were seeing here on Empyrean Domain, but this does mean that 3 North American teams are in the upper bracket. Only one EU team, the KUNGARNA, are kind of the last bastion of hope. But if you have one last bastion of hope for your region, you probably want their team. It's like having Goku as your ringer here in this tournament, so it's probably it's going to be the 3 remaining NA teams trying to take out KUNGARNA on this upper side now. I think
this is no longer a cross-region tournament. This is KUNGARNA versus NA.
Can
they do it?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, maybe one of them makes back up from the lower bracket. All those European teams that got dropped down do have some chances to try and make it back up to that grand finals, of course. But Cloud9, that being said, is going to be moving forward there into the upper bracket, and it's going to be CGN Esports facing off against 3.5 Men for the last series of the day. Zico, what do you think about that? Do you think that we can get another European team continuing on?
Yes. I want to say 3.5 Men. It depends. If Nuke shows up, I would say they have a decent shot at winning. But if Nuked isn't in the mix, then yeah, I would say CGN probably advantage there. And SK Gaming versus Casual Dads. Oh no, what is happening here? Oh no, all the EU teams are going to eliminate each other here in the lower brackets.
We'll just start cannibalizing each other down here. It's going to be nothing but NA left.
For real, though, for real. Well, I mean, you know, that being said, we also have an upper bracket round coming up next, which is NA versus NA. It's Team Liquid versus KAWHI. And I feel like this is going to be an explosive matchup, Absurge.
Ooh. Yeah, I think we haven't seen KAWHI and Team Liquid, correct? Did they not play against each other last week? So I think that's a matchup that all of us wanted to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all of us wanted to see that, I feel like, and now we get it in the cross region. So, and there's no ping advantage. So that'll be an actual series. So I'm excited for that. I think yeah, I don't really have a prediction at the moment. I'll have to think about that, but I'm definitely excited for that. I think that's a matchup that a lot of people want to see. They have the number 1 and number 2 seeds out of the circuit, so big NA game coming up.
Yes, most definitely. That's going to be a really important one as well, because you know we're slowly kind of taking people off, and as they get moved down to the lower bracket, and as we've been saying before, there's so many European teams down there. So I think it's time that somebody from North America, you know, joins those teams down there in that lower bracket, because so far it's shaping up to be a very, very North American sided tournament. So that being said, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, KAWHI facing off against Team Liquid. everybody. Welcome back. We are now about to see KAWHI face off against Team Liquid, two powerhouses and staples in the North American region, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better series to get this early on, right? Like, this was an anticipated round for North America that we didn't get to see, and now we get to see play out. In the circuit stages, I feel like Team Liquid probably outpicked themselves in terms of like what comps they wanted to run. I'm really wondering whether they break out in game number 1. Like, is it going to be a DK Rogue into KAWHI Shadow Priest, or is Trill at all going to play a Windwalker? It seems like he's kind of shelved his Windwalker for now, but Windwalker has historically been really good into Shadow Priest, so it seems like it might be worth picking up if they're anticipating that from KAWHI. But KAWHI on the other side, what comp are they going to play? They have so many options. There's a lot of questions to be answered as to how this series plays out. This is one that can easily go to Game 5.
Yeah, this is like easily one of my most anticipated matchups that we didn't get to see last weekend. Like, for me, I was like, oh man, Team Liquid versus KAWHI. Whoever wins this, it's like a huge deal, right? And I saw Sidu tweeting like, we have the tools to beat KAWHI, but we didn't get to show that. And I don't think Sidu's a liar, right? So I'm going for Team Liquid here on this one. But like you said, Sid, it's like, well, what do they start with? I mean, they have the Shadow Priest Rogue. I think Team Liquid's been playing a lot of the outlawed Demo Lock, right? The Rogue Warlock. I don't know what we start with.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly difficult for a draft pool, like for the blind pick, when you have two teams such as this where they really could be playing anything, especially when you look at a team like Team Liquid. I mean, they've got such a wide range of comps that they're extremely strong on. We've got KAWHI, they've got just like a couple bread and butter comps, but we know that they're very versatile as a team. And as we've already said, both of them are North American teams, so they're in that NA ping. They're going to be on home turf for both of them for this entire time, so KAWHI is going to be coming out with the full force of their whole roster. They're going to have Prev on their side, so I feel like this is a really even place to start with these two teams. We finally get to see them go head to head, and we're going to see which one comes out on top. But it's game number 1 of KAWHI versus Team Liquid. Winner will be moving forward to the upper bracket. Loser has to go down there to that lower bracket where all those really strong European teams have already been sent. Let's see what they can do here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary one here, KAWHI versus Team Liquid. I mean, you guys have already said most of what can be said about these two teams, but Team Liquid faced KAWHI last time around in the circuit. They lost, and I remember reading that Sidu was very disappointed. Maybe I don't remember exactly if he said that they didn't play as well as they could, or if they made mistakes, or if the picks weren't that good. But now there's no excuses, and KAWHI going to be leading with that red Rogue, that Scooby-Doo cleave, red Rogue, and of course the DK Rogue here coming out from Team Liquid. So I think this is kind of a matchup that KAWHI anticipated, and I think Team Liquid wanted to go against the Shadow Priest Rogue potentially with this.
Yeah, so nice little switch up here for Prev, not wanting to be a Shadow Priest in this matchup. Definitely. He's using that Turn Evil on the pet already before Dark Transformation, so I really hope Prev's got the cooldown reset on that, because you want to use that fear when the pet's empowered. Here comes the empowerment from Mez. He gets blinded defensively, gouged on his trinket. Nice shutdown from Drake so far, but Trill has reconnected with the kidney, gripping Prev back into the cleave of Mez. Cedar's in a kidney shot at the moment. Prev getting chopped and tossed around. They dismantle Mez towards the end of the chain. Is it going to be enough? Prev on the run, trying to kite and trying to hold on to the Divine Shield. As we can see, is saved by the light proc. Brain manages to make a recovery. They survive the first Abomination's limb. Now they're setting up damage, going after Trill. Blinding light on Sidu. Out in a second, but Prev on the back foot. And they actually get Divine Shield outside, but Trill in trouble in that Divine Shield. Is he going to go down? He vanishes at 10%. Full hammer onto Sidu, but Trill is escaped behind the pillar. They have to go after Mez. Mez sees it coming. Anti-magic shields. Trill has recovered. He stuns Brain, setting Sidu up to get into position for Psychic Scream potentially, but it doesn't look like he's actually going to go for it. Holds onto the Psychic Scream. Brain's going to reposition towards the back line, but being down Divine Shield outside of that Abomination limb window is going to be dangerous for Prev moving forward.
I'm really impressed with how KAWHI traded there for that A-bomb limb. I really like the blind, the defensive blind from Drake, just to blind the A-bomb limb. But as I say that, Prev getting low, forced to bop out, but if that bop gets purged, he could be in trouble. Looks like Prev recovers for the time being. Hammer of Justice lands on the Sidu. Mez going to that kidney shot. It is short though. Prev still under pressure, has freedom, trying to kite back to the pillar. Trill and Mez in hot pursuit though. Trill getting disarmed up on that evasion. Prev forced to play defensive. I want to see some offensive play here. His Sank just about to end. Brain sitting far back, tossing those heals. Looks like Previ may be able to recover here. KAWHI needs to get some pressure on the Trill, though. There's the Galvatron over to Sea-Doo. Trill gets gripped. Hammer of Justice lands. Dispel, though, on the Trill. Trill playing behind the pillar. Drake gets disarmed. Trill's going to be able to recover in the situation. Previ playing far. Very scared. No bubble, no bop available. Brain has that sack in 15 seconds, so he'll be out of the woods in about 15 seconds here with one more out. Trill gets disarmed to buy KAWHI a little extra time. And KAWHI, brilliant defensive play. That is what I see from KAWHI time and time again. They never overlap, but Trill, as I say that, is taking a lot of damage, gets gripped out of that AMC there. Evasion again from Trill. Huge cooldown reduction with that Outlaw Rogue. Prev playing nice and defensive around that pillar with the sacrifice from Brain. So as the sack comes up, Brain has to commit it to keep Previ aggressive, but Trill's still so low. Has the vanish if he needs, decides to hold onto it for the time being. Another kidney shot lands. Sea-Doo, though, not in CC, does get step kicked by Drake. We absolutely love to see that. Kidney shot lands on a Prev, though. There's the bubble bop from Brain, and that's one of the final defensive lifelines of KAWHI.
Yeah, and right now, KAWHI not with a whole lot to work with. They need to get aggressive here. They need to try to take somebody down. Trill doesn't have Cloak of Shadows, evasion here. And Prev actually gets kicked there on the Fleshcraft. Drake looking to annoy Sea-Doo here in the backline. Sea-Doo, though, with the Greater Fate, trying to avoid those kidney shots. Mind Control gets casted out there by Sea-Doo onto Drake. And now there's 3 people hitting Prev here. Full kidney shot onto Brain. Brain human ray shots, gets a blind onto Sea-Doo. Hammer of Justice onto Trill. They need to try to take him down here. Do they have enough damage here in the Scooby-Doo cleave? They might be able to take him down. Couch on Sea-Doo. Big grip there by Mez. And now a grip by Sea-Doo here in the backline. Apotheosis is popped. And now it's going to be Prev on the run here. Brain and Prev flailing to stay alive. Ooh, nice chastise there onto Brain. They dispel his divine favor, and they're going for the win here on the side of Team Liquid. I think that might just be it here. Can they take him down? Big damage coming out here from Lord Mez, but Trill in crowd control right now in a Hammer of Justice, dropping dangerously low as well, using the evasion. He has the vanish as well to reset his cooldowns. He could go for a double kidney shot. He could go for something here. Where are the plays? Sea-Doo's pushing in, looking for the fear. Can he get it onto Brain here? 1 second left on that cooldown. He does secure a full fear. Prev, though, with the Sanctuary, will remove it. And now they're battling on their last leg here on the side of KAWHI. No cooldowns yet for about 10 seconds left.
3,
Double
2,
stun coming
2,
out.
1.
Prev here, 1 second left. He gets wings. He gets his divine shield back. And KAWHI survive. But for how long is the question?
They might have to Divine Shield almost immediately after it comes off cooldown. He's at he's gonna go down without it. And Team Liquid strike first blood.
Wow, that was so impressive. KAWHI did have that bubble back off of cooldown, but couldn't quite manage to use it. I mean, the damage can be very chunky sometimes, very unpredictable. But that's a huge pickup from Team Liquid, because KAWHI kind of did that that Ret Rogue pick out of nowhere, right? Team Liquid might have thought they were going to lock in the Shadow Priest, picking the DK Rogue to maybe get in their head, counter that. But then KAWHI goes with the Ret Rogue, so it becomes a great matchup. But Team Liquid picking up this first game is huge. And now it kind of begs the question, well, what's KAWHI going to do here? Are they going to go to the Shadow Priest now? And then, where do you go from here, right?
That's exactly what I'm thinking as well. Here's our because Team Liquid, I mean, if you're Team Liquid, you just blind lock this and you say, force us off it.
Right.
Worst case, you learn, okay, they have this that can beat us. Best case, they don't have anything that can beat you, and you just continue to 3-0 the series. So I think for Team Liquid, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. But for KAWHI, I mean, what are the options here? They could go Rogue Mage Pally. They could go... Although I'm not sure about that, because CGN plays DK Rogue as their counter to Rogue Mage as well, with mixed results, but it is one of their answers. So I'm not sure, actually. Rogue Shadow Priest could be another option. But here we can see that first Divine Shield. Look how early in the game they get that. It's barely a minute in, and they force that massive cooldown. And Trill here with evasive maneuvers as well, sitting in that stealth there. And then here, another close call. Trill, actually, I believe, is the one on the receiving end of this one. and he drops quite low there. Drake gets disarmed, and then they go after Prev here once again. Oh, this is when they almost won the game here. Double buff. Look at Prev here. He's on forbearance. Brain is on forbearance, and Prev drops to about 10% HP there. They almost take him down, and it's kind of the story of the game. Just the amount of pressure coming out from Team Liquid every single time they get these setups is just absolutely nasty. And look at that play right there. Sidhu chastise Brain on his Divine Favor, dispels it. They get the kidney shot. Prev almost going down here once again, dropping so low. Drake going for the sap here. They're trying to turn it around onto Trill, but not enough pressure. And then here at the end, Prev staying alive, gets his Divine Shield back, and somehow he just gets blasted. I kind of wonder what actually killed him here at the end. So it looks like KAWHI is actually the team getting aggressive. Mez is trading out the AMZ. Drake is annoying Sidhu, trying to get some CC. And then Prev here, they have a gouge on Brain, and they just delete him in that gouge. So
did he get IQD? Was that a Sidhu IQD execute? Do we have the killing blow on that game? See, Mez had DK cooldowns. He had Dark Transformation up, but I swear I saw the little white needle flying through the air from Sidhu or something.
I didn't quite see. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I think
we get a replay again on the replay of the last kill. I just want to see, because these Sidhu IQDs, I swear, if it was, he's won I want to say maybe 30% of the games for his team by just.
I mean, it's ballsy too. Is it 3-minute cooldown, right? That's,
yeah.
And you're trading a trinket. Your only trinket for that. So I mean,
when he had bubble.
Right, yeah. and Shield of Vengeance, I want to say. But it does look like KAWHI locks in that same team, and Team Liquid, of course, I mean, they won. They don't need to change their winning recipe there with the DK and the Outlaw Rogue. But we're going to see a matchup very similar to that first game. And look at...
It was all Mez, dude. It was all Mez. Look, the entire combat log is just Mez.
That is insane. Wow. I think they might want to lock in the same thing, though. I mean, they had many moments where Trill got pretty darn low. It wasn't super one-sided, and KAWHI died without Shield of Vengeance, without Bubble. There was more defensive cooldowns. It was almost like just a slight defensive blunder, perhaps, or maybe a little lag, or just a little miscommunication, or something like that. But I'm actually happy they locked this in, because it seems like KAWHI's other answer, the Shadow Priest Rogue, might not do as well into DK Rogue. So I think giving this another chance. And if we rewind to last weekend, KAWHI was actually pretty calm, cool, and collected after taking a couple losses, and just saying, we don't need to freak out. We don't need to switch comps. We just need to play better. We need to figure out what happened and play better. And then if you lose again, okay, we still have time. Let's play better. They're not one to just keep trying a bunch of comps, which is respectable. It's pretty cool, really. And then last weekend we saw, the result of that with the reverse sweep. So we'll see what they can do here in game 2 on Ash Remains Fall.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail right on his head there, Czar. KAWHI, definitely one of those teams that they head into a matchup with a plan. Their plan usually doesn't change. They're like, this is what we're going to lock in. And if we lose, it's because we didn't play that good. And we saw them reverse sweep Cloud9, and we saw them reverse sweep Cloud9 again in the finals. Not a full reverse sweep, but they were definitely down. So KAWHI, they're kind of staying true to themselves with this. There definitely was, some things that could have gone better for them in that last game. So I don't mind it too much. And like I said during the blind pick, I mean, Team Liquid, for them, this looks like their KAWHI answer. This looks like this is the comp that they want to beat KAWHI with. If they lock in Rogue Shadow Priest, this is what they want to fight it with. So KAWHI kind of reading that and locking in the red into what they believe Team Liquid would do means that KAWHI got the matchup that they wanted in that game number 1. So it's not that strange that they're picking this again. But at the same time, how convincing was it? Even if they traded that a little bit better defensively, where really was the openings? They had Trill low a couple of times, but did it look convincing to you guys?
I swear that moment that Mez death gripped, I think it was Drake. Was it Drake or Prev? He death gripped somebody away from Trill. Trill was dead. Mez was the only one that had a trinket. He trinket and gripped somebody away, and Trill lived at 1%. I swear he was dead if Mez didn't get that death grip.
True.
At one point in the game. So if they had a freedom there, a sprint to break the chains, literally anything to just reconnect to Trill for a moment, I feel like they could have taken it. And I do think Rhett is actually really good into Outlaw Rogues, and Team Liquid has been playing exclusively Outlaw Rogue stuff. So it makes sense for KAWHI to want to use this composition. Could just be a first game thing as well. They didn't go head to head last week, so DK Rogue. You don't see this comp very much in the ladder or get much practice into it. So It could just be a game 1 thing, shake it off, move into game 2. Same comps here. Big map selected from KAWHI as well to try and spread out for the death grips and try and avoid getting kind of AoE down potentially from grip triple CC. Although it did feel like Brain was able to get a lot of triple CC as well with the blinding lights. So I have to wait and see if the big map works out or not. Either way, they were very evenly matched in game 1. It was a nail biter. It came down to not trading the Divine Shield, so still had some options left on the table to extend that match. Who is going to be able to close it out here? And this is kind of Team Liquid's chance to redeem themselves from their North American performance. I feel like they really were let down in their tweets and their comments towards coming in 3rd place in North America. So if they can pull off a win here against KAWHI, have a really good run in the cross-region tournament, that's going to be really good for morale. Also get their hands on those medals, those nice-looking medals. They want the gold one here. Mez stunned immediately, but no CC onto C. We see Prev running away from the Dark Transformation pet. You see that little monstrosity on the left chasing Prev. He wants to turn evil that. He wants to avoid Mez during that cooldown. That's going to be the scariest moment of the Death Knight outside of Abomination's Limb. And now Mez is chaining it into A-Bomb Limb. Trinket into Gouge. Once again, Drake saves his crowd control to stop the A-Bomb Limb. He's going to need a dismantle here pretty soon. Try and stop those wounds from popping. He's not getting dismantled. He goes for a kidney shot instead. Kind of a bait to get him to IBF, I think. Mez isn't falling for the bait. Holds on to it. Now he's going to drop the anti-magic zone for the Avenging Wrath. Fair trade on the magic damage. It's actually swapping to Sidu. Big swap onto Sidu. Hammer into hammer. Guardian Spirit trades out. And Sidu makes an emergency recovery there, but it costs a lot of cooldowns. Really heads up play by KAWHI to see that swap out of the anti-magic zone.
KAWHI playing great out of the gate here defensively on the A-Bomb Limb. Didn't have to trade much. Previ getting low. Fleshcraft does get interrupted, but Previ may be able to hold on to the block here, or the bubble in the bomb rather. Looks like he's able to. Mez gripping him in. Sidu in the full kidney shot. Mez has that Icebound Fortitude if he needs. Gets disarmed. Huge chain here. That blind onto Sidu from Brain. Previ getting low though. What defensive cooldowns are they going to use? Brain can't heal that asphyxiate, stopping that from happening. Prev getting closer to the pillar, getting top back up from Brain. Mez getting low. What is Sidu going to respond with? Mez dying. Sidu healing in the open flash shield, trying to fake that kick. Drake, full kidney shot, getting low, but pre-feints it. Beautiful defensive play. Trill, I mean, there's damage all over the place here from both teams. Trill with no trinket, cloak, evasion. Trill has some cooldowns rotating back up, but now the kidney shot lands on over to Prev. CC is absent on Brain, rather. Chastise Fear coming onto Brain a little bit late there from Sidu. Prev is able to freedom and kite away. Pressure turning on over to Drake. A little faint. Looks like he's going to be just okay here. Trill and Mez. Trill running back to the pillar. Mez taking a lot of damage in the open. Icebound Fortitude available to trade, but no stun coming out. Drake gets disarmed. Mez may be okay. There's the Night Fade defensive cooldown there from Sidu. Full kidney shot over the Previ, but once again, KAWHI trading well. This game is looking much better defensively for KAWHI, though. Bubble still available. Sack still available. Trinkets rotating back up. And that's what makes Double Paladin such a scary force to be reckoned with. You have bobs, you have bubbles, you have trinkets, and if you don't continually force them, you're gonna have so many outs. Mez getting blinded again, but that was not on the A-Bomb Limb. So now Mez pops the A-Bomb Limb, no blind available. There's the Gouge defensive play here from Drake, but Mez is still gonna have about 10 seconds of A-Bomb Limb. Let's see how they respond. Looks like KAWHI is going to be okay here.
Yeah, and actually, I think Trill is the one in more trouble here. The Sidu has no every man for himself. Brain is there with the crowd control. Trill, no trinket. Evasion on 1% HP. And Sidu, I think he uses IQD there. I didn't see exactly if he did, but I'm pretty sure he did. And now Sidu has no human racial, no IQD. Trill is going to have his trinket back up, but this is exactly what Zari is saying. It's looking like KAWHI's game to lose at this point. Prev still with that Divine Shield. Brain still with the Divine Shield. 2 bobs. They have basically every cooldown left. It would have to be a big mistake or a really, really big push from Team Liquid for them to come back into this one. Trill dropping dangerously low once again here. Drake's all over him. Gets disarmed on his vanish there. Nicely done by Trill. And now some pressure onto Prev. Can he get the fear? Sidu in a full blind as soon as he comes out in open field. Mez in a kidney shot. Trill in a hammer of justice. Here comes the damage, but Sidu breaks out of the blind there in the nick of time. Gets the Fey Guardians. Keeps Trill alive. Trill now with the trinket back. Should be feeling a lot safer here. Mana definitely in favor here of KAWHI. Team Liquid going to be needing to go for a drink here, but when the damage is this high on both sides, I don't know if Sidu can find a drink. Trill is still getting crushed. He's in a full kidney shot, immediately forced to trinket as soon as he comes back, and now Trill with nothing left. He's got a Cloak of Shadows, but that's about it. Prev in a kidney shot, strangulate on the Brain. Can they get something going here? Sidu in a Hammer of Justice. Still a lot of pressure onto Trill, and that will be the Guardian and the Cloak of Shadows, the absolute final cooldown cooldown left here for Team Liquid, and Prev is continuing the pressure. He's going for the throat. He's looking for the kill. Can he find it? Can he find the equalizer here? Another big heal coming out here from Sea-Doo, and now it's going to be Prev on the back foot. He gets mind controlled on low HP. Beautifully done. He gets kicked, though, by Drake to break Prev free. Brain still in crowd control, though, in a full psychic scream, but Prev, once again, with a Hand of Sanctuary, frees him out and continues to get aggressive. Now, how is Trill going to survive?
A-bomb limb. Mez is doing massive damage. They need to peel him away. They gouge the trinket, but Prev is going to play it safe. He bubbles, but now they're swapping to Drake. They have to sacrifice. That A-bomb limb from Mez was huge value. It put his team back in the game. They got the most vital cooldowns out of the way with that push. Now they're gripping Mez to safety. That means Trill is left behind. What's he got to trade? Not really anything. He's got to spend combo points. He's got to reset that evasion. He's in trouble. Prev is crushing him. He's trying to grapple away, but Drake is there to meet him. He's staying next to Sea-Doo. Another grip from Mez. Pulls Drake away. Mez is trying to be a hero saving his team, but he's gripped a ret and a rogue on top of himself. He might regret this heroic decision as he could get swapped to. He's trying to stabilize. This is the Avenging Wrath for Prev. He's laying in onto Trill. He's got no evasion. He's in a kidney hodge on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo breaks out, chastises Brain, trying to turn it around. Prev bops himself. He's on the run to line of sight the Purge. Sea-Doo gets blinded. Now Prev's getting aggressive. Another Hammer of Justice onto Trill. He pre-faints. Mez grips Prev away for a second, trying to buy any opportunities that they can to even out the mana here, despite being so far behind. If they can survive for 55 seconds, Mez wins the game with A-bomb limb with the Purge from Sea-Doo on a bop. They need to just stay alive. 48 more seconds. Can they pull it off? Almost no mana remains for Sea-Doo at this point.
Yeah, and this game is close. KAWHI have no bubble, no bob. I mean, Brain has the bubble, but Prev doesn't, and I say that it's getting low. Mez has 30 seconds on the A-bomb limb, but Team Liquid starting to crumble. Sea-Doo did get a little sip there in the last A-bomb limb as well, behind the pillar, so he has a little bit of mana to work with. Both teams looking at about 5 or 10% mana as we approach 10% dampening. There's the big kidney shot over to Drake. Trinket evasion coming out, and the A-bomb limb's up in 15 seconds. There's no defensive cooldowns. Actually, Brain is going to have that bubble sack, so that's that one final lifeline from KAWHI, but you could always kill through that. And Drake has that cloak as well. Mez getting low, Icebound Fortitude and Anti-Magic Shell available. Looks like Mez is going to be okay. Full blind though onto Sea-Doo. Mez having the Icebound Fortitude. Sea-Doo has no way to break this blind, but no follow-up CC. A-bomb limb from Mez. Prev getting low. Brain bubble, bobs, and sacks. Prev, line of sighting, trying to play well defensively here. This is the big offensive push from Team Liquid. Let's see if they can close it out, but it doesn't look so. That was the cloak from Drake as well, 50% life. Now there's the Hammer of Justice Kitty shot. It's the beautiful offensive combo from KAWHI. Full blind on Sea-Doo to follow up. Trill getting low. No more defensive. There's the cloak and gouge onto Sea-Doo, but somehow, some way, Team Liquid holds on. Brain, though, completely tapped on mana. No more defensive cooldown, and it's Team Liquid's turn coming up soon here with these Sundiars.
Sea-Doo uses IQD there. Trill has no trinket. The next CC chain will be lethal. Who's going to get it? Sea-Doo in a kidney shot. Prev is taking damage. Brain is sitting down for a drink right now. Can they find anything onto Brain to keep him in combat? But he did get just a slither of mana right now. In the full strangulate. Trill in a lot of trouble. He might get blasted. And he will go down. And that was such a great push there from Team Liquid. They're still trying, but Mez also getting blasted here. And it will be KAWHI taking game number 2 here, tying us up 1-1 apiece there. But my goodness, that was a close one. And I feel like, because I thought about it in the moment, and I think we will see it on the replay as well, I feel like Sea-Doo's IQD was overkill. I think already they had used enough cooldowns in that go where he didn't need to use his IQD. I think it was almost an offensive play because he IQD'd, I think, a Hammer of Justice or something like that, and then he got a full fear onto Brain. I feel like at that point the danger was kind of dealt with. They traded AMZ and they traded Guardian as well. So I thought maybe that could have been the one mistake there from Team Liquid that could have allowed them to avoid death there and most likely get the win. But we'll see it. It never comes down to just one thing either, but that's something that I did notice. I feel like the IQD might have been overkill. We'll have to see it on the replay, though.
I mean, if they survived there, Mez's A-bomb limb, there's nothing. They literally just needed like 10 seconds left. Just anything at the end of the game. So that's what I'm looking for is like, could they have clawed a single cooldown to have there right at the end? Because they would have spiked. You can see Mez's damage on the graph, the yellow line. Like every time it's going up to 25k, yeah, that's Mez. Every time the yellow line goes up to the top. And you can see actually the 4th time when the yellow line spikes, that's when Brain used everything to shut Mez down. Like he bubble sacked and bopped to try and cut Mez down during that window. So they were really on the ropes there. This was earlier on in the game where I'm thinking like, KAWHI have got this. Like, they've still got 2 bubbles, 3 bops. Like, there's no way they're going to lose. Like, look at Trill. Sidu Zoom. Like, there's no way they're going to lose. And then later on, Mez just, this A-bomb limb. It got bubble from Prev.
Sidu's drinking here too.
And Sidu got mana back. Like, this was such an important push here from Mez. And then the next A-bomb limb got the remaining cooldowns from Brain, and they would have won on the next one if they had been able to make it. But Sidu was just getting hammered. And you can see here Trill trying to pull away from the fight. And at the final seconds, is this the IQD moment?
No, this is after, sadly. It's already happened. He's already used it. This is the final moments of the game. So Sidu has no IQD already.
Kidney,
Has a defensive blind. Oh, double stun.
the couch.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Yeah.
So we will never know.
But
the matchup.
yeah, we're gonna watch the replay tomorrow if we
back.
really wanted to find out, or later today. But yeah, that was close. I mean, I respect both these teams so much. I love both these guys, both these teams. But man, I really have to give it up to KAWHI for losing a game, sticking to their guns, and then coming back. Like, it takes some guts. It takes some, like, a certain level of just like belief in yourself to be like, you know what, we could have played that better. Let's stick with the same thing and run it back. And that's really cool. And KAWHI does this time and time again. And now we have this kind of switched here on Tiger's Peak. Now KAWHI is on that Ret Rogue, and Team Liquid's like, okay, what should we run into this? We have that Rogue Warlock that we've seen so much of Team Liquid play. We have that same DK Rogue, which, I mean, the game was very, very close. Like Sid mentioned, there was 10 seconds left on A-bomb limb at the end, no bubbles, bops, anything. So, I mean, that last game really could have gone either way. They won the first game. Should we just lock into that same matchup? But I mean, it was close. Maybe Team Liquid has more tools that they want to pull out, and this is their opportunity to do so.
Honestly, I feel like
Demo lock could be an option. Sam,
have we seen a single team run Demo lock DK? Is that a thing?
considering how meta I feel like people are expecting it to be, no one has in the tournament. So I don't know about Demo. I was thinking Outlaw.
I actually like the idea of Demo DK, because I feel like the DK is making it very difficult for KAWHI. I think swapping out Mez right now is not the move. Like, he is looking hot right now. You keep him in. Like, if you swap him out, maybe RMP or something like that, it could work because they don't have purges. But we have seen KAWHI beat that as well. I'm insane. That's it.
You want
Congrats,
a sticker?
Team Liquid, you win. A sticker. I should get a medal for that. I should get first place medal. No, I'm just kidding.
You should get the sticker book for that.
Oh shit! That is incredible. That is incredible. This is exactly what I want to see. You keep Mez. He is making life so difficult for KAWHI. You get Sam I Am in there. He looked absolutely phenomenal. Chan I Am, actually, if you will, in that last weekend. So I think this is looking good. Now, what do you think targeting is going to be here, guys? Is it like Zaryu? Is this a matchup you've seen a lot? Like, what do you expect to happen here?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Demo DKs out there on the ladder. Team Liquid, though, I feel like play a lot of like Demo Outlaws. So I'm really excited to see. I mean, Mez, one of the best DKs of all time. Man, it's just insane. And then Sam I Am, it is so cool. I have so much respect for Sam as a player to be able to be such a high-level mage, right? Like one of the best mages in the world. And then it's like, oh, mages are getting counted by Demo locks. Oh, let me make a Demo lock and become a tournament level Demo lock in 2 weeks. Like, that blows my mind. Like, I have so much respect for Sam for doing this, and he's one of the few. Of course, we have some other players that can do that as well, but she's incredible. I think Team Liquid is looking for those A-bomb limb kills. And I think a lot of the times the nature of the ability isn't like, oh, we want to kill Ret. Sometimes like you'll be main targeting the Ret, and then the Ret bubbles and runs away, and now the Rogue has no cloak. He's getting gripped in, and he just dies, And that's kind of like the nature of the comps. I think in terms of like prioritization of target for Team Liquid, I think we could see a lot of different stuff. I think they're trying to live, trying to out DPS, trying to out trade. And then for KAWHI, geez, I don't know. I would guess the Warlock. I haven't seen this exact matchup played, but I would guess they would train down the Warlock. And as much as I just praised Sam, I mean, we still do have to mention he has maybe a couple months recently on that Warlock, or maybe even a couple weeks as of recently on that Warlock. So defensive play, as insane as he is, it's still like, it's not a comfort pick like Mage or something that you've played so long of like, you just in the back of your head know what to do in every specific situation without even necessarily needing to think, right? And, on the Warlock, as good as you can get in a couple weeks, and as much as I just said he's incredible, maybe defensively it might be difficult, right? To in every little unique situation, what should I use here? How should I position in this situation, right? And so I think KAWHI might try to take advantage of this, but it's tied up 1-1. Man, I love both these teams. I love this series. I'm really excited to see it, and we're getting started here on Tiger's Peak, and the gates are opening.
All right, let's see it here. Team Liquid coming in with a big curveball. Demo DK, never seen before here in the AWC, at least this season. Let's see what they can get done here. Mez going to be leading the charge here. He does get Drake out, and we're expecting a lot of cleave damage on the pet. You can see already they're targeting the pet. They're dragging it behind the pillar here. And Sam I Am, though, quick with the health funnel. And it's going to be calling it back. And it's going to be a lot about that pet control. It's going to be a lot about that turn evil that Prev just used. But the problem is he has to use it on the empowered DK pet. And he has to use it on the lock pet sometimes. So there's going to be tyrants. There's going to be a lot of pets in general for KAWHI to deal with here. And double stun coming out here. Here's the first tyrant. Prev already taking massive damage. Mez trinketing out immediately on his A-bomb limb. He gets gouged on it. And Drake coming in with a kidney shot onto Cedar. Look at Drake here, man. This guy is so annoying. He just shut down the entire team by himself there, keeping them all off Prev. And it's worth trade to make. He trades his Vanish and his Blind for not having to use a single defensive on his team. And now they get aggressive onto Sam I Am. How is Sam I Am going to respond here? He actually teleports out from the protection of that anti-magic shell or anti-magic zone, and he did have to trade out his unending resolve as well, but he will stabilize. And now once again, Team Liquid here looking for the attack. Can they get a full fear onto Brain out of that asphyxiate? Prev can't get the sanctuary as well. He's too far away. Mind control getting loaded up by Sidu. Brain ducks away from cover. Sidu fades the blind of Brain. Insane play as Sam I Am was dropping to 40% HP. Sidu gets put in a kidney shot. Prev and Sam I Am, it's a race. Sam I Am looks like he's going to lose it. Sidu in a full blind uses the IQD, and Sam I Am right now is feeling the Scooby-Doo cleave Super Tees.
Yeah, this is a scary moment. Their first assault looked very unimpressive. Drake was able to just shut it down. I think Sidu needs to use his Holy Ward on Mez during that CC chain. Like when he trinkets the blind, he's instantly getting gouged. Use the Holy Ward during that chain and try and make sure that Mez is enabled to attack, because now they're on the back foot. They're just trying to stall until the next A-bomb, but that's 40 seconds away. Sam I Am setting up a Demonic Tyrant, but that thing is going to get turn eviled instantly. Where's the Dispel and the turn evil here onto the pet? It looks like it does get dispelled, but now they're line of sighting the pet behind the pillar. Mez popping an Apocalypse, maybe Dark Transformation as well, trying to just race down Prev with the Tyrant. They need to get Divine Shield here if they want to keep their options open. Brain is feared for one more second, but I think he's blocked the Force Divine Shield here. Look at all those pets chasing down Prev at the moment, still just cutting in. The sustain damage is quite high and difficult for a Holy Paladin to deal with. They've got those massive bursts of healing, but then afterwards they start to kind of whimper away. Prev has managed to recover, holds on to Divine Shield. A-bomb limb coming up in 5 seconds, but it's not going to combo with anything. There's no Tyrant, there's no Dark Transformation, so it's likely to not be as scary. Is Mez going to pop it right away? Is he going to hold on to it? Is he use it defensively? Sam's stunned at the moment. Sidu goes for a Holy Ward, but I think it's on himself right now. And Mez is still patiently waiting to get crowd controlled before popping A-bomb limb. He gets Hodged, he gets gripped back to the pillar. He's got Strangulate coming up at this point, but defense, as far as maybe a swap to Drake would be good right now. There's no evasion on him, but Cloak is still such a good counter to the A-bomb limb. It's just that Drake's in such a good position to actually go after him. Whereas Prev, they're going to have to overextend if they want to attack him. They're baiting Mez to push in aggressively here, baiting Sam to push in. Sidu has reset that unending resolve with the Symbols of Hope. He pre-fades, anticipating Drake's blind, but Drake is patient, holds on to the blind. Mez wants to pop. He's got the A-bomb limb ready. Where is it going to get shoved? Here it comes. He gets blind instantly. This is where I want to see the Holy Ward on Mez. On the gouge here. Prev is still in trouble, getting blasted down by Sam. Now Mez into a kidney shot. Surprised to not see him IBF here. This is a lot of offensive cooldowns, but Sidu has got him. He doesn't want to overlap his trinket and his IBF in the same go. He'd rather play it safe and be able to extend the match, but the longer this goes, it seems like Sidu is probably going to run out of mana faster.
Yeah, both teams stabilized from now, but man,
Sidu, let's
so
swap.
many defensive cooldowns to work with. Sidu gating out of harm's way. Still has that Guardian, Fey Guardians as well. Looks like he's going to be fine for now. Sam eating that kidney shot, but does have unending resolve. Decides to save it. Ports behind the pillar instead. Sam looks like he's kiting that Ret Rogue well. But as I say, that does get connected onto, gets gripped from Sea-Doo. Beautiful grip there. Sam has some defensive cooldowns to work with, but yeah, this might be a mana game. As much as life bars are spiking in both ends, there are defensive cooldowns to work with. Guardian from Sea-Doo. Prev getting low. There's the Shield of Vengeance and the Flesh Grab. Beautiful combo. Still is Bop in Bubble. Previ flirting with death there, but deciding to hold on to those defensive cooldowns. Turn Evil casted. Gets the Demonic Tyrant out of there. Sea-Doo getting gouged. Triple CC from KAWHI. Drake getting topped up from Brain's Wings. Evasion being used as well. But back to the conversation about mana. Both teams have a lot of defensive cooldowns, as bursty as this matchup can be. And Sea-Doo's getting lower on mana quicker than Brain, so we have to keep that in mind. Sam I Am getting completely dunked here, getting low. There's the Unending Resolve. No gate for 10 more seconds. Sam I Am's going to have to eat some of those cooldowns. Just sitting in the open. Shadow Fear being casted. Unending Resolve fades. Sam I Am gets kicked. Mez disarmed. A-Bomb Limb up for 20 seconds here for Team Liquid. Their next offensive push can be scary. Prev getting coiled away here. Has a lot of defensive cooldowns to work with. Sam using the gate. No more gate. Prev getting gripped away from Mez. Sam I Am doing a great job, and Sea-Doo gets set.
Oh, the IQD!
Gets IQD heal, but so much damage coming over to Sam. Less than half HP. Sam in the ghost form trying to get away. Desperately trying to kite. Not even casting abilities here. Completely stopping his DPS. Trying to kite. Prev is the target of choice here from Mez. That's the defensive A-Bomb Limb. Drake does not a blind for this one, but so many defensive cooldowns available from KAWHI. That's all the defensive cooldowns from Sea-Doo. Bubble from Prev. This is back and forth.
They forced Brain's bubble and Prev's bubble with that push, and Sam I Am stays alive. Team Liquid still has a shot in this game. The next blind could close it all out here for Drake, though. They need to be very careful. He's got it in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and he could just send it and take Sam I Am down. There it is, full blind. Hammers down. How is Sam gonna survive? He teleports away. He's trying to kite. Water Coil comes out. He heals himself with it. Beautiful grip on Drake by Mez, and he will keep him alive. The Tyrant is out, and here comes the pressure. Full fear on Brain. They're going after Prev. Can the Tyrant do what the Tyrant does is the question. Drake gouges it. He tries to shut it down, and Team Liquid stay alive, miraculously kited by Sam I Am. Beautiful coil, and now Sea-Doo smells blood in the water. He pushes in for the fear, but he gets blinded. He gets clotheslined. Sam I Am with no ending result. He teleports 1 yard. He gets the gateway. Drake is all over him. He love sides Drake. Sea-Doo still in a stun for 1 second. Can he keep him alive? He cannot.
Wait,
and
Mez?
Sam I Am will drop, but Mez looking for the cross kill. He's disarmed, though. I don't think he'll be able to find it. They do get a mind control. They get a chastise. They're going to try to play it. Maybe not. There's no way. There's no way. It will be KAWHI taking game number 3 here, and now taking the lead in the series with that Red Rogue. KAWHI looking absolutely unbeatable. Just beasts.
Yeah, to be fair, like that first game, if Prev bubbles, they probably win, right? I feel like they were getting like really far ahead in that first game, so yeah, this is going to be rough now for Team Liquid now on match point. Have to win 2 games in a row. You're going to have 1 more in your favor. You can pick the map, pick the comp. Did the map work out for them? Would a bigger map have been better for Sam to kite? It felt like a lot of the times he's getting kind of stuck in a weird spot where he can't get away. Although it's a decent map. It's like a middle of the road map, not really a super big edge or a super big deficit. But I feel like there could have been better maps for a Warlock. Maybe even setting up his portal in a different location, like a Z-axis portal or something, to try and get away from the Rogue and the Red.
Cherry up here?
Even a Blades Edge pick. Blades is pretty risky, but something with a Z-axis, Mugambala, I feel like would be a really good map. You can set the gateway up, play on the bottom out in the open side, so there's no line of sight. They can get really easy crowd control. If they're going to decide to go with this Warlock again. Although it just felt like it was kind of like a liability, honestly, right? Like, you got Tyrants out, and they either just got line of sighted or CC'd, and then he was just kind of like a training dummy while Mez did everything. Right. So I feel like there's got to be a better comp than this matchup.
Yeah, that's where my mind's at, Sid, exactly. It seems like the map, maybe it wasn't perfect, but it seems like, to me, Demo DK might be the answer to like RMP, but for this Ret Rogue, I don't know if it's even supposed to be favored. So that like begs the question: well, what do you play into the Ret Rogue? I mean, you have RMP, right? You have RMP as a pick. Team Liquid hasn't played a lot of RMP last weekend or so far this weekend, but has been shown to play a lot of RMP at a very high level. So they have that pick. Although Ret Rogue, we've seen KAWHI take out some RMPs with Ret Rogue, right? The double Pally has those double Sanks and double Bops, double Trinkets, double Bubbles, so many cooldowns to rotate. So if you're not on it, you'll just fall behind. But here we see 1 minute into the replay when both healers are full mana. This is, man, such good defensive play from Drake every time onto Mez. But man, Sea-Doo, Samayam rather, just gets spiked so hard. Like port wall, a little, maybe overlap. Maybe he could have just ported and held, but geez, like his health bar just goes from full to 0. And that's what's so hard about those rep pallies. I love Samayam's kiting. I mean, the positioning seemed good. But Drake, man, such a good defensive player. Every time Mez wanted to go for a kill, Drake just shut him down. And so much damage onto Samayam consistently. I mean, geez, I cannot imagine being Sea-Doo trying to heal this. There's the full blind in the full sap. Samayam pulling miracles to live here with the gate running around the map. I mean, the grips, the ports. I mean, it's just incredible. But every time, look at that ret rogue damage connecting onto Sam. He's just back to low life. Does his best job kiting around the map. But if you can't ever play aggressive, you can't ever go for that kill. And, you know, that kind of has spelled out this game. A little bit further here, 6% dampening. And KAWHI doesn't have many defensive cooldowns, so maybe it's looking up for Team Liquid here. But huge kidney shot on the Sam, and every kidney went the full blind on the Sea-Doo Hammer Justice. I mean, you can pour it away, but geez, it's like once they reconnect. Yeah, beautiful heals from Mez. I mean, so beautiful defensive play from Liquid. Drake, though, connecting back onto Sam. Now, at this point, both healers have no mana. Double blinding light from Brain. Beautiful plays here. 1 yard port into the gate. Samayam, you know, survives for a second here, but now he has no more mobility. Hammer of Justice on the Sea-Doo. You can see Drake coming around the corner, lands the kidney shot. Sea-Doo gets 1 global, and then goes down. So, man, it was a close game back and forth, but personally, if I was Team Liquid, I would start thinking of another answer, and they have that rogue, they have that rogue warlock. They're switching out the Death Knight and bringing in Shrill, and this is a composition Team Liquid has practiced a lot, extensively on the ladder, in tournament play. I'm really excited to see this matchup. I think we did see this matchup before. Was it 2 weekends ago? And KAWHI won this matchup, I believe, right?
Yeah, in the finals we saw it against. Oh yeah, it was a Shadow Priest rogue. You're right, actually. Or did we see it with a ret as well?
I could be mistaken.
This matchup was a Shadow Priest rogue.
Okay, I thought I saw maybe this one a couple weeks ago with Shadow Priest, or with this matchup and the KAWHI one, but I could be mistaken there. Regardless, it doesn't seem like one way or the other. It's like completely one-sided. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a better pick that the DK's getting shut down by Drake every time. It's like, okay, let's bring in Trill for that same purpose. Let's keep Samayam alive. Let's activate Samayam's offensive pressure. Let's have Trill peel Previ the same way Drake was peeling Mez, right? And if we can survive a bit longer, maybe we can get it done. But man, KAWHI is on fire right now. This is not a fun position for Team Liquid to be in. I mean, you know, they're on match point. If they go down in the lower bracket, I mean, that's no fun. But man, KAWHI is just showing why they're so dominant here in North America. They maybe take a loss or two. They get it together, you know, collect themselves and end up getting the win. But we're actually 30 seconds here into this game here, and it looks like Previ's taking some damage, Drake's taking some damage as well, but Samayam is the one that goes into the full kidney shot. Sea-Doo grips him out of harm's way. Beautiful positioning on the pillar. Brain taking a lot of damage here with that sacrifice stop, but it looks like he will be okay with that Avenging Wrath. Previ popping the Avenging Wrath of his own, looking to turn the pressure. Samayam getting kicked, locked out. It's full blind on over to Sea-Doo. No trinket available. He is playing Relentless. Maybe an IQD, but Shrill taking a lot of damage as well. KAWHI on the aggression early on in this game.
Yeah, Sea-Doo going to be sitting through that CC chain, but his team will survive. Trill had to use everything, though. He could be a nice target for that next kidney shot. And Sea-Doo now looking for Brain here. Can he find a crowd control? Double disarm coming out. Trill's taking a lot of damage still. Samayam in soul shape, trying to get away from Drake Prev with the Fleshcraft here. And there it is. Finally, Sea-Doo been chasing Brain across the entire Coliseum. He gets a full fear, but at what cost? Look at Trill. He had to use his Guardian there onto Trill. Now Samayam looking for the damage onto Prev, and he's not being able to find too much to get a Shastless onto Brain. There's the Divine Favor, Flash of Light combo coming in. Prev, though, in a kidney shot. Demon Bolt's coming out here. Decent amount of damage there. I think Prev actually used his human racial to get out of that kidney there, We're going to see now another Shadow Fury coming out into a disarm there onto Drake, but now they will connect onto Sam. And guess what? Drake has blind in exactly 5 seconds. Actually, Drake has blind exactly now. He's waiting for it. The Fey Guardians are out, though, by Sea-Doo preemptively, and that is making Drake second guess if he should send that blind now or if he should wait one more DR. He will send it now into the Fey Guardians. Do they have the pressure, though? Drake gets kidney shots. Sea-Doo's in a Hammer of Justice. Prev is actually trying to go on a solo mission onto Sea-Doo, but without Drake there, they're not getting too much pressure as a result of that. Now Sam I Am free to cast Hand of Gul'dan, free to summon his imps, free to do whatever he likes here on that Demo Warlock as Prev is hitting through that kidney shot. Drake's in the disarm. Trill building up the pressure here with Sam I Am. Mana in favor of Team Liquid, and this Rogue Lock has been painful for KAWHI to deal with when they did face Cloud9 running this comp. Let's see if Team Liquid can put a point on the board with that Rogue Lock.
I feel like my eyes are just glued on Sam for those kidney shots. Like every time he gets stunned, if Prev pops Avenging Wrath, I feel like he's going to disappear. Here comes another one. Avenging Wrath kidney shot. Prev is on the back foot, but he's blasting Dem. Who's going to win the race here? It is match point for KAWHI. If they win this, they advance in the upper side, sending Team Liquid down to the lower bracket. Prev is getting pushed back. Sam is getting distance. His KAWHI on this map is looking immaculate in comparison to the last round. He's had no overlaps. He's gating away from important cooldowns, repositioning well out in the open, so his Tyrant is getting way more value. It's a lot better of a game for him, but now still in the back foot. Trinket supports back behind the pillar on the Avenging Wrath. Full blind on the Sea-Doo. Does he have an IQD? Sam's in trouble. He's trying to blink away, but they're chasing him down. Can they connect here? Prev bops offensively and defensively, goes for the Fleshcraft. Drake gets dismantled. Sam Am survives the assault here, while Sea-Doo sits through the crowd control, but they've still yet to crack the major layer of defense with that Divine Shield on Prev and Divine Shield on Brain. Can Team Liquid break through that defense before Sam I Am falls over? His defense looking limited. They swapping over to Trill in a kidney shot. Drake then switches back to Sam with the grappling hook. Prev is charging forward. Brain is sneaking into the backline as if he wants to go for a drink. Hammers down onto Sea-Doo. Brain's not going to risk it. He's going to trade a drink and trade bubble for it. Sam gets gripped back to the outside of the map. His Tyrant coming up in 26 seconds. He's unleashed the Dreadstalkers. Big burst damage onto Prev with the blind on Brain. They need to get Divine Shield here, but Trill is dismantled. He can't connect. Prev line of sights, but Brain's in a full sap. I feel like there's no way, Prev. There's no way you're not Divine Shielding here. Kidney shot connects into a Mortal Coil. Huge pressure, and Divine Shield is forced. Where's the Mass Dispel? Mass Dispel might hit. Sea-Doo gets gouged. Not going to be able to get there. And finally, Team Liquid break through the first barrier, that Divine Shield being a 4-minute cooldown for Prev.
Man, and they wouldn't give it away easily either. Previ trying to hold on, but he couldn't quite. Full kidney shot landing over to Sam. No CC on the Sea-Doo. Sam gazed out of harm's way. Looks like he's going to be fine. Demonic Tyrant landing now. Hand to Gul'dan. Drake getting feared up here too. Pretty scary for Previ. Previ looks like he's going to be okay, but man, Drake, every time he needs to be somewhere, he's there. The gouge on the Mass Dispel, the disarms. We just love to see that defensive play from Drake. I'm so impressed. Full Hammer of Justice on the Sam I Am. No Dispel because Sea-Doo's in that full blind. Into the Hammer of Justice afterwards. Here's the Unending Resolve trade out, but they swap it over to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo taking a lot of damage, peeled beautifully by Sam I Am's Mortal Coil, but Sam gets kicked. Pressure turning back around, though, onto Previ. Previ sitting that kidney shot. Brain lots of defensive cooldowns with the Avenging Wrath. Looks like Previ's going to be A-okay, but Sam I Am not so much. Has to port to the pillars. Sea-Doo getting blinded.
Whoa.
Previ getting low on both sides here. Brain has the bubble if he needs to, but Sam's getting low as well. This is going to be a race to the finish here. Sam I Am's kiting out. Let's see what happens here in these next moments. Shield of Vengeance about to pop for Previ. That's going to be some huge offensive pressure, but Sam I Am blinks away in the nick of time. Trill getting stunned up. Previ starting to stabilize here from Team KAWHI. Trill starting to stabilize, everything starting to stabilize. Mana is in favor of Sea-Doo this time around, so maybe the rogue pick was good, keeping Trill allowing Sam I Am to play the game. Grip from Sea-Doo onto Sam I Am on that full kidney shot. Trill getting disarmed. Kidney shot onto Sea-Doo this time. No damage really connecting. KAWHI has a lot of defensive cooldowns really with Brain's bubble sack bops, so it's not too super scary right now, but Team Liquid, there's some kicks onto Sam I Am. Lots of pressure. Sam I Am forced to port around the pillar. No wall available. There's the apotheosis from Sea-Doo. Full blind lands. Let's see if we can get some follow-up CC. Previ trying to connect onto Sam. Doesn't look like he can do it. Beautiful positioning from Sam I Am. Kidney shot onto Trill. Nothing really to follow. Looks like both teams have temporarily stabilized.
Yeah, but Brain is sitting through a full blind, no trinket out. Prev's in a full kidney shot, no bubble, and that will be Brain's bubble. Team Liquid biting back here in a big way. Sea-Doo right now in a Hammer of Justice. He grips Sam back into the midfield. He catches a big heal there with that Serenity. Sea-Doo still, though, forced to cast out some heals. He's actually casting damage. Holy Fire coming out. Big pressure onto Prev. Prev realizing the danger is in, trying to duck for cover. Full fear onto Brain. No Sanctuary being traded out by Prev. He's holding onto it maybe for a stun. Trill gets Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo in a gouge, can't dispel it. Now finally coming out there and will dispel it. And these Tyrants are just getting Shane turn evil here by Prev. But Sea-Doo's been doing a good job dispelling them. Prev still dropping dangerously low here. Brain with basically 0 mana left. Can they take him down? Prev, 40% HP, gets bopped. Sam I Am, though, about half. Sea-Doo looking for the crowd control, looking for the Shasta, into the fear, but Sam I Am gets clothesline in a kidney shot. Drake's in a kidney shot. Trill trying to peel for his Warlock here, putting up pressure onto anybody, just trying to tax Brain's mana as much as possible. And we're at 16% dampening. Brain with basically nothing left.
Oh.
He has a blind, he has a trinket for that next blind, but Trill getting blasted right now. And so is Sam I Am as Prev and Drake make their way back to a target. Can they take Sam down? He teleports away. Sea-Doo with the greater fade.
The kidney!
Stun coming out. The full kidney onto Sam I Am. And Sea-Doo as well in Hammer of Justice. They might just be able to take him down. 1% HP. Full blind. And that will not be it. Sam I Am with the Health Stone, with the Gateway, defying death. Can he stay alive? Sea-Doo's
The
gonna
Guardian!
set for 1 second. The Guardian is ready. And Sam I Am and Team Liquid defy the laws of gravity and now going for the win. 0 mana left on Brain. Full kidney shot on Prev. He's on 30% HP. Sacrifice. It's the ultimate sacrifice onto Prev. After that, they got nothing. They need to stop this drink from Brain. Trill is there, actually not stopping it right now. Trill is letting him get full mana. They're swapping to Drake. What are they doing? Brain is full mana. Full fear. They need to close the game right now. Otherwise, Brain's going to be able to pick up his whole team again. And just like that, both teams are in the game right now. Full blind.
Sam, run!
Sam I Am. I don't know if he can live again. He just pulled out a miraculous recovery. Sea-Doo comes out, grips him back to safety. But still, Sam I Am with a Ret and a Rogue all over him, ports away. But there's Brain waiting on the flip side of that pillar. Sam I Am manages to stay alive. Sea-Doo now getting swapped to pre-Fey Guardians coming out here. Sea-Doo getting dropped potentially in that kidney shot, but he does stabilize himself. And once again, it's going to be Brain now in a full blind. He bops himself out. Prev gets a kidney shot, but a nice Hammer of Justice onto the Rogue of Trill. And now Sam I Am, I don't know how he's going to survive. Sea-Doo spamming out the flashlights. Can he keep him alive? And Sam I Am with another beautiful stun, with another beautiful coil. Chastise onto Brain. This has got to be it. Sea-Doo going for the mind control. They're pushing for the win. Drake interrupts it again. And Prev trades out the Divine Shield. I don't know how this game is going to end. Both of these teams are playing absolutely insane.
It's coming down to the wire. 0 mana for Sea-Doo. That drink could win the game for Brain, but there's no defense for Prev, the demonic tyrant. He needs to dispel this tyrant if it gets turn eviled. The tyrant needs to get some spells. Sea-Doo is drinking. Sam gates to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo could get some mana, but they have no defensives. He has no mobility. Sam needs to... No, he gets sapped on the drink. That's going to close the game. There's no breakers. They're overwhelming Sam. He's ready. He's got the blind, and KAWHI closes it out 3-1.
Wow. I mean, I can't believe the last moments of that game. I mean, that beautiful sap, but geez, if we rewind a little bit, Sam I Am pulling off miracles to live. I mean, we have to applaud Team Liquid for that defensive play, just staying in the game for as long as they did, but ultimately, KAWHI taking him down. And Drake, we talk about his defensive plays, we talk about those blinds, those gouges, those disarms, but offensively as well to get that advantage sap on the drink. I mean, it is just beautiful. And then the full blind to close out the game with the unrelenting pressure onto Sam I Am that entire game. Man, Sam I Am was just constantly just a ragdoll running around trying to, grasp for fresh air or something, just trying to take a moment to breathe, but he couldn't because Drake and Previ were all over him. And KAWHI taking out Team Liquid. So KAWHI is going to be moving on to the winter finals, and Team Liquid going to be dropping to that lower bracket. Man, I predicted Team Liquid, actually. I predicted Team Liquid to take this one. So I am wrong here, but man, KAWHI, love to see it. You see them stabilize, see them stick to their rogue and take out Team Liquid in an incredible series, man.
Your winning streak.
Absolutely insane stuff here from KAWHI, and this was still early in the game. Prev this is when they got the Divine Shield. Look at Prev. Look how greedy he is with that Divine Shield there. He's like, I could probably sit this full coil here. I don't think I will need to use it maybe. Eventually has to use it. And here we see a close call onto Sam. Full hammer of look at Sam here. I think everyone was just saying, yeah, that's it. Full blind. There's no way he lives that. But Sam spamming the Hearthstone, gets the gateway, gets around the corner, and then ducks back in line of sight here of Sea-Doo. And just like that, he catches the Guardian. They stay alive. And this is, of course, after they allowed Brain to drink. Honestly, I think that was a big mistake, letting Drake drink there. I think Trill should have taken 2 more steps and just shot him with his pistol, put him in combat. He would have gotten like a tick or 2, but they would have still had that mana lead. At this point, Brain getting a full mana bar more or less is just allowing the entire team here to get so aggressive. And honestly, you said it really well there, Czar. Beautiful defensive plays coming out from Team Liquid. Insane kiting from Sam I Am, surviving so many situations where he just should be dead. But then here at the end of the game, look at Drake here with the hook, vanish, sap, full kidney shot, goes with the echoing reprimand, goes in and just sends Sam out to the lower bracket. And it was a great series. It was a fantastic series. It lived up to the hype for sure. And KAWHI just looked too good on the day.
I feel like they look too good almost every time we see this team play. You really never see any cracks in their composure come. Obviously, Team Liquid did manage to get a game in that first one, but KAWHI just as smooth as ever, and like they always do, just bounced immediately back and secured that victory. I feel like this team is so good at adapting mid-series to kind of any challenge that a team may bring them, and Team Liquid saw that happen to them right in front of their faces. So Team Liquid, they're down in the lower bracket with all those European teams, and there's some really strong ones down there too, so we'll see if they can make it back up to the grand finals or how much longer they have left here. So KAWHI moving forward, and what a series. I mean, you guys kind of already said it. Really exciting to see those two teams finally face off against each other, and I feel like our questions were kind of already answered. But Super Tees, are you kind of surprised that Team Liquid only was able to get off one game of KAWHI?
I mean, I feel like it was almost maybe now a fluke after seeing game 1. Like, that actually probably could have been a 3-0 from KAWHI, considering how confident it seemed like they were going into that series. Like, I was expecting that to be a lot closer. Like, Rev goes down, still has bubble, like, rotates into another trinket from Brain. Like,
right.
I somewhat think taking Mez out was a mistake. I feel like the demo lock just didn't get to do anything. Like, offensively, it's like, yeah, he's porting, he's living, but I feel like there could have been a better class in that slot, or if they just don't know what it is 100%. But it just felt like the demo lock was kind of useless. The pets getting turn eviled over and over and just constantly running away, dead when he gets kidneyed, Sea-Doo zooming faster. So I'm not sure if the comp is going to work overall for them if they meet again. But meeting again seems really unlikely with other teams that are in this tournament as well. Down in that lower bracket side already, as well as the next one that could be sent down, KUNGARNA or Cloud9. So it's going to be a rough tournament for everybody that's left.
Yeah, I think so as well. Team Liquid, they just got knocked down, so they don't have an opponent yet. They're going to be playing the winner of the very last match of the day, CGN ESPORTS or 3.5 Men. So we'll have to see how that one goes. But I'm also curious, Zario, on your thoughts overall. What were you calling him? Chan I Am? Like, that's obviously a spec that we don't often get to see him play. Do you feel like he looked comfortable enough to justify bringing that spec out against a team like KAWHI?
Oh, totally. I think it's at least worth one game. I mean, Sam I Am, like I said, I was praising him, before. I'll do it again. I mean, he mains a mage, right? He won BlizzCon on a Moonkin. He's played Rogue on Outlaw in the tournament earlier today and won against, casual dads who have also won BlizzCon. I mean, Sam is insane on everything, right? So can he play it? Yes, absolutely. Now, there is a slight nod to is he as comfortable on that Warlock than his Mage? Or maybe something he's played even a bit more like the Rogue. I don't know. There's probably, there's always room to improve, I do think he played really well defensively. I mean, some of those moments I thought for sure he was going to go down, and he somehow survived for so long. So, I mean, the only thing I can say to Sam is well played. And I'm still kind of scratching my head of okay, well, if they play really well, seemingly pretty darn well as the Rogue Outlaw and the DK Lock and still couldn't take down the Ret Rogue, what takes down the Ret Rogue? my mind goes to, well, maybe RMP. And I know I'm jumping ahead of myself, but man, I can't wait to see KUNGARNA versus KAWHI. Well, I mean, geez, the
Predicting
winners
that,
for
you don't
both.
think Cloud9 can take him?
Okay. I'm sorry. I like I said, getting ahead of myself. It could be Cloud9
all good.
or
Go right
KUNGARNA.
ahead.
But
Let's hear
man,
it.
I would love to see the winners of both regions fight at some point, whether it's back through the lowers or however it works. But man, what a good matchup that is going to be. I know both regions on both sides typing in the chat like EU over NA or back and forth, and it's just, man, what a blast! What a blast all around.
It's really fun. It's fun. I'm loving to see the kind of rivalry, I guess, between two regions come back. I know that it was like the narrative for so long, and maybe some people got tired of it, but I feel like it's time. It's time. We're gonna see who the best region is finally at the end of Sunday. So that being said, we've got another series coming up here. Zario already said it. It's gonna be a big one. KUNGARNA versus Cloud9. We're gonna head to a break, and then we're gonna come back to that series. We'll see you in a bit. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's KUNGARNA facing off against Cloud9. This is the last upper bracket match of the day, and it's probably, I don't know if you could compare the last one or this one, but this is another big one, and I'm really excited to see who comes out on top with this one. KUNGARNA obviously dominating the European region all season long for like multiple years, and then we've got Cloud9 who had an explosive Cup series last weekend. So if we take a look at these two teams, Absurge, I really don't know who could come out on top in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a nail-biter series. I feel like. I think I'm just expecting another battle to see who can beat KUNGARNA once again. Like I think the story of this matchup is just going to be, how do you beat Rogue Mage? I mean, they've just been dominating the entire season, and yeah, sure, you could say Rogue Mage is really strong right now, but they happen to be the only one that is this successful. So it's going to be, I feel like this is going to be very intense because they're fighting a team in Cloud9 that has a lot of different compositions. They've been bringing their A game in a lot of the last few series we've seen them in. So it's the story of how to beat RMP and how to beat the best RMP. So I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, they're kind of also the last European team left in the upper bracket. So, I mean, I don't know if they're thinking about it in that regard, but they're sort of like, the last hope for EU to stay in the upper bracket. But as you can bet that they're going to be putting their best foot forward. They know what they're up against. They know that Cloud9 had an insane finals last weekend. But Zico, do you think they know how they're going to handle what Cloud9 has the potential to bring to the table in terms of the blind pick?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what Cloud9 brings, because Cloud9 has a couple of comps that I don't think they have that much experience into. And I'm thinking like the Windwalker Outlaw, for example, probably something that KUNGARNA hasn't faced too often. And I think if Cloud9 has an answer like that, that could be what wins them the series. But we are going to see some... We're going to get Mage Lock versus RMP here. Both teams really leading with their best foot forward. And I'm going to let you get this one, Ben, and start us off.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup because for a while, all the mages were playing Frost, and I was surprised as you guys were when we saw Wealthy Man actually lock in the Fire. And I think one of the things that's really nice about the Fire Mage is you have a lot more damage while you're being trained compared to the Frost Mage. So I think if they do go after Wealthy Man, he should be able to get out a lot more pressure, and Cubsy's going to be free casting, obviously. And if they decide to go after Cubsy, Wealthy Man's going to easily get crowd control onto Man with his Dragon's Breath Sheep. See a lot of early pressure here onto Waz. And this is a bit of a surprise composition, I'd say, from Cloud9. Not necessarily the Mage Lock, but just this spec might actually throw KUNGARNA off their game.
Yeah, we don't typically see a Fire Mage lock, but we're going to see Wealthy Man bring it in, and he had some good success against CGN with this. Waz right now getting blasted here in the midfield and gets sheeped actually on that Ray of Hope. Got the cooldown, and now they're looking to swap here. Cloud9 going with that early Symbols of Hope. Going to be getting some mana, resetting some cooldowns here. Meh pushing in at the same pillar as Flop, and KUNGARNA looking for that big CC chain. Waz, he's got his Vanish. He's got 10 seconds on his blind, which means he could just Vanish and blind right now if he wants to, or he could blind later and go for a blind sap. Let's see what they decide to do. Meh is in a fear. Full kidney shot on the Flop. Potential for a blind to follow that up. They're going after Wealthy Man. He uses the Alter Time. Full blind secure on the Flop. They have a sap out of this as well. Wealthy Man with an excellent alt. Actually, Wealthy Man's Alter Time got dispelled, but Flop traded out his IQD right there and used a big heal with that Guardian Spirit. So Flop actually traded out in a big way, and KUNGARNA, they could decide to try to swap over to Flop or to just rinse and repeat that same setup the next time they have that blind.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Waz right now putting a lot of pressure out onto Wealthy Man in the midfield. Let's see what they can do. Waz also getting stunned up. Big damage going out onto him. Is he going to be able to survive? Met is going to trade the Guardian Spirit, and that should be enough of a trade in terms of mana. Flop is way behind. Quite surprising, in all honesty. And Wealthy Man is forced into his Ice Block. This is a beautiful setup here by KUNGARNA. They have the mana lead. Wealthy Man, a big massive spell comes in from Man. This is once again Man trying to take down the Mage right now. Is he going to be able to do it? Just so much offensive pressure from this Priest. It's just so impressive to see. And I don't think Wealthy Man's going to walk away from this one. They get the Cauterize at the second major objective. There's still a fear on the Flop. He's still not out of crowd control. And Wealthy Man has been so far on the back foot. Finally, Cloud9's recovers, but at what cost?
Yeah, the cost is called Blind Combustion, ready for KUNGARNA, and they are ready to lift off here. Anytime they pull that trigger, we're going to see the same setup. Waz going to be kidney shotting flop into a blind, into a full sap. There it is, full kidney shot. Here comes the combustion of Raikou. Mehi's in position. How is he going to survive? Flop actually human racials and trades out the Guardian Spirit, but he does get blinded on his human racial. There's a full sap. Wealthy Man needs to stay alive. He's got no cauterize. He's got no ice block. Just a fox on his own on the opposite side of the map. Waz Blade rushes in. He smells blood in the water. 1 second left of that mind control. And Wealthy Man with an excellent defensive play there will stay alive, but that was largely because of that human racial from flop there, allowing a gap in the CC chain. The next time they have a blind, which is in 38 seconds, or even before that, if they get a Fear, a Chastise, or a Polymorph, that could just be the game here for Cloud9, and I don't see too many openings. Raikou still with his cooldowns. Waz has no Cloak of Shadows, so they could potentially try to take him down. They're going to need counter pressure on the side of Cloud9, and they need it fast if they want to be able to win, and there it is. They are getting some decent pressure here, but Waz actually just harassing Flop in the back line and looking to potentially close this one out, Ben.
Yep, definitely. I mean, Wealthy Man is kind of struggling to find pressure here. You have to go after an Outlaw Rogue, and that's one of the main downsides for Cloud9 is there's not many good targets. Waz going to be using that Eternal Aegis as well. Goes for the kidney shot here on the flop. This could be a potential game-winning crowd control. Wealthy Man with a beautiful line of sight and that alter time. That should be enough for him to survive. Let's see. I mean, Waz right now, he's got the Vanish. He has the Blind. He has Adrenaline Rush. He has all his defensive cooldowns. They have Combustion. They have everything they need to close out the game. Wealthy Man is in so much trouble. A full Polymorph lands on a flop. They're going for it all out. Wealthy Man, how are you possibly going to live this? There's no cheat death. There is no ice block. He blinks away. He gets the Guardian Spirit. Flop will keep him alive. That was massive damage incoming from KUNGARNA. That really was the push. Let's see if Wealthy Man can survive much longer. Was no blind available. Still has his Cloak of Shadows, but running kind of low on cooldowns right now. Cloud9 starting to develop some pressure here. Was forced into the Cloak of Shadows, and he's going to have to run. This is exactly what you want if you're Cloud9.
Beautiful counter pressure there by Cloud9, but that was the IQD for flop coming up there. And Waz, he's going to have a blind right before that ice block coming up for Wealthy Man. So they have one final opportunity on the side of KUNGARNA now. Cloud9, they have good pressure. They need to maintain this pressure. Man, right now he's in a full fear. Waz forced to use his Vanish defensively here, and this could be Waz actually looking for the blind out of stealth into a stun here. He's going to go for it. Maybe he kicks flop and he gets feared into a sheep, so he can't chain that kick with a blind like he wanted to. You can see Waz looking for the kidney shot, but Wealthy Man doing a great job shutting it down. Wealthy Man with ice block ready in about 8 seconds here. Should have stalled enough here for it. Combustion available for Raikou. They connect with the kidney shot. Raikou is holding on to it, predicting that the ice block will come out there. They do master spell it though. Wealthy Man still not out of the woods yet. There's the Guardian, and that means there's actually an opportunity to swap the flop as well. They might just swap with a combustion, but Waz right now in a lot of trouble. Immediately hooks back to the pillar. Close call there by Wealthy Man and Cloud9. Still anybody's game. They could go after Wealthy Man. They could go after flop. They have no outs, either of them. So it's a buffet, and KUNGARNA right now, they're just sitting down at the table.
Yeah, let's see. Waz feeling a little bit scared right now, but he has the Vanish and Cloak of Shadows rotating back up, and I think that's one of the things Waz does so well. He knows when he can die, he knows when he's not safe, and he is willing to play completely safe until he's feeling comfortable to get aggressive. Right now, we see that aggression. He's going to be going after Wealthy Man, landing a full stun. Wealthy Man blinks out into a coil, though. Waz taking a lot of pressure here from Cubsy, who's getting aggressive, looking for a Tyrant. If he can land that Tyrant, Waz going to be forced to run away. Gets stunned. You can see Flop right now channeling out a Holy Fire. Waz going to be interrupting that. Look at Meh. He's interrupted. This is so much pressure from Cloud9. Once again, Flop's mana not doing well, but he's managed to actually equalize here, Zico. So that mana lead that KUNGARNA had is slowly slipping away. Wealthy Man going to be trading out a big alter time. Buddha the Ascended trades from Meh, though. We've seen him slay mages before. Can he do it again? Wealthy Man, no cauterize, no ice block, but big heals from Flop. Great kiting from Wealthy Man. I think he should be able to survive. Now it's actually Waz in the stun once again, running away from this combustion. I mean, I feel like Cloud9 is doing such a good job keeping Waz at bay in this game, but Waz still has every single cooldown to survive, so at some point he can make the push when he wants.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Flop had to use his human racial in that last exchange. Wealthy Man has his cauterized. There's a cheap shot on the flop. Who's going to push in? Raikou blinks in. Meh actually gets the DR Fear into a full shape here. Wealthy Man on fire potentially. Does get a beautiful alter time. Can he continue the chain? They're trying to get more sheeps. Raikou not able to find it there. He does get it, but it's a little bit late. Wealthy Man catches a couple of big heals, and Waz once again at bay. Meh with the symbols of hope. Waz caught up in the midfield. He catches a big heal there. Ray of Hope with that Guardian Spirit. Waz now hooking back to the pillar. He also used Cloak of Shadows there, I believe. So Waz really with nothing left, and he can't really leave this pillar, but Meh can't drink at this pillar because the pet is there, whereas Flop can drink. If there's no pressure on Wealthy Man, Flop can just sit down and drink, and this is where Cloud9 starts to shine. I would say Cloud9 right now are looking better and better as this match is progressing. Wealthy Man is only 50 seconds away from his third ice block. He's got cauterized, and he's looking good. And if you are KUNGARNA, you need to maintain this pressure. You need to make sure that Flop can never sit down and drink, because the moment he does, you lose everything. Let's see if KUNGARNA can keep that pressure. 18 seconds left on that ice block from Wealthy Man. Here comes the combustion for Raikou. Big damage coming out. IQD from Flop there. Raikou's taking a decent amount of damage himself, as well as Cubsy swaps his pressure between Waz and Raikou. Waz now once again getting gripped back to the pillar, using that Eternal Aegis. Nest Mana not looking good, and this is exactly what Flop wants. Look at him sitting down on the opposite side of the map, looking for the drink. Waz looking for the vanished sap there, potentially not able to find it. He gets the cheap shot onto Flop, but no follow-up. There's a gouge, but that will mean that the Chastise as well as the Poly is DR'd onto Flop. They get a DR sheep. Man defs a sheep. Man gets caught up in a fear. In a stun into another sheep. Actually, he didn't def it. He defed a fear, I believe, and now he's caught up in a full sheep into potential a re-sheep here. Raikou taking a lot of damage from the pets, from the imps. Waz as well getting cleaved down here. It's not looking too good for KUNGARNA, and I think Cloud9 is actually for the first time in the driver's seats here, Van.
They are looking good. I mean, right now, Wealthy Man has his ice block. Waz going to get coiled away. Really scary situation. We're at 30% dampening all that Demonology Warlock damage. Going to be amplified with all that healing reduction. Wealthy Man, though, this is a huge push. Keep in mind, we've seen Meh with instant Master Spells. Wealthy Man is never safe in this matchup, and it looks like KUNGARNA wants to get aggressive. At the same time, though, Waz needs to be careful. There's the ice block. He still has to cauterize, so I really like that Wealthy Man didn't overlap that. Kidney Shot, Guardian Spirit going to be used on that Kidney Shot, and Wealthy Man, I think, should stabilize. There's the gouge. Still has the cauterize if he needs it, and now Waz needs to be careful. There's no Vanish. There's no Cloak of Shadows. I feel like if Cloud9 can just hold on a little bit longer. If Waz overextends, it's an opportunity. Wealthy Man on fire, though. He's running. He's trying to survive. He's burning down. Flop with no mana left. I don't think he can keep him alive. Raikou throwing in a big Pyro Blast. He gets procced and dropped. Really close call, though. This matchup really couldn't have gone much closer.
Honestly, that was a lot closer than I expected. I thought I feel like KUNGARNA at the start of the game, they looked a bit maybe thrown off by the Fire Mage, as I feel like a lot of us have been, into Mage Lock. You normally see Frost, so maybe the Fire threw them off a bit, but I really like the mid-game adaptation where I'm sure it was because defenses were a bit low, mana was low, but about halfway through the game, they started just resetting. Walls would just sit behind the pillar, Meh would top them up slowly, and it seemed like if you play the long game, you eventually can have a long setup with the blind, because Waz for a majority of the game is getting a Kidney Shot on the flop. He blinds him off, he saps him, and if he gets that combo later on in dampening when Flop is already like we saw at the end, I mean, Flop had Guardian Spirit at the end on Wealthy Man, but he just didn't have any mana. It didn't do any healing, so they trade out the Guardian Spirit, they get the Ice Block, they cauterize all at once in dampening, and they just kind of played a longer game and kind of stalled out a bit, and I definitely like that adaptation there. Realizing that staying ahead and pushing in is not going to win you the game.
Yeah, and that's a tricky thing as the RMP, because a lot of the time it's kind of ingrained in your brain that you want to get those perfect 3 versus 1 setups where you can get those big cooldowns. And this was early on in the match. Wealthy Man, look at that boon of the Ascendant, forces out the ice block. Did they get the cauterize as well? I think it was close that they got it. It gets gripped back to the pillar, and actually they continue the pressure here. They do get the cauterize. Yeah, they did continue the damage and actually did proc it. So they had a massive opener. You got to give Wealthy Man a lot of credit. He's one of those mages that just seems to be impossible to kill. Took a long time before he went down, and Wealthy Man just able to kite, reset his cooldowns. Cubsy, of course, I mean, the entirety of Cloud9, of course, is the reason why that's even possible. You know, Flop keeping him alive, Cubsy keeping up the counter pressure and the cross CCs, and setting up targets for Wealthy Man to hit while he's running. So it's definitely a team effort here, but I really like that. This is like the biggest issue I have, or not issue, but I guess the biggest question I have is, how is Meh's mana so good? He never sat down for drinks. He just doesn't spend it. I don't know. Like, it felt like look, on that previous replay, Meh had the same mana. Like, what's going on? You know, every single one of these replays, I feel like Meh's mana hasn't moved. He's like casting spells, but he's not losing mana somehow. He's doing a great job of just efficient healing and healing with damage as well, I think. And I think it's a big reason to why KUNGARNA has so much success. I mean, obviously they're all phenomenal players, but having Meh in the back line setting up a lot of these defensive plays, and having Meh also giving you know, the opportunity to do more goals because he's extending the match by being so efficient, it's just worth so much to have.
Oh, certainly. Very curious to see what happens now. I want to know if there's any mage lock strategies. Maybe Ven could give us some insight on that, because what I'm thinking after that game is it seems like the pressure on Waz just kind of slowly dwindles down. So, Ven, what do you think about maybe doing pre-swaps? Because Meh is crossing the map quite a bit, so...
Ooh. Okay. They're going to be going to a large map and actually locking in Flop on the Mistweaver Monk, so... I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the Mistweaver Monk against RMP. I mean, it's a lot of throughput. Obviously, on these large maps, it's going to be difficult to actually like take Flop down. So I think that's one of the reasons why Flop kind of opts for it on the large map, is you can be really susceptible to being trained down on a Monk on a small map if you're not able to kite and get away. So on the big map, this should theoretically give Flop a lot more kind of throughput, a lot more mana regen. But I'd say offensively, maybe lacking a little bit more. We'll definitely have to wait and see, though. In terms of strategies, making pre-swaps, I think it's a pretty hard thing to do as Demonology. I think Cubsy, a lot of his pets and a lot of his damage is actually getting controlled quite a bit here by Raikou. That's like Raiku's main job in this game, is actually just shutting down that level of burst. You don't really have that kind of one-shot. It's more like consistent pressure coming in, especially from the Fire Mage variant. Even with the Combustion, it's just, you know, the kind of one-shot you have isn't really there. So, yeah, I don't know. Their best bet, in my opinion, is just kiting Waz around and then eventually taking him down and dampening. Like, going after the mage, Raiku's playing Prismatic Cloak, so every single time he blinks, not only is he going to get a Blazing Berry, but he also gets 50% damage reduction. And then dropping mana swap, I think, is really unrealistic. Maybe if he's super out of position, he like fades in aggressive, something like that, it is possible. But I think Cloud9 was actually a lot closer to closing out that game than maybe it looked, because at that point, in dampening, I mean, Waz, there was no cloak, there was no vanish, there's really no lifelines left. I feel like if Cloud9 somehow lived there, it would have actually put Waz in a really awkward position where he didn't have any cooldowns for quite some time, and that's where Cloud9 maybe could have actually developed a lead. So I think for Cloud9, it's about getting deeper into dampening and finding those win conditions on Waz.
Yeah, and that was Cloud9 playing on EU servers. Now Cloud9 are going to have the full advantage of having that ping on their home base. And KUNGARNA is going to be playing RMP with, you know, upwards of 200 MS. Waz right now getting blasted here in the open field, already taking some damage, trading out the Cloak of Shadows early, trades out the Crimson Vial, actually evasions as well for the pet just to avoid the Mortal Strike effect. And now Waz looking for the Wealthy Man here, full kidney shot onto Flop. Now, Flop, I think, yeah, I was going to say he's playing so he can teleport while he is stunned, and he just did there. But how did he break out of that blind there? I actually have no idea. It looked like somebody on KUNGARNA actually did damage into it and broke it. Raikou has been having a quiet game, finally appearing here on the screen. And they did force out that Life Cocoon, so Raiku's going to have Combustion, and Life Cocoon is down. And also that Transcendence is on cooldown right now. They actually might be taking down Flop in this kidney, no? You're not going to be going for it. And I'm just kidding him for CC. Meh is there, going for the fear, but look at that beautiful Shadow Fury by Cubsy, shutting down Meh, making sure that he cannot reach Flop there. And Wealthy Man actually getting counterspelled here, Raikou popping off with the Combustion, but Flop is just healing through it there on the Mistweaver. Waz, though, going to be on top of Flop and Wealthy Wealthy Man, so he's going to have an opportunity to land a CC on one target while hitting the other, potentially. But Wealthy Man realizing that situation, kiting away from his healer, and they're using the map beautifully on the side of C9. Now they get a polymorph onto Meh. Here comes the leg sweep as well onto Wells, potentially. No, Flop just rolling in there, getting ready for the touch of death, but catches a kidney shot. No follow-up just yet, right? Looking for the polymorph. They get a full blind, actually, and now he's going to be a big extended CC chain. They get a full sheep out of that blind. Wealthy Man trades out his human racial. He doesn't have alter time, though, and Meh is there for a fear as well, but it looks like Wealthy Man will survive with all of those plays. Catches a big life cocoon, counterspell onto Flop, but he already traded out the life cocoon, so it's actually good for him to get counterspell there. He's not going to have to worry about it later. And now Cloud9 looking like they want to be going after Waz and just kind of reset their position a little bit, stall for those cooldowns to come back.
Yeah, here we go. Wealthy Man going for a Dragon's Breath. Big damage here on Waz. He's going to trade out his Combustion. Raikou trying to spell steal it off, and eventually it will be dispelled. I didn't really get anything. I was going to say the damage is done, but there is no damage done. And it's actually Wealthy Man who's taking the brunt of that damage. They aren't able to force the Cauterize, but that was an extremely close call. If they got that cheat death out of the way, that would have been kind of a nightmare situation here for Cloud9. Kidney shot now on Flop. Into a sap, so kidney into a sap, but Wealthy Man is full HP. A beautiful alter time, kiting behind the pillar. I don't think. Raikou's trying to strip it. Can he get it off? He's not able to dispel it. Wealthy Man alter time's back. Oh, I mean, Raikou played so aggressive there. I think that was actually even a combustion to try to get aggressive onto Wealthy Man, but unfortunately the alter time was not able to be dispelled. Raikou ran out of mana, unfortunately, with those spell steals. Just got a little bit unlucky. And as a result, Wealthy Man will survive. Kidney shot, but Flop is going to make an easy trade with that life cocoon. And that's one of the things about the Mistweaver Monk, is you have the cocoon as well as the revival to trade during these setups. These really scary moments. Double stun out on a Waz, a potential setup here by Cloud9. They get the feint out of the way, but not able to net the Cloak of Shadows. And I would say KUNGARNA, they're still feeling safe. They have many, many defensive cooldowns. And also on the side of Cloud9, I just feel like bringing in the Mistweaver, bringing in the large map, has kind of slowed down this match a lot.
Yeah, and we're going to see Flop here teleporting away from that Ring of Frost, but he gets feared. Raikou could potentially get a sheep here, and he does secure a sheep. Full kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. This is not looking good. How is he going to stay alive here? Beautiful alter time there. They try to race it, but they still have some more CC. Wealthy Man still taking a lot of damage. Flop with nothing in terms of instant healing, and Wealthy Man will proc his Cauterize right there. Good push here from KUNGARNA. Mana still looking good for Meh. We are about 45 seconds away from dampening. Wealthy Man having to pay with his longest cooldown, actually. Cauterize does not get reset by things like shifting power or fireballs, so he's not going to have that for a while now. Full blind onto Flop. Wealthy Man blinks back defensively, pops the mirror images. Dragon's Breath Waz calling in Brawn here as well. Full kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. He's going to trade his human racial. Cheap onto Flop. There's the life cocoon. Wealthy Man weathers the storm. And now what can they get back? They need some kind of pressure. Potential swap onto Meh or going after Waz. Waz actually staying in the open field. Gets punted back there by the Ring of Peace. And Wealthy Man doing a great job here, just kiting around the map. Meh actually getting paralyzed and popping the combustion, but Waz does not care whatsoever. He just trades out the Eternal Ages, gets the Guardian Spirit, and continues to push on. Can they get more CC onto Flop? They get a full kidney into a Fear, into a Sheep, into a kidney on Wealthy Man. This time he pre-alters as well, but he loses the race. Will block there. Doesn't want to throw the game, dying behind a pillar without ice blocking. And now Wealthy Man with no cooldowns left. This Mistweaver healer swap so far is not looking like it's working out for Cloud9.
Yeah, you lose a lot of that kind of tankiness, especially with the Fey Guardians. It's really nice. That being said, Flop has a ton of mana. The thing is, he's going to have to be able to spend it to actually heal Wealthy Man up. So if they end the game in Flop's full mana, then that mana lead really doesn't amount to much. It doesn't really matter in the match. I'd say Cloud9 at this point, we're still at 5% dampening. There is a chance that Wealthy Man can make it to another Ice Block, can make it to another Cauterize 4 minutes away, but it's not going to be easy. Stun right now on a Waz. Wealthy Man just spamming out the fireballs, trying to get that damage rolling. Wealthy Man actually changed up his talents just a little bit to be more tanky in this matchup, realizing that he's probably going to be the target in this match. He went for the Netherwind armor to reduce incoming critical strikes just a little bit, but I would say it hasn't looked like it's mattered too much so far in this match. Waz down to about 30% HP, trades out the feint. There's a little bit of a scary moment. Can't stay in the open for too long. Cubsy's been able to put out immense pressure on that rogue, and it looks like, or on that warlock, and this rogue is going to get stunned up. Waz getting so close to touch of death. He is going to vanish out. A very nice offensive play there by Flop, going for the leg sweep, going for a potential touch of death, and that's one thing about Flop. I love watching him on the Mistweaver Monkey. He is not afraid to get in there, get his hands dirty, try to go for those touch of deaths, get the leg sweeps. It's beautiful to see. Unfortunately, just missing out there in that moment. Wealthy Man now going for a Ring of Fire, a way to get some consistent damage out here on Waz. But Waz has been unafraid in this match so far, and he still has that Vanish that has rotated back up. The more uptime Waz has, the faster his cooldowns will reset, and that just where things kind of spiral out of control for Cloud9. A full kidney shot now with a flop, but Wealthy Man just going full defense. Polymorph on Waz, Dragon's Breath onto Meth, full Polymorph now on Meth. Beautiful setup by Wealthy Man, but there is just no damage to follow it up, and it's actually Wealthy Man on the back foot.
Beautiful sap there out of the kidney shot by Waz, but no follow-up on that. Nicely done there by Wealthy Man as well. Sheeping Waz whenever he's going to off-kidney flop, realizing he has a moment there. But here comes the fear. Here's the Boon of the Ascendant by Meh. Big damage potential, and it will be the Life Cocoon here coming out from flop. Now, Raikou has his combustion in about 15 seconds. So for that next setup, Raikou could be the one to close it out here. Wealthy Man's got nothing. Flop, I don't think, has anything as well. He might have IQD. Let's see. Full kidney shot secured. Can they get anything here? They just need to find a CC, but Raikou can't find it. They find the sap out of the kidney, and Waz making his way back to the target. Full kidney shot. Wealthy Man trinkets out. Man is in position for the fear. Can they close it out? Raikou with the combustion needs to get 2 pyros, and it will be enough. Raikou 1 pyro, 2 pyros. There's the shifting power. He's going to crack the seed as well, and KUNGARNA will move to match point. Cloud9 definitely going to need to swap it up here, Upsturge.
Yeah, KUNGARNA just does not miss a beat when they're playing this rogue mage. I guess we're really seeing it. They are the kings of rogue mages this season, especially every season, but this season they just don't seem to miss a beat. I think that game, especially at the end, you just see Flop get into the kidney, he gets into a sheep, or he gets into a sap. Oh, he gets out of the sap. Oh, he gets a half fear, and they end up just never really overlapping CC. I think there was one moment earlier, a couple minutes prior to the end of the game, where you think, oh, Flop's in a kidney, they shut down Raikou, Raikou's getting double feared, he got CS, and he gets sapped again right off the kidney. So KUNGARNA just never seems to miss a beat with landing CC, and the Mistweaver just seemed like it didn't really pay out much, especially on a big map. This was their counter pick, and they had the ping advantage, so I can't help but feel like the Mistweaver was a bit of a mistake. It seemed like it was too defensive, and you had a good mana lead, yeah, but
yeah,
outside of mana, they really just were struggling on cooldowns, and it seemed like it was only a matter of time before KUNGARNA just landed the game-winning setup.
Well, the thing that we talked about in the previous match, and the thing that you were praising Waz for, was that he knew when he couldn't stay in. But I feel like against the Mistweaver, he stayed in the whole time, and that might be because of the lack of kind of offensive pressure that the Priest will bring. You know, having offensive dispels, having extra damage, things like that. Can definitely be what turns things around, because every single time, like, I mean, look at this sequence right here. You're just gonna see Waz go for the kidney, chase down Wealthy Man, just chasing down Wealthy Man, just chasing down Wealthy Man, and this is when he ice blocks. This is when Wealthy Man ice blocks. He gets caught up in the kidney, and he doesn't want to race that Outlaw Rogue. He uses the ice block, and after that, like, I mean, another replay here. Wealthy Man actually popping combustion. Was pre-cloaks that leg sweep there. That was very nicely done by him. And then he pops the vanish. And as soon as he comes out, he has no cloak, and he just right away goes aggressive. Like here, goes aggressive. And I think it's because he always feels like he has an answer. Maybe he has a vanish, maybe he has a cloak, or maybe Meh has answers. Either way, it feels like Cloud9's problem is the lack of pressure. Like here, we see the first kidney sap, and Wealthy Man is running immediately. They get a kidney shot. He trinkets out. He runs away, and they get the DR fear, and then they connect with the rest of the damage. And Flop not able to keep that seed alive. KUNGARNA 2 up right now, and looking good.
What do you do? Ooh, I like this map. Enigma Crucible.
I feel like we don't see this map often.
There's so many maps now. It's like, I feel like teams have their comfort. It's like, oh, you go big, you go like Tolvaron, you go Ashmanes, but Enigma Crucible, it's a nice map. Surprisingly large, too. You know, has got a lot of open space on the side of the map. KUNGARNA, no surprise, they're locking in the RMP once again. And for Cloud9, what are they going to do? Are we like, how do we like the Fire Mage? I'm not. Okay, good. We're going to see Wealthy Man. We're going to see Wealthy Man on the Outlaw Rogue and Cubsy on the Demonology Warlock. So this should be really interesting. Wealthy Man's probably just tired of being shut down on his mage in this matchup, being trained down by an Outlaw Rogue. He's like, yeah, I've had enough. I need to go on the Outlaw Rogue too. Flop back to the Holy Priest. I really like it. I just feel like the problem with the Mistweaver Monk, I think it works great into cleaves, like having some of those utilities like the double leg sweep and the Ring of Peace. Like that's where you can kind of justify bringing in the Mistweaver Monk. But outside of that, like having the Holy Priest just feels so good in terms of tankiness. You have just as many cooldowns you can rotate through, if not more. Sure, maybe not as good as mana, but at least you can spend your mana. Like, you know what I mean? Flop lost 100% mana. So at the end of the day, that really doesn't matter that much. And I think I like the fact that Cloud9 is actually mixing it up here.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think it seemed like the Mistweaver just kind of... Because you don't really have the honor talents to choose the disarm. And I feel like disarm, okay, you play a Mistweaver, you have a lot of mana, you can be very defensive, stay back. But not being able to choose the disarm is something like an Outlaw Rogue where you don't, like, you kind of want that utility. So it's a good pick and it helps, but it seemed like it was a bit too defensive. And like we talked about, Waz being aggressive. He decided to be defensive in the first game halfway through. This game held W the entire time. They never let him down. And Flop just seemed to be getting harassed completely. Raiku's standing on top of him. Waz is standing on top of him. Mez running across the map, standing on top of him. So it seems like we're just back to the storyline of how do you beat RMP and how do you beat KUNGARNA's RMP. So we do see a comp swamp here, the Demo Outlaw Rogue. I think I don't really mind it. I think the Demo brings a lot of disruption. I can't help but feel like defensively it's going to be very scary to fight this team.
It's really funny you say that. It's like the North American teams figured out how to beat NA RMPs. Because RMP just fell off a cliff. Like there's just everybody was playing it. 100% of games were just RMP, Fire Mage, Outlaw, Mirrors, and then all of a sudden nobody's playing anymore. We don't see Samayam ever on his mage, surprisingly. Like Wealthy Man and Chun-Li not playing anymore. Like everyone has abandoned the composition, but you still have KUNGARNA.
That's why I specified
everyone. Yeah, you did specify. I'm just calling it out. I mean, KUNGARNA just seems like they're kind of a different beast with this composition.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the team to beat when it comes to RMP. This is really the team that has mastered it right now. Meh is sitting through a full blind, and I gotta agree with you guys. I'm scared for Cubsy this game. I think Cubsy is going to be tested a lot here on his Warlock, and here we go. They're going after Flop right now. Big setup here coming out. Boon of the Ascendant, Combustion. Do they have a follow-up stun? They don't. Flop actually sitting through that one comfortably. Didn't have to use his human ratio. Didn't have to use IQD. Didn't use anything. And now he's going to pop that Apotheosis, reset some of his cooldowns. Cubsy's taking a little bit of damage. Waz looking for something there. He gets a full blind on the Flop, actually. Doesn't have a Vanish, though. Raikou does have a Polymorph. It is on diminishing returns, though. And Cubsy will gateway back to the open field. Curse of... exhaustion, and still a lot of pressure coming in here in the kidney shot, but Guardian Spirit coming through from Flop, and should be enough to keep Cubsy alive in that exchange. Now it is going to be all about Waz, and I'm curious to see who actually wins this one on mana, because I feel like this might be one of those games that does go into mana. And I don't know if the Demo Warlock will necessarily come out ahead, if he can just run and keep his pets attacking and maybe come out ahead in mana on that regard, or if somebody's just going to get absolutely blasted down. Right now, though, it is Cubsy and Flop kiting. Early symbols of hope coming out here from Flop. Double Fear by Meh. Raikou blinking in, looking for the sheep. Can he find it? Wealthy Man. Beautiful kick there, realizing what was happening. Raikou now getting feared. And Cloud9 just playing a solid defense so far.
Yep, definitely. Putting a lot of pressure out onto Waz, especially when he's chasing Cubsy. Cubsy has been such a joy to watch on this Warlock. His kiting and positioning in the match is always just on point. He gets interrupted there. But big damage on Waz. Either way, even though Raikou was able to stop the Tyrant, still Waz could drop. He's forced to trade on everything. There's no evasion, no cloak, no vanish. And this is exactly what you want if you're Cloud9. It's surprising to see them just go after the Outlaw Rogue like this, but the amount of pressure they've had on Waz, and also they're kind of limiting Waz's ability to disrupt Cubsy. I like the strategy a lot coming in from Cloud9.
Yeah, and Raikou right now sitting through a gouge here. Cubsy once again just using this Enigma Crucible beautifully, crossing the map consistently. Actually, I think Raikou steal his Nether Ward there, or maybe you just polyed Cubsy. You're going to see Wealthy Man stuck in a mind control right now. Tyrant is out here for Cubsy, and Raikou has Combustion. What is he going to do with it? Waz with no Cloak of Shadows right now, and it's probably Raikou's probably going to be sending it onto Cubsy, but Waz as well could be a target here for Cloud9. He needs to be careful. He pops the Vanish. He's looking to reset some of those cooldowns with it. And what did he reset? There's a full kidney shot onto Flop, but he doesn't have one for Cubsy. Cubs is building a lot of distance, and a Ring of Frost coming out here by Raikou. A little bit overlap there with the blind, but sometimes as the mage you have to cast those out a little bit early or you won't get it off. And Raikou did pop his Combustion here, but Cubsy handles it beautifully. Flop, though, still in crowd control. Still some leftovers coming out here from Raikou. Will force out the Guardian Spirit, at least. And there are the Fey Guardians as well. Flop's mana is not looking good. And this is kind of what we were talking about. I think this could be one of those games that will be decided on mana. And so far, it's looking pretty good in terms of pressure from KUNGARNA. But Raikou finally getting pressured here. Could be in danger. Could be the first ice block of the game. He gets counterspelled. Ring of Fire coming out, but meh, with a big flash heal in the back line. Now with another heal, he gets kicked on it. Raikou could be in trouble here. The Polymorph's Wealthy Man. Raikou, 1% HP, blinks for a Blazing Barrier, goes for the sheep here onto Flop. Boon of the Ascendant is loaded up for Meh. Raikou's in a full kidney with no blink out, no trinket. He might have to actually ice block here unless Meh can keep him alive. Flash heal coming out from Meh. Meh now in a full fear. This another blink here with the Blazing Barrier by Raikou. Excellent defense. Wealthy Man in stealth. Raikou can actually see him right there. Mind control coming out into a cheap shot. Raikou still not out of the woods yet. Flop pushing in here, getting some dispels, and that will be the Guardian Spirit. Now Waz on the opposite end has been pressuring Cubsy quite a bit here as well. Raikou coming out here with the Combustion ready and sending it. Full counterspell out the Flop. This could be the unending resolve just at the back of that. Man's in a full blind as well. Waz is in a disarm. Cubsy on 50% HP. Flop not doing too good on mana. What are they going to do here? Raikou gets kicked on the Polymorph mech, gets put in a kidney shot, and Cubsy gets gripped back to safety. Waz here potentially looking for a blind, and he does vanish to reset the blind. He has double kidney, kidney onto Flop, as you have another one for Cubsy. He gets coiled before he can access it. Fear coming out from Meh, and they find a sheep as well. Raikou blinks in for it, looking for it, and he does secure it. And he get a Dragon Spirit for something onto Cubsy, so Waz actually can connect on the target. He's hitting him through the pillar right now, and Meh is going to get feared up. Still anybody's game, but definitely a lead right now mounting up here for KUNGARNA. They catch Cubsy finally. Ring of Fire comes out, big damage with that kidney shot, but the Apotheosis responds for Flop and Cloud9.
Yeah, beautiful push here by KUNGARNA, but I feel like Cubsy had really good positioning there. He was able to play Ring Around the Rosie, get a fear out of the kidney shot. It was actually really, really nice. We're at 4% dampening at this point of the game. Mana slightly in favor here for Meh. They're still making a push onto Cubsy, but just watching this game, you kind of get the feeling like there's going to be a big push here by KUNGARNA. Cubsy's going to fall too far behind, and this could be it. Flop going to have to trade out his IQD, breaking out of that full blind, but that means that next blind, he is not going to have an out, and that's the kind of overwhelming pressure KUNGARNA is going to be looking for. The next crowd control chain onto Flop could be absolutely devastating when blind is off cooldown. Let's see what KUNGARNA decides to do. Gets an interrupt on Flop. Nicely done there by Raikou. Combustion is just going to trade out, but he gets feared on it. Great denial there by Cubsy. Look at Raikou. He's so sad with his Combustion. He gets feared into a gouge just to add insult to injury. Interrupt on Matt into a full fear. Cubsy putting in work right now on that Warlock, but now he's getting swapped to and might get crushed. Unending Resolve is used. And that is a long cooldown. That will not be available for a while. And look at this, Zico. Flop is almost completely topped on mana. Cubsy has no defensive cooldowns, but Cloud9 still in defiance, not making it easy, pressuring down Raikou. Such a close game.
Yeah, this game could really go either way, but Flop has no mana. Man's in a kidney shot. Raikou's on about 70% HP. No pressure onto him, though, because Wealthy Man is sitting through those sheeps. Nice defense here from Raikou, and now Meh and Raikou and Waz pushing in for the win here. Can they do it? The Fey Guardians are active here onto Cubsy. Preemptive moves coming out from Flop, and Waz right now looking for the CC. Can they set it up? They get a kidney shot onto Cubsy. He trinkets out immediately there with his will to survive. Can they get get anything onto flop. Now Waz has a vanish. He could just vanish and reset his kidney. And right now flop anticipating it, trying to outrange. Look at Ryko trying to spell steal that holy ward. Everybody is just trying to set Waz up here. Honestly, I would like to see Waz Ryko just Dragon's Breath that thing off so they can set that get that set up. Tyrant's coming out for KAWHI. He's looking for the counter pressure. Flop is buying them time to get back in the game, but there it is. Kidney shot onto KAWHI. Waz is looking for the setup. Holy ward is still active onto flop, making it difficult for KUNGARNA to get aggressive. Ryko is actually taking a lot of damage right now, dropping dangerously low, and there it is. Guardian Spirit coming out. Ryko pops the combustion. KAWHI preemptively ports it. Waz sitting through a full blind right now. KAWHI still dangerously low on HP. If they can get anything onto flop, he has no IQD. It could just be the game. Ryko finally connects with his combustion. Waz is there, trying to close it out. Gets a full kidney shot onto flop. Flop uses a human racial into a new holy ward. I think they purged it, but Ryko gets forced into the ice block. It's a bit of a race right now. Cloud9 doing such a good job making sure that flop does not get crowd control right now, but for how long can he keep this up? Flop has 0 mana left. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the damage. Here's KUNGARNA looking for the grand finals opening here. Can they make their way in? KAWHI teleports behind the pillar on 10% HP. Waz is all over him. Unending Resolve fades, and so does KAWHI.
Oh my goodness. KUNGARNA is just in the driver's seat the entire game. Cloud9 did really well at the start of the game. They had a lot of pressure on Waz. They started hitting Ryko later on, but it seemed like their plan just to get into dampening, they can only last for so long. They get so close to the point where they can finally get some pressure. They're evening out on mana, and they just can't live long enough, it seems like. If the game can go on maybe another minute, maybe another minute and a half, maybe Mez they got Ice Block at the end, but the mana difference just seems to be such a huge factor. And I wonder if maybe that's a mistake on Flop's part. He's playing Renewed Faith instead of the mana talent, but I think you lose a lot of healing by doing that. But the mana just seems to be a factor in each one of these games, and KUNGARNA is just staying very stable, making sure not to overlap defensively, and knowing that they can win once he's So it gets to that point, Flop 8 minutes into the game, and it's pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so close. I mean, Ryko was under a tremendous amount of pressure at the end of that game. We saw Wealthy Man really creating some opportunities, but it's so difficult. KAWHI honestly did a really good job kiting, but when he gets separated from Flop on that large map, at the end, he was just too far away. But what else can you really do? Your healer's in crowd control. You kind of got to just portal away. And there was multiple times in that match where KAWHI is basically just hiding and just staying on the pillar, trying to run in circles for as long as possible to avoid damage. But it's just too little too late at that point of the game. But we can take a look here at the replay, Zico.
Yeah, and this is early. This is nice and early in the match. Waz actually gets quite low there, dropping super low. He used his trinket, his Cloak of Shadows. I mean, that was some good pressure there from Cloud9. Nice death there by Meh as well on the Fear. And I mean, you can see all of these players. Most of the time in a matchup like this, the game will not be going for this long. You know, somebody will go down, but they're all playing so well defensively. And then here's a big moment in the match. Ryko gets forced into the ice block. Flop human racials out of a kidney shot. And I don't know what, I think Waz might have gouged Flop there to remove his holy ward, but that is essentially what sets them up here. You get the kidney shot there onto KAWHI, and they're just pressuring big damage onto KAWHI, and in the end, they full counterspell. KAWHI with the Unending Resolve forced to teleport all the way to the outside side of the map. There's no holy ward on the Flop. He gets chastised. He gets feared. Ryko on one side, Waz on the other side. You can't go anywhere if you're KAWHI, and KUNGARNA will take it. And now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was this a semi-final? This match?
They are moving on to the upper finals to face KAWHI.
Okay.
KUNGARNA tomorrow.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're still in it. Yeah, they're still in it. They're still holding strong. Cloud9 now they are of course in the lower bracket, but they've got a couple more chances here to. Well, I guess technically only one chance. They can't be eliminated anymore, otherwise they're removed from the tournament. So, but yeah, bit of a steamroll from KUNGARNA. I mean, you guys kind of already covered it, but I mean, personally, I think I'm surprised that Cloud9 didn't at least take one game off of KUNGARNA. If you were to see this matchup again, though, Absurge, what would you want to see Cloud9 do differently? Like, is it just do you want to see them play a different comp if they were to have a rematch?
I feel like the comp is doing well. They just maybe swap for the mana talent, because mana seems to be a huge factor in all these games, and maybe try to swap more and do more swaps to Rogue, because they had a lot of pressure on Rogue early. They started hitting Mage because the Mage pushes in, and I mean, it's hard to say because it seems like everyone is trying to figure out how to stop this beast in KUNGARNA, right? Like, oh, they're playing Rogue Mage, yeah, but we're gonna have to start adding an asterisk next to Rogue Mage, because the matchups that we think are hard, you watch them and they don't look as difficult or as, you know, favored for the comp that's not Rogue Mage as we think. So I feel like I kind of like the Demo Rogue. I thought they did pretty well. They had a lot of pressure. The opening, when we saw the replay on walls, looked scary, but I would definitely rather see them do more swaps to Rogue and maybe try out the mana talent, because it seems such a big factor. But all these games are extremely close. Like, if that game lasts one more minute, I think C9 can maybe take a game off them, because the Dampenning's kicking in. There was no ice block, and it was just a really close series.
Yeah, that's very true. I feel like every game we're seeing is incredibly competitive, extremely close. So hopefully we see a continuation of that. However, you can see there the semifinals, like we've mentioned, KAWHI versus KUNGARNA, a bit of a deja vu, I guess. Well, no, because we haven't seen those two teams play, but I guess I just meant KAWHI and KUNGARNA being in the semifinals, but now we get to see them finally face off against each other. And that's going to be an incredible match. However, we don't, unfortunately, get to see that one today. We have to wait just a little bit, be patient for that upper finals match. But now we're moving on. The rest of the day is going to be in the lower bracket, so we're going to be starting to finally eliminate some teams. And SK Gaming and Casual Dads is first up on the chopping block, Zico.
Yeah, it's a sad day for Europe right now. We're going to be eliminated first here in the cross-region tournament. But, you know, it is what it is. We got Casual Dads versus SK. I think historically SK is definitely favored in that one. Could see RMD versus RMP come out. We could see SK try a little something different. It really depends on what they're feeling. But Casual Dads, also, we didn't see Alec in their series, so I don't know if he's actually available. If Casual Dads run some Destro comp, then it probably means that Alec isn't around, and that's not good news for them, because I think they will be eliminated if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of teams that are kind of dealing with not having their full roster here. We're seeing 3.5 men also have to deal with that. So certainly an unfortunate circumstance, but we'll find out soon enough if Casual Dads does have Alec around. So we're going to head to a break. When we're back, SK Gaming versus Casual Dads, who's going to get eliminated first. Hey everyone, we are about to eliminate our very first team of the weekend. It's either going to be SK Gaming or Casual Dads. We know that Casual Dads had kind of a rough loss against KAWHI this morning. SK Gaming also sent down to the lower bracket by Team Liquid. So they've both gotten some pretty tough matches out of the way. Maybe they're still a little bit worn from this morning's RU, but in your mind, what do you want to see from either side here?
Well, I mean, Casual Dads don't have their full roster, at least it doesn't seem so. Maybe Alex available now. Maybe he was, you know, had an early morning something, whatever. But if we can see some RMP mirrors, I'd be pretty happy with that. But if not, we'll see Rogue, Warlock, probably, maybe from Casual Dads, and that RMD from SK Gaming. And if I had to place a bet myself, I'm going with the SK Gaming personally. But I'm really excited to see this series, and I'm predicting a European victory here.
You're going to the safe option.
Oh, well, do you have a different prediction, Super Tees?
I mean, that was a sarcastic joke with it being double EU.
I know. Thank you.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I love how much of an advocate for RMP mirrors you are, Zario. Obviously, I'd love to see one of those today. What do you enjoy about being able to watch those and cast them now?
Yeah. I like to play Rogue. I like to play Mage. I like to play Priest. So to see these teams go head to head, it's fun for me. Although I must let me just nod and say, too much of one thing is never fun. If you fight only if it's 90% RMP, even me, I'm like, all right, let's get some new stuff in here. But I do enjoy it, and I haven't gotten to cast one yet. Have I?
Yeah.
Wait,
no,
did I cast
guess
one
I was
earlier
just
today?
like,
I guess Kungarna versus
No,
3.5 men, kinda. But you know, I haven't really gotten to cast one from the other week, so I'm dying to hop in the Rogue Mage. And I don't know, for me, I think it's fun because it's like this puzzle that you're trying to solve from both ends with CC and burst and stuff. But I'll also admit that the Outlaw version may be a bit more boring to watch than the sub version. It's like, oh, I love those sub RP mirrors. But regardless, obviously a little biased because I play those classes myself. But I'm excited.
We have too many mages. We need to bring some more.
We have just
more
enough.
caster
We have
variety.
just the right amount of mages. What are you talking about? This is perfect.
Yeah. All right. I think that's coming from a little bit of bias. All right. I'll hand it to another mage, Ven. So let's say the Casual Dads, they don't have Alec. You know, we're not really 100% sure. Like what? I feel like we've seen moments like this before where teams are able to overcome not having a key member of their roster. Do you think Casual Dads is a team that can pull this off? And if they do, what is it they're going to bring without Alec?
Well, it's going to be rough because their Warlock, as far as I know, only plays Destruction. And Destruction, not necessarily the best right now. It has a lot of damage, and we saw him come in with some interesting builds. Maybe he could pull it off, but I feel like Destro is not super in the meta right now, and if that's the only option that they have, I feel like SK Gaming, they can set themselves up with lots of different compositions if they wanted to. They could run a Cleave, like Jari was saying, they could just run the Rogue Mage Druid, and I think that Destruction Warlock is going to be a very good target for an Outlaw Rogue to just train down relentlessly, put Mind Numbing on him, just make it a nightmare for him to actually get casts off to deal any kind of significant damage. So I feel like that's maybe one of the disadvantages that they have, is they only really have one composition, unless Alec is here. If Alec is here, their Rogue Mage is very good. Like I feel like the Rogue Mage could go toe-to-toe with SK Gaming. We've seen it in the past. I feel like they would have a very fair shot, but it all depends on how this blind pick goes.
Yeah, fair point. Both of these teams are all full of amazing competitive players. They have a lot of veteran experience in this kind of situation between the two teams. So let's see what they can do. SK Gaming first match versus Casual Dads.
All right, what comps are going to come out? Is it the expected RMP of Casual Dads, or is Alec out on vacation, another renovation project, and it's Nazar's going to have to step in on Destruction Warlock? I'm a bit worried if they have to rely on him, although it's going to be super entertaining to watch and see what he can get done. I think it is heavily disadvantaged, especially in a matchup here with SK Gaming having that Outlaw Rogue, the Shiv Mind Numbing, just making these Chaos Bolts like a 5-second cast. Is going to be a very frustrating experience for Nazareth on the Destruction Warlock as we wait to zone into game number 1, our first elimination series. The loser of this will be completely out of the runnings to try and have a chance at these nice medals, 3rd place, 2nd place, and 3rd place AWC medals, something that are going to be held as a memento, I would think, for someone's entire life. So a lot of kind of like pride on the line here, as well as those to aim at, and this is going to be their last shot. SK Gaming will have to make a lower bracket run after their defeat to Team Liquid earlier on. I'm still interested to see if KUNGARNA can kind of just knock out every NA team and never lose a game. Like I almost feel like KUNGARNA are trying to do the 42-0 challenge when they're signing up for a tournament or something. Like they just, yeah, it's one thing to even just take a game off them, let alone a series. And it does look like Alec may be out of commission here, as the Casual Dads have locked in their Destruction Warlock in game 1. SK Gaming avoiding the Druid, actually bringing Asgrath in on the Holy Priest, so going to be flexing a bit here on that multi-class. He's going to be running a Kyrian Holy Priest. He's going to be blasting Boon of Ascended damage out. He's going to be a big kind of punch for their team to be able to pull off a win. Let's see if Casual Dads can deal with it.
Well, we will have to wait and see. Zeepai going to be moving in for a very aggressive start here. Nix is going to get a sap on Morrow, but Nazarin's likely going to be the target of choice here. Let's see what Nix is going to be able to get done. He is playing the Assassination spec, so he will have that very powerful Vendetta, and that's going to be an opportunity for the Casual Dads to get aggressive in the match. At the same time, though, Zeepai is going to be looking to shut down Nazarins at all costs with Mind Numbing, with Kidney Shot, with Gouge. Lots of crowd control available. Morrow pushing in, looking for crowd control of his own. Asgrath going to be tagged in on the Holy Priest, a bit unexpected. We normally see him on the Restoration Druid, but obviously very proficient on that Priest as well. And so far, I would say pressure is in favor of SK.
And full blind lands on a Clyde. Asgrath is playing Boon of the Ascended, taking a page out of Mez book here, and I'm really excited to see if he can get value out of that. But as I say, that full Kidney and full Fear overlap actually on Asgrath. A little miscommunication there, but Asgrath taking a lot of damage. There's the Guardian. Looks like he's going to be just fine. The Nazarins, though, in the full Kidney Shot, taking a ton of damage from Morrow's Combustion. Nazarins has some defensive cooldowns in his pocket. So does Clyde. Nazarins getting low, not opting to use anything here. No Wall, no Guardian. Playing it nice and slow. I respect that defensive awareness they have. Nazarin does get interrupted, casting the Fear, going for some CC. Asgrath into the full Kidney Shot. Morrow's kicked. Let's see the RMP set up here. Generally, it's off of a Polymorph or a Dragon's Breath. Let's see it happen. Asgrath in the full blind, though, on that Kidney Shot, and Morrow gets locked out. So it looks like that Kidney Shot is not really going to go anywhere on Nazarins. I like to see Nazarins kind of a little away from that port, but he port and gates. Maybe a bit preemptive there, potentially. Zeepai does get stunned up. I'm really scared for Nazarins, though, in this next go as the RMP pushes in and sets up for destruction. Kidney Shot lands onto Asgrath. He lands about to 50% life here. Morrow gets interrupted on the peels. Asgrath looked like he's going to be just fine. Plays behind the pillar. Beautiful positioning. Clyde in the full Ring of Frost into the full Fear. RMP's time to get aggressive. But Nazarins replies with that Dark Pact, and looks like he's going to be just fine here for this go.
He's surviving pretty well so far. Fey Guardians and any resolve. Guardian Spirit still in the back pockets of Casual Dads. Nice double Fear setup by Clyde here. Going for a Resonator, but is that Zeepai's Resonator onto Nazarins? Hard to tell in this position. Chastise Kidney on Zeepai, continuing the crowd control. Trying to isolate their target, but Nazarins gets shut down, and he's being pressured heavily. Tries to port away. Zeepai's chasing him with the grappling hook. He soul shapes away, reconnects with the Blade Rush. Is he going to go down here? He nether wards to reflect the Pyroblast. Gets a big heal, but they overlap tremendously. This is Fey Guardians, Guardian Spirit on any resolve. All those cooldowns I was just talking about them having, they now no longer have in that assault, and being so limited on defense. The next time Combustion's available is definitely a deadly situation, as well as Blind available for Zeepai right now. Nazarins is going to take that risky gamble. He's got a Dark Soul. He's got a Mortal Coil. He could send it, try and go for the win, despite being so far behind. And he is. He activates the Dark Soul. Where is the Chaos Bolt going to go? They're swapping to Asgrath. It looks like Soul Rot being casted, potentially swapping back to Morrow, just using a Garrote for crowd control. But Nazarins gets Kidney Shot on his Dark Soul, shutting down so much damage for these few seconds. They're still powering through on Morrow. Can they force the Cauterize? They're so close to it. He blinks away, getting that Blazing Barrier from the Blazing Soul. Manages to recover with Asgrath around the corner. They've survived their Dark Soul. Combustion is 30 seconds away, and if they can connect that, they can likely strip through the Dark Pact of Nazarins and go straight for the kill.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Right now, Nazarins in midfield. Clyde gets interrupted. This is a huge opportunity for SK. Nazarins might just get dropped. Dark Pact will trade, and Clyde gets out of the interrupt to get out some heals, but really, really close call. It was a great counterspell there by Morrow. Really setting up his team. Big Chaos Bolt potentially going to be landed. Noah gets interrupted. Now Zeepai will go for a Kidney Shot onto Clyde, setting up Morrow for a potential polymorph. Asgrath gets a Fear. Nazarin's still low. Finally, a big heal will connect, but they are just cutting through Nazarens could just die, even through the Fey Guardians. A really nice push there once again by SK. Casual Dads slowly burning through their cooldowns, but there is pressure on Morrow, and I would say Casual Dads actually has one thing going in their favor, and that is mana. If they can hold on a little bit longer, the consistent damage that's been coming in from Nazarens and Nixie on that Assassination Rogue has actually looked quite nice.
Man, Nazran's soul shape hippo form looking beautiful there as he guides himself away to safety. Unending Resolve available for Nazarens. They did not overlap there with the Guardian of Spirit this time. So Nazarens is going to have some defensive cooldowns in his back pocket for this next assault. Morrow getting low, but has plenty of cooldowns to work with. There's the kidney shot, and this time Dark Pact and Unending Resolve being traded out from Nazarens. There's the double coil. Looks like Nazarens is going to be a-okay here, but man, Destruction Warlocks are a little bit squishy after their cooldowns are down. So next assault from this RMP, especially if Morrow gets to farm back that combustion. Zeepai getting low, but man, he has that Cloak of Shadows, has the Vanish. Zeepai is going to be a-okay. Mana looking about equal as dampening starts to kick into this game at 1%. Full kidney onto Nazarens. No CC onto Clyde there. Clyde playing back, and Asgaroth might be going for a little drink here. Looks like he is getting that drink. Morrow not going to press Ice Block. Cauterize does proc, though, from Morrow. So that's one of the big defensive cooldowns from that Fire Mage as Asgaroth gets lost out. And the Ice Block from Morrow. So now the RMP's Fire Mage is on the back foot in terms of defensive cooldowns. Morrow's in trouble. They have Combustion. Nazarens has that Dark Pact back available, though, in a couple seconds. So the RMP kind of missed their window, so to speak. Here's the Kidney Combust. Dark Pact, though, to answer. And Clyde using that 40% reduction from Night Fae as well. So Nazarens is going to make it out okay. Now, Casual Dads may be in the lead as Morrow goes into the kidney shot with no defensive cooldowns. Asgaroth, no Trinket, no Guardian. This next setup for Casual Dads could be very, very scary and could spell at the end for SK Gaming.
I think they're relying on that Vendetta of Nixie. Can they survive to that point, though? Full blind, full kidney shot. Can they get the Ring of Frost out of it? It looks like they get the sap, and this could be it for Nazarens. The Soul Shape's trying to survive. Kidney around the corner for just a second. Clyde fades, gets the Guardian Spirit. Nazarens is topped off. Guess what? Vendetta's coming up in less than 10 seconds. If Nazarens can connect a Chaos Ball with this Vendetta, Morrow is going to explode. There's nothing to really keep him alive. A fear on Asgaroth. Morrow is trying to run. Double Mortal Coil, setting up for the Chaos Ball. Vendetta activates. Dismantle is over. They grip Morrow away in desperation, trying to recover. Mind controlling Morrow at low health, trying to finish him with the Vendetta. Can they close out the game here? It doesn't look like it. Nixie's just unable to connect. Frost Nova mind controlled. He cloaks offensively, but the damage is already lost. Now they could swap to Nixie with no Cloak of Shadows, perhaps tunneling the Warlock a little bit too much in this position as the RMP. It's not very often you see this composition. Assassination, Destruction. They're just trying to play the slow and steady strategy, but there's an opening now with no Cloak on Nixie if they want to make a swap with the next bust. It's coming up in a second. Clyde's in the kidney. Nazarens is still on the back foot. They're trying to overwhelm him. Morrow could pop Combust at any moment. Is he going to go for it? He baits the Unending Resolve, holds onto the Combustion, but I feel like he could almost kill him through it. He's still holding on to it, wants to wait for the 100-0, the perfect opportunity to blast out this Combustion, which is any second. Clyde, Fey Guardians as well to heal through the Combustion. Morrow goes into it. The Fey Guardians may be enough. They're setting up a crowd control on Asgaroth. Full Fear trying to race down Morrow. Do they have enough damage to take him out? 2 seconds left. Morrow, double Blazing Barrier activates. He's kidneyed, but he's in line of sight. Ray of Hope is going to connect. It should allow him to stabilize unless they can make it negative. They're pressuring through the Ray of Hope. It's negative. They're going to do it. No way. This is an upset if I have ever seen one. Casual Dads lost 3-0 to SK Gaming in the European Finals. This time, they're breaking out a Destruction Warlock and taking game number 1.
I mean, Destruction Warlock not looking too bad when Nazard plays it, that's for sure. Casual Dads, I didn't think they'd be able to hang in this one, but obviously proving me wrong. The Assassination Rogue, as well as all that consistent damage that comes in from the Destruction Warlock, it looked really good. And honestly, Nazarens, with his Dark Pact and the way he was able to kite, had quite good survivability in this match. I kind of wonder if SK is going to mix it up. Maybe go into some sort of cleave composition, because I think that is what Destruction is particularly afraid of, right? It is all the physical damage. The really heavy cleave teams are what is kind of suppressing Destruction Warlock, and maybe in this particular matchup, Destruction can still do well.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it looks like RMP is just not in the meta anymore. All right, I'm kidding. It's a joke. All right, so yeah. Man, SK Gaming dropping that first game. I mean, I would not have guessed that. I don't think anyone would have predicted that. I wonder, I think Zico's gone off, and if Zico's watching, I wonder what Zico's thinking right now about this specific game. But here, about 4 minutes into the game, we have the kidney shot onto Clyde. kick onto Nazarens, and Maro is forced to play a little bit defensive on this go. Nazarens getting really low though, but every single go, Nazarens either had Dark Pact, Unending Resolve, or something to trade out. Right here in this moment, Nazarens goes Hippo form. He's gonna be okay. He ports to the pillar, he's line of sighting, and he's nothing really to worry about. Kidney shot lands, Unending Resolve. Little scary here. This is a very scary moment actually for Casual Dads. The blind out on the Clyde, but the Unending Resolve, that big 3-minute cooldown, that big 3-minute wall from the Warlock, keeping Nazarens alive. And then, man, the first couple minutes of SK Gaming's play here, they looked fine, but then Maro had to block and cauterize, and all of a sudden later in the dampening, they were on the back foot. But like I said, every kidney shot onto Nazarens, Casual Dads had something to trade out, whether it was Dark Pact, whether it was Wall, whether it was Guardian. Then here in these final moments, Maro had nothing left. I think it is important to note that both priests were pretty much out of mana here at the end of the game. I mean, both priests, Asgaroth got a little drink there, but both priests were pretty much tapped. So if the game went another couple minutes, we might have seen a different ending. It's not like that was completely one-sided. I wouldn't be like, oh man, I mean, you have to completely change game plans or completely change comps. It was a close game. Having said that, I could see Asgaroth swapping to the Druid and then playing their Rogue Mage Druid. I could also see them swapping to a melee cleave. And if it's like, well, if you're fighting a Destruction Warlock, we'll train you down. You're not Demonology. You're not going to be as tanky. You don't have as many defensive cooldowns. You're not as inherently tanky with the way the spec is designed and built. So maybe we'll swap it up to a melee cleave. And Casual Dads deciding to lock in that same composition here in game number 2 on Hook Point.
What is it going to be? Are they really going to RMP again? I
I
could
want to see
it.
Turbo or something. Like, I want to see just...
It's been so long
Mercy
since they
Warrior.
played Turbo, I feel like.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like if there's ever a matchup to play Turbo, this is it. Or even like Warrior DK. Okay, they're going with a Fury Warrior Fire Mage.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind this. I mean, Mercy, especially on a small map, is going to have tremendous uptime here on Nazareth. It's going to be difficult for him to get away. And this is where I think he'll be really tested, because I think that's kind of like the main struggle right now for these Warlocks, right? It is going up against these really heavy melee damage dealers, like a Fury Warrior, for example. It's going to be really, really difficult for you to actually live. And yeah, this is where I think Nazareth is really going to be tested.
Man, something so cool about these competitions is we get to see matchups like this, right? Warrior Fire Mage might not be the best into like a broad range of compositions. So you might not see it on the arena ladders. But here in a tournament setting, it's like, okay, we really need to figure out something that might be really good against a Destruction Warlock. Let's take a composition like Fire Mage Warrior that you might not normally see a ton of, at least. And then, oh, we can actually counter that. And you get to see a lot of these cool combinations that players come up with that, I mean, I don't think I would have thought to run Fire Mage Warrior into this. I would have thought, yeah, like the Turbo, or maybe trying the Druid version of Rogue Mage, or something like that. But it is exciting to see here in Game 2 that SK Gaming is swapping it up. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, like we've been mentioning, the Destruction Warlock, it has those 2 big defensive cooldowns. It has Dark Pact, which you can use while stunned, while CC'd. It's going to give you a pretty large barrier, and that's on a 1-minute cooldown. So you can use that a lot, right, to save yourself. You have the port, you have the gate, and then you have that Unending Resolve, the 3-minute cooldown, or 2 or 3-minute cooldown to wall with a shield reduction. But gates are open, game's underway, and Mercy found his target, Nazarens. Let's get it started.
Oh, immediate crowd control into Asgaroth, though, and Mercy actually on the back foot. Mercy goes for a double defensive fear initially, but it wasn't Vendetta, it wasn't Dark Soul. So using your intimidating shout like that outside an offensive cooldown window is a big opening here. If Nixie gets like an evasion on a disarm here during his cooldowns, he could overwhelm a target. The split pressure from the Warlock is going to be high with this Bane of Havoc, as well as Nixie keeping bleeds on. Oh my goodness, he's used Disarm before Vendetta. He's used Fear before Vendetta. This is a big opening for Nixie.
Yep, a really big opportunity here. Mercy, though, chopping up Nazarens, and this is where the damage can spiral out of control. If they can't get the Mortal Strike effect off, that healing reduction is going to be really difficult for Clyde to actually deal with in this match. But large pressure here on Namaro. He's getting incredibly low. Nixie's going to be going for it. What's he going to get out of this Chastise? He gets the Garrote Silence. Maro could just fall, but it looks like he will be able to stay alive right now with the Blazing Barrier. Kidney shot onto Asgaroth. Great job here by Nixie, making a solo push, and I don't think we've seen SK pressure this heavily in a while. This is
They got it.
surprising amounts of pressure. They get the cauterize. A beautiful push by Casual Dads. Really mixing it up here with the Destruction Warlock. They get the ice block. And this map has backfired. Immediate Mass Dispel coming in from Clyde. Morrow follows that up with the Polymorph onto Clyde to try to get some semblance of counter pressure. But SK Gaming is so far back on the back foot.
And Sid, you said it, man. Vendetta wasn't used in Mercy. You already used Fear and Disarm. So, man, if you have no peels for Vendetta, it is going to be scary. And Nixie knew that, saw the opening, and man, did they capitalize. They got the Cauterize from Morrow, the Ice Block from Morrow, and now SK Gaming, just a minute and 45 seconds into this game, is completely on the back foot. I mean, they can come back. It's not completely over, but Nazaren's has a lot of defensive cooldowns. So does Clyde. Morrow's taking a lot of damage, and this is on Morrow's Combustion. This is where they want to play aggressive. It's a little bit, you know, a little bit scary when you're popping Combustion. You're the one dying. And Mercy, 50% life, as I'm saying that, popping Enrage, Trinket, and Spell Reflection to try to stabilize. Looks like he's going to be okay for the time being, but man, that Vendetta from Nixie is scary. This next one, if they put it on Tomorrow or Mercy, I'm scared for either ones. Nazaren, though, taking a bit of damage and popping the Dark Pack. Looks like he's going to be okay. Has that port and wall. I mean, he's locked out, but, you know, has those in his back pocket if he needs. Plenty of defensive cooldowns. Clyde pops those Fey Guardians. Mercy getting low. Spell Reflect immediately eaten. Mercy might have to play defensive, and you don't want to play defensive when you're popping your offensives, just like we talked about. Nazaren's, though, getting low. He has the wall available, and the port. Clyde into the full sheep. Looks like he either dested or IQD's out. There's the Guardian. Nazaren's holding his wall. That's incredible. I would have definitely thought to use that there, but Nazaren makes that alive and still has defensive cooldowns. Great from Casual Dads to not overlap there in that situation.
Oh, disarm before Vendetta again. Nixie's going to have it in 5 seconds. He can connect this on a Mercy. No Trinket. He could KO him behind the pillar. Mercy is chasing Nazarens. This could be him throwing the game right now. Combustion going to get popped. They're going for the kill. Nazarens respects it. Now he's wall chaos bolting Mercy. Mercy line of sights at the Dragon's Breath. He needs to pull away, but he's kidneyed. They might just cut through Ironbark. They're chopping Mercy down through his defense. Will he survive? He's so low. Decimating Bolt incinerates. Gets spell reflected. He goes for another incinerate. Can he get a third? The disarm finally comes in onto Nixie and thwarts the assault here. That was just a second away from being a kill. Nazaren's getting pinned by the Spear Bastion, trades out the Dark Pact. Will it be enough with Clyde and a Polymorph? They're racing him, and they will finish him. SK Gaming close it out, but I really think their play could have been cleaner in this game.
I mean,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, that was so back and forth. SK Gaming was pressured a lot more than I really thought they were going to be. Amaro having to trade out his Cauterize as well as his Ice Block so early on in the match. Those last few moments, is kind of how I anticipated the entire game was going to be. The Warlock kind of just getting chopped up really quick.
Yeah, I did too, but man, watching that game, especially the first minute or two, it did not look good for SK Gaming. It did not look convincing. It almost seemed like, okay, we got this win, but maybe we should switch up our composition. Like, I don't know, maybe the Outlaw Rogue Mage Druid might be a better pick, but man, that looked scary. You know, every time Nixie committed that Vendetta, it's just something was dying every time. And I mean, they did get a legitimate kill in Nazaren's. It wasn't a cheese. They got the full poly with no trinket. You know, Nazaren's had no wall, no Dark Pack, no port. They landed the CC, the damage, and they killed Nazaren. So they won very, very legitimately. So, I mean, you know, if they want to lock it in again, they can. But it did not look super, super convincing there at the start, especially defensively. But Sid, I agree with you. When you pointed out at the start of the game, if you run in there, you disarm, you fear, you use a lot of your appeals, your defensive abilities on, you know, maybe aggressively, and then the Vendetta hasn't been used yet. When you pop Vendetta, you're gonna kind of get owned, right? You need to. The way the game works is you need to trade offensive and defensive cooldowns. If you start trading all of your cooldowns and they still have theirs, boom, they're going to kind of own you with their offensive cooldowns. So you have to be very wary of, okay, there's still Vendetta. We want to be aware of that. When the Vendetta is popped, let's go ahead and peel it appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, the Warrior has a few options. I think the most standard one is to stun the Vendetta, but you probably want the stun for the Warlock, so Fear and Disarm Trinket, or Disarm and then Fear Trinket is probably the best way of shutting down Vendetta, but you'll see that early on here. There's no disarm from Mercy, there's no crowd control, so Nixie is just rampaging, just running down Morrow with maximum damage, and he uses Cloak of Shadows to immune any other crowd control effects that would be Polymorph or Frost Nova, because he knows there's nothing else that can stop him. And because he used all those immunities, he's able to get so much pressure. and they really get cauterized in the ice block. And then right here towards the end, I thought it was going to be lights out for Mercy. So how exactly did he stay alive? This line of sight on Chaos Bolt was really important. That could have chunked him down to like 30%. And then this Spell Reflect out of the Kidney Shot. So he Spell Reflects and Incinerate. That's buffed by Decimating Bolt. So here, Decimating Bolt. And then Mercy Spell Reflects and Incinerate. And that bounces back. That might have killed Mercy if that didn't get Spell Reflected onto Nazarens. But regardless, he survives throughout all of that to buy time. Fears Clyde, disarms Nixie, leaps back, drops the spear, and immediately goes for the kill. And the Spear of Bastion is so effective into a Warlock. You're completely at the mercy of the warrior at that moment.
At the mercy of the warrior.
Sometimes I'm funny, okay? Sometimes it's cringe and sometimes it's funny. That's the risk that you have to take.
Ooh.
You have to be willing to be cringe.
They're getting rid of the Druid. So SK Gaming going to get rid of the Druid. I wonder if Nixie should mix it up. He's been playing the Necrolord Assassination Rogue. I wonder if he should go Night Fae. Now there's going to be no Sepsis to spell. Maybe it could give them like a crazy amount of damage here on Mercy. That being said, it seems like the Necrolord is quite nice as well. I'm kind of surprised to see Asgrath switch. Because you would think in this matchup particular, if Morrow's able to pull Nixie away, then that's a great opportunity for Asgrath on the Druid to get some crowd control on the Rogue and give them a shot to kind of push in. But the Priest probably going to offer them a little bit more offense in this matchup, a little bit more durability with the Fey Guardians, etc. And maybe that's going to be what SK Gaming needs to actually continue the push, because what Mercy wants is heavy uptime. He wants high uptime, keep the Mortal Strike effect up, make it really difficult for Nazarens to actually get healed up. But if he's ever pressured away, that's when those stacks are going to fall, and Nazaren's going to have a chance to kind of come back in the match and actually get some damage out. So maybe the Priest, that extra aggression and those extra defensive cooldowns you can trade is just going to give SK a lot more pressure in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the difference. Like, offensively last game, if you just purely look at offense, it went okay. They were forcing defensive cooldowns. They were forcing walls. They were forcing trinkets. Like, it worked well. Defensively, it was another story. It was like cauterized block, like Mercy almost dying once, twice, maybe 3 times. And then they pulled it off defensively and won the game. So it's like, okay, maybe changing the healer is actually really intelligent here. Maybe that's a really smart choice. Let's keep our aggression how it was, but let's swap to the Priest on Night Fae to keep us alive, just like you were saying, Fenriky, to keep the warrior a bit more aggressive. And as I say that, Spear goes down, Bladestorm goes down, Nazaren's taking a lot of damage, and Clyde goes into that full fear once again. Kidney Shot, though, from Nixie to peel Mercy and to start turning the pressure around in the favor of Casual Dads. Morrow trying to land the Ring of Frost, but Infernals come down from Nazarens. That's a very fun situation to be in as a mage. Morrow running still has that combustion in his back pocket for a big setup here. And Nazarens use the Dark Pact on that first go. So the second setup here, the Warrior Mage is going to do. Nazarens going to be in trouble. And Clyde gets Blink CS from Morrow. Beautiful play there. Full fear, though, onto Asgrath. But Morrow can play aggressive. Maybe get a sheep with that line of sight. Nazarens could be in trouble. Nazaren's Dark Soul does fade. Morrow still has the block and cauterize. He didn't really force anything defensive. And if Asgrath can top his team, Casual Dad's not looking as good. But as I say that, Mercy getting low. The double stun coming out of Nazarens and Nixie from that defensive conduit trait from Mercy on that go, maybe keeping him alive. Full fear on a Clyde, no follow-up quite yet. Nazarens has the wall he can use, and Mercy, though, on top of him. Asgrath this game, keeping him aggressive, and Nazarens getting absolutely pummeled, figuratively and literally. Nazarens getting stunned there. Looks like it's going to be okay. Morrow getting chunked, though. Into the fear, silence, blinking to the pillar, blinking the safety of Asgaroth. Top me up, Morrow says. Sheeps Nixie, pushes back in a little bit, but taking so much damage. Those blazing barriers slowly healing him back up. Polymorph fails to land, shifting power to reset some cooldowns, and Nazaren escapes for the time being with that Dark Pact.
Yeah, I really like what Nazarens is doing with his gateway. So Mercy is throwing out Spear of Bastion by itself, and he's baiting the gateway. Big hit on Morrow there with that instant Chaos Bolt, trying to force the cauterize, trying to press the issue, but they don't find the damage. What I was talking about is Nazarens is only using his gateway when it's Spear plus a cooldown. So it's Combust and Spear, or it's Recklessness and Spear, and he'll gate to get away from it. Otherwise, he's tanking it, and they're trading a cooldown to stabilize through it. With that rotation, it's allowing him to navigate through what is otherwise a really kind of game-ending mechanic. So really good awareness on his part, lining up that mobility to avoid damage. They got good pressure on Morrow and Mercy right now. off the back of that Vendetta push. They're winning slightly on mana in this position. Mercy still chasing down Nazarens in this position, proccing Reckless. Here comes Combust. Nazarens Unending Resolves immediately. He's getting aggressive with his Unending Resolve. Decimating Bolt into Chaos Bolts, into Incinerates. Massive damage flying through the skies as Maro's blasted down below half. Asgrath picks him up, though, quite rapidly with a Serenity, as Nazarens now is trying to focus a swap onto Mercy, dotting him up with Immolate. Incinerates flying through, still buffed up from the Decimating Bolt, trying to find a Chaos Bolt, unable to. Spear of Bastion pins Nazarens. Maro blinks in offensively. He knows they can close the game. They lock Clyde out. Can he find a Polymorph here? It doesn't look like it, unfortunately. Nazarens ports out of line of sight, gets gripped onto the balcony, but Mercy leaps in to chase him. And Nazarens, I think, picked up the Shadow Sight Eye. Maybe he didn't. He managed to avoid it. Maro is getting owned right now by Nixie, but Nazarens needs to be careful of Mercy. It's a bit of a caster race at this point. Which caster can deal with the enemy melee attacker better? Big Chaos Bolt swap onto Mercy, almost dropping him there in the Shadow Fury. Now Asgrath has to worry about 2 players. Maro has to Ice Block. He's on 10%. Asgrath, he drops the Fey Guardians out as well as the Apotheosis. He's almost completely out of mana. If Casual Dads find their footing here, they've got Infernals, they got double Mortal Coil and a Decimating Bolt. They could set up for the win.
I mean, they definitely could. Right now, Casual Dads is looking good, but we saw what happened last game. Nazarens just kind of fell over, and we need to avoid that situation at all costs for Nazarens. Kidney Shot now on Mercy, and that's going to give an opportunity for these stacks to fall and Nazarens to get topped off. But let's see if Mercy can get back on target. A fear right now on Asgrath. Maro with his Cauterize, but no Ice Block, is going to be feeling a little bit vulnerable. The Spear of Bastion drops down. Nazarens has to kind of weather the storm. Will be trading out his Dark Pact to bolster his health, give himself a little bit of a shield, but Mercy is on top of him still, just getting out a ton of pressure. See Clyde going for a Mind Control, a Fear on Mercy as well, just anything they can to slow down this warrior, but it's been really difficult with the positioning Nazarens has in this match. Maro's having a really difficult time actually pushing in. He's getting gripped away, and it's been hard for him to actually connect meaningful damage on Nazarens, and during these moments, Mercy is just taking a ton of pressure, and kind of the split strategy we're seeing from Casual Dads is really taxing Asgrath's mana, and they're actually even with Clyde, which is not what you would really expect.
Yeah, both priests certainly not doing well on mana here. This game is probably going to close out in the next minute or two. SK Gaming does have an opening for the next 10 seconds if they can make it happen. No defensive cooldowns, full fear on the Clyde. Huge damage reflect on the coil from Nazarens. Beautiful play there by Mercy. Spear of Bastion, but Nazarens replies with that wall. Just came back up, but Mercy doesn't care about a wall. He's going straight through it. Kidney Shot. Trinket's aggressive. Mercy's all over Nazarens. Oh my goodness, shield coming through Nazarens. Mercy does not care about anything. He's crushing him through every defensive cooldown. Nazarens gets gripped back into the fear, but Mercy's relentless. Nazarens going down. If Mercy can connect for one more execute, and it goes down. Wow. That was incredible. Through every defensive cooldown, I thought Nazarens would have been fine with the wall, fine with the Dark Pact, but Mercy was just Trinket's aggressive. Just so much damage came in there, and Maro didn't even combust. I mean, Mercy just soloed that guy. That was impressive.
Like a positional thing. I feel like Nazarens in the middle of this game and towards the end, like, got in a spot where his port was in a weird spot, his gate was in a weird spot, then he relayed it, but then he got gripped on top of his port. Like, that completely defeats the purpose of gripping Nazarens at the end of the game. And then he ports like a millimeter to the left. And we saw similar situations to Sam in their series as Team Liquid. When the Warlock isn't getting their kiting off perfectly, like, you're just going to get run down by the melee DPS. And I think that's what we'll see in the replay here. Seems like they got ahead of themselves offensively, felt like they were about to win the game. So they're kind of like, you know, getting slacking on their defensive positioning, but you can't slack your defense even if you're about to win the game. Especially against a class like a Fury Warrior, you're definitely going to regret it, as they now do in that game. SK Gaming moved to match point, and yeah, I'm really waiting to see the mobility. So here, I think, was when Nazarens sets up a solo kill on Mercy. He's in a good spot behind the pillar. He can set up and bait Mercy. He stuns him, basically almost blasts him out of the game with the instant Chaos Bolt. Clyde tries to assist with a Holy Fire and forces him away. But you can see the gateways on the other side of the map. So Nazarens needs to relay a gateway where his port is. His port's also not really out of line of anything on the balcony where it is. I feel like his portal could have been better. It seems like right now his port's on one side and his gate's on the other. So like, where is he going to go? He's out of range of his port and he's out of range of his gate on his spear. That's really bad. You don't want to be in that position. So then he has to trade on any resolve, but they don't really care about any resolve. And then they don't really care about Dark Pact. If he was just gating here out of the spear, like, he's out of the game. He tries to port here, but he gets gripped on his port. So it's like, okay, there's literally no value at all. And Mercy's like, oh, you have no mobility. Even if I could hit you right now, which I can't, you would be dead. So I just feel like they got ahead of themselves, ended up walking into a bad position. And as a Warlock, you've got to always be aware of the nest that you build in the team on the map, and then play around the nest.
I mean, even in those final moments, if he ported instead of getting gripped, then used his gateway to get away, and then got gripped back to his port, like, it would have given him a lot of room to actually kite around. So that kind of defensive mobility overlap, super unfortunate for their team. But I do like their strategy. I like it a lot. What we're seeing from Nazarens is he's constantly pulling Mercy away and then just trying to solo him. And what we're seeing from Nixie is he's basically the bodyguard. He's just keeping Morrow away. If Morrow wants to blink in and get aggressive, he's getting kidney shot. And there's just so much pressure on him that he's actually forced to run away in the match. And I think that's where a lot of the pressure Casual Dads has is coming from. We're actually going to see seeing a complete swap here from Casual Dads, which is a little bit surprising to me, because I feel like if we kept seeing this matchup play out, I feel like Casual Dads could definitely start picking up some wins.
Yeah, I mean, composition changed. The last games were really, really darn close. I did want to just briefly mention, too, the damage breakdown from last game. Mercy just doing so much damage for SK Gaming, and it felt that way in the game, right? But when you look at the damage breakdown at the end, Mercy is just soloing that entire game. And then Morrow, on the other hand, has almost the same amount of healing as he does damage, right? So the Fire Mage is kind of just there, soaking a lot of damage, kind of doing his thing, you know, getting sheeps, and Mercy is just going to town. So got to give credit where credit's due. Mercy crushed it that game on the damage, and that's awesome. But yeah, next up we have Black Rookhold. We have Casual Dads locking in the Assassination Rogue and the Demon Hunter. This is not a composition.
Yeah, that's why I was making a weird face. I was like, I can't believe this is what you're picking. I was like, what is that? He's never played anything but Destro. So, like, this has to be like okay, this is a for fun game, or I'm tilted as a Destro log. This is a for fun game. Like, there's no way this is a serious pick, right? Like, there's got to be no way. But it could win. I feel like if he's competent at Demon Hunter, I actually think this could win. But I've never seen him play anything but Destro, and I feel like this is just a tilt pick. Like,
you never know. You never know. I feel like with the way Casual Dads has been playing today, they're definitely playing to win. Like I said, I would have liked to see them just kind of stick to their same composition, because it honestly didn't look bad whatsoever. It definitely felt like they had opportunities in the match to win, but they're going to be locking in the cleave, and I can't help but feel like this is kind of like a matchup that SK Gaming is really good into. Morrow in particular on that mage is really excellent at kind of kiting around these double melee, surviving for a really long time. And I do worry that Mercy is going to get a ton of value in this matchup. I think the Demon Hunter could be susceptible to the Warrior and the Assassination Rogue potentially. So I think for Casual Dads, the pressure is going to be a lot higher on them in this match. But we'll have to see. I mean, maybe they can just run all over SK Gaming, but from what we've seen from them in the past, I think that's really unlikely.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. I have not seen this matchup play out before. I've never seen Fire Mage Warrior against Rogue Demon Hunter. So I'm not super sure what to expect. But from the Mage perspective, fighting this isn't maybe like the scariest thing in the world. So I think SK Gaming may have the upper hand here. Clyde fading and immediately getting the fear on Asgaroth. Well played. Nazaren's going wild on the Mercy immediately and getting the disarm onto Nixie on the Vendetta. So nice deals there from Mercy. Asgaroth trading out the Guardian Spirit as well. Looks like Mercy's going to be able to recover for the time being. Now Morrow is the the one taking a lot of damage. Nazaren's trading out the Darkness there. Interesting. I'm not sure you needed. It wasn't combustion quite yet. Morrow holding on to that for this next CC chain. Nazaren's just getting peeled by Morrow, and that's what the Mage can do so well. Sheep the Demon Hunter 3 times, sheep the Rogue if you need to, sheep the Priest, and then sheep the Demon Hunter again, right? And that's why having that Mage is such a good option for SK Gaming to kind of keep the game in their control. As I say that though, Mercy and Morrow dipping a little bit low, but Nixie in that Storm Bolt goes to half HP. Pops the feint afterwards, but Clyde's still in the full polymorph. He's not safe yet. IQD from Clyde, unless that just broke. Clyde trying to top up Nixie. That's Cloak and Evasion. So it looks like SK Gaming found their target with the Assassination Rogue. And I do believe they can take down Nixie. Nixie, once again, gets disarmed by Mercy on that Vendetta. Very solid defensive play there from Mercy. You love to see it. He's turning the pressure around now with the Spear. Tons of pressure coming out from SK Gaming. No combustion, but Ring of Fire plus Spear. What a cool combo. I haven't seen a lot of that, but man, I might have to try some of that myself. Nixie getting stunned in the Ring of Fire. Stormbolt low. No Cloak, no Evasion. There's the Guardian from Clyde. I don't think it procs, so it looks like he's going to be okay for the time being.
All right, this is a desperation last pick. I feel like we're all uncertain if it's actually going to stick. Can they connect to their targets? Can they do it quick? Really trying to see if they can make it through this, but it's looking rather thick. Let's see if they can find the crowd control in time as Mercy connects. Nixie forgot his poisons. Everyone look away from the screen. That's a really awkward moment as a rogue there. But maybe now with his poisons on, it's going to help him be able to get some pressure out onto this team. But right now on the back foot, it looks like Mercy and Maro are about to let loose. Nixie trying to retreat away with the kidney shot, trying to make plays, but he's speared down. It's not looking so hot. Is he going to make it out, or is he going to get knocked out here? It looks like he's managed to dismantle Mercy. Combustion rolling for Maro. Nixie still, the defensive shadow stab. Mercy's chasing him down. Clyde gets a big heal just in time as Nixie tries to hide. Mercy's trying to chase down Nixie, trying to close out this series. He's getting quite aggressive. Stormbolt has found his target. Double Ring of Frost. Big Mercy Blade Storm chopping into Nixie. He faints. Guardian Spirits. Is it going to be enough? How tough is Nixie? Does he have the right stuff as Mercy disarms him, preventing him from his counter assault? And it looks like he has stayed on target here. And Nazarens is just Frost Nova, unable to connect. Still has reverse. Surprising, that would have expected the mana to be in favor at least of the Demon Hunter Rogue, but it's just not at this moment. Clyde's trying to even that out with his Symbols of Hope, resetting the cooldowns, getting his mana back, trying to give them a last leg up here in the competition, but another Spear of Bastion, Ring of Fire, pinning them down in massive AoE damage. Are they going to be able to stabilize his Nixie evasions? He faints, double dipping into that damage reduction for that AoE effect. Chaos Nova onto two players, trying to slow down and stall the match. Mind Control onto Azcraft, but there's just no damage to be found here on the side of Casual Dads. It seems like they're just struggling to stay alive. Could this be it? Is this their final push? Can they make it through here? Azcraft feared for a second. Now finally out and about to teach Casual Dads a lesson as Nixie is down at half, but Nazarene sweeps in with the darkness to save him at the last second. But he opts to actually run out of the darkness. A dangerous maneuver on his part, but he's committed to going for the kill onto Mercy with the kidney shot in prison. Can they take him out? It would be a blunder. Mercy has cooldowns, and Azcraft will save him with the Guardian Spirits and the Fey Guardians.
Yeah, somehow Casual Dads is still maintaining a ton of pressure in this match. Azcraft's mana is not looking good. They're actually making a swap here onto Clyde. He's in a Stormbolt. There is no darkness to trade, but Nazarene gets a Demon proc. He's going to be able to put out a lot of damage here. Clyde, though, can he recover? That really is the question. Mercy is all over him. Can he actually drop? And it looks like he is able to. Mercy with the last minute switch of strategy. Just realize, all right, there's no more darkness left. You know, I've been trying to kill Nixie, much too difficult. Take down Nazarene, not happening. So he swaps over to Clyde and eventually does drop him out. A great swap there by SK Gaming. But honestly, from Casual Dads, this has been a pretty good series. They're still trying to go for it. But it looks like ultimately Nixie will go down. SK Gaming eliminates Casual Dads from this tournament, and they stay alive. But it was a close series. I mean, this is a 3-1, but I feel like all of these games were extremely close.
Absolutely. I thought it might have been maybe a 3-0 in that first game. Casual Dads took it in the second and third. It didn't look super convincing, but SK Gaming does indeed close it out 3-1. And man, let me just say, Mercy looks scary. I don't know if I've ever fought Mercy before, you know, because he's on the European ladders, but jeez, the pressure, the damage, the feels like I do not want to fight Mercy anytime soon, but SK Gaming does move forward in the lower bracket to fight Cloud9, which is definitely going to be a pretty exciting one. But here we have that damage breakdown. Nazarene's doing a lot of damage, actually more than Mercy, but ultimately it was not enough. And Maro with 608,000 healing done on that Fire Mage. Wow. Once again, Maro survives and continues to help. I actually thought a really cool combo that game was Maro using Ring of Fire and in the Spear of Bastion from the Warrior. So you can kind of like combo those and they can't actually get out of the Ring of Fire. So the Ring of Fire is just like super, super high value, you know, that whole time. So I thought that was pretty cool.
It's a nice combo. I feel like it's not as explosive as other ones. It's kind of like, it's like a slow burn effect. My favorite Spear Bastion combo is the Solar Beam, but Moonkins don't exist here in the AWC, so I'm never going to get to see a Solar Beam or a Spear Solar Beam, but there's definitely interesting combos with the Spear Bastion. I hope that's actually something that carries forward into Dragonflight, because we haven't seen the Warrior talents yet, but I feel like that's the most interesting one for the warrior class. Just so many different uses. You can use it defensively, right, to pin an attacker and run away with it. It's just such a flexible spell. We'll see those combos going off. We'll see the miracle swap here by SK Gaming onto Clyde. He really didn't see it coming. Immediately went after him. You could tell the casual dads are going into this pretty casual with Nixie forgetting his poisons here, and being Demon Hunter Rogue is like, I mean, I appreciate the effort. Like, maybe it could have worked if Vendetta one shot, you know, like maybe it's got enough sustain damage, but I feel like the fragility of the comp is just too high. It doesn't have enough sustain like an Outlaw Rogue or a Fury Warrior or a Death Knight to be able to kind of make it through those situations. And this is the Spear of Bastion. Couldn't combo with the Ring of Fire this time around for making it a little more festive, but they saw the opportunity. Clyde's just at half health in the Spear, like, oh, hey, there's a priest here. You want to smack the priest a little bit? All right, oh, this is feeling good. Let's just stay on the priest. Yeah, dude, I'm going for it.
It's so sad if you're Clyde. You just trade out your Guardian Spirit on the Rogue, who's almost dead. You're still in the Spear, like you said, down to 50% health, and there's just no way to really get away. You don't have peels, right? Unless we see Nixie with a kidney shot, there's absolutely nothing he can do to get away from that warrior. Really didn't anticipate on being the target, so I think for SK Gaming, that was a beautiful swap there at the end.
Yeah, very well done. Nice way to finish it. I don't know about you guys. I'm really excited to see a Demon Hunter also in AWC. I can't remember the last time that we were able to see one. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get a win with it. But yeah, I think you're right. Trend with Creed, and then like the second season, yeah, then they didn't have Creed anymore. It was sad. Anyways, hopefully we'll see more of that. I'm definitely looking forward to the talent tree for that for Dragonflight. So hopefully, along with the Warrior talent tree, we also get to see some Demon Hunter ones soon. But that being said, let's move on. We have one last series of the day here. We're going to eliminate yet another team. It's CGN Esports versus 3.5 Men. 3.5 Men Super Ts, that's another team that they don't really have their full roster, unfortunately, so they may not be able to play the comps that they want to into CGN Esports. So if you're either of these teams, what do you think they're looking to do?
I feel like the casual dads and 3.5 Men, it's like the wacky, wavy, inflatable, arm-flailing tube man compositions. Just pull out whatever the random combination of classes you can think of.
Things?
Yeah, those things. I remember when I got Ven to do that. He actually can recite the whole thing at BlizzCon when he was standing outside of a building that looked like it. I can't remember what year that was.
What do you mean recite the whole
thing? He recited the whole line, like beyond the inflatable art. He knows the whole line. He knows the entire line from that show.
Maybe we'll do a talent show one of these days on the AWC. Yeah.
It's a really long line. Yeah, no, he hasn't memorized, but yeah, 3.5 Men. I want them to play Feral Rogue. I actually think that's their best comp right now, and they're all playing mains. They played it on the ladder and farmed me personally, actually. I actually think it's a comp that can work randomly. And CGN Esports might not be ready for it. And it's a really bleed-heavy comp, so it could be good into the plate classes that CGN Esports are playing. So I really think just play the Feral Rogue. No, I don't want to see KAWHI on Mage. I don't want to see Nuke. I don't want to see... Or sorry, I would like to see Nuked.
Yeah, me too.
But I don't want to see Fuse on Mage. Just play Feral Rogue. I think that's their best shot. Try and get a one-shot.
Yeah, playing alts in this situation, definitely not a good thing. But 3.5 Men, let's see what they can do. Let's see if they bring out that composition and maybe get a win here and stay in the competition. It's CGN Esports versus 3.5 Men. One of these teams is going home after this break. Hey everyone, it's the last game of the day about to kick off here. We're going to eliminate yet another team. It's either CGN Esports or 3.5 Men. Absurge, we have you back on the desk now. What do you expect to see? CGN Esports, obviously, they've had a little bit of a better day here than 3.5 Men. However, both of these teams are facing elimination.
Yeah, I think 2.5 Men definitely had a rough start. They brought out some weird, I don't remember what Sid was saying, weird, wacky comps, whatever he was saying. So I don't really know what their plan is this time around. I think CGN didn't look too bad in their first showing. So if I had to pick one, give it to one team, I think CGN probably takes this game. But it all depends on 3.5 Men and what they decide to do. Because if they break out their rogue mage that they're really known for and they're really good at, I think this will be a really competitive series. But I'm not sure what they're going to play, or maybe we'll see some more wacky comps.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder for everyone watching from home, like, we didn't see Nuked. We don't know where he is. So unfortunately, we haven't seen him out yet with 3.5 Men, which means that they kind of have to be a little bit creative with their compositions. But this is certainly not the first time that we've seen a team from AWC in this position and overcome those odds as well. So we'll see what they can do. But CGN Esports, obviously a very solid team. This is previously looking for org, and there's a lot of arena veterans in this roster, Ven.
I mean, yeah, of course. If CGN Esports, absolutely stacked team. 3.5 Men, I'd say, coming into the season, a bit of the newcomers. They looked phenomenal with their RMP. I think a lot of us could have agreed that they were probably like the cleanest RMP in North America that we had seen.
They were number one with Seiko's list, right?
Yeah, they were in terms of the RMP mirrors. But not playing the RMP today, at least not yet. Well, not the regular RMP, I would say. I would say out of what we have seen today, I would agree with Sid. It looks like the Rogue Feral is pretty solid. So maybe that's what they decide to lead with. For CGN Esports, I feel like they have nothing but options in this matchup. And I think that's what's going to make it really, really difficult here for the side of 3.5 Men, is the fact that they do have to go into so many comps. And even if we do see them kind of lead really strong on the blind pick with the Feral Rogue, I feel like it's going to have to be their comp the entire way through. And I think CGN Esports will likely be able to come up with some kind of answer. Yeah.
We'll see what they bring to the table. I mean, Zario, he was mentioning that Feral Rogue composition just a little bit before we went to a break. So we'll see if we do see that come out here in this very last matchup of the day. A little bit nervous for these teams here. One of them is going to be going home and won't be able to make it to Sunday's games. It's the Grand Arena game number 1, CGN Esports versus 3.5 Men.
Oh no, why? Why not just play Rogue Feral, man? Calvish and Mage coming in again. FMP, the same strategy as their series earlier on. Meanwhile, CGN, target acquired. Holy Priest, here we go. The all-in. How is KUNGARNA going to deal with this? I hope he's Divine Ascension. If he's not Divine Ascension, I think he is about to get splattered into the ground right now. Massive damage onto KUNGARNA. He gets a big heal. Where is it? Where are the wings? Are you going to fly up in the air? You need to turn into a bird right now. Blizzo is all over you. Swapsy's about to close in as well. He still has the Guardian Spirit. He's going to trade it out now, but he's getting just absolutely slap-chopped right now, and I think he could easily go down. He finally gets out of line of sight, and the fact that he hasn't flown up in the air at this point, there's no way he's Divine Ascension, right? There's no way he's baiting and holding it in his pocket, right?
We'll have to wait and see. KUNGARNA, though, in a lot of trouble. He's already traded out basically all of his cooldowns, and this pain train from Swapsy and Blizzo is never ending. I don't think KUNGARNA is going to be able to recover once again. He needs to try to get away. He needs some good kiting, but he gets interrupted into a stun. KUNGARNA in execute range. Massive damage, but equally so. He left the game. All right, KUNGARNA, he's going to tap out. I mean, that was a pretty unrecoverable situation. I think CGN Esports, with their home field advantage, with the better composition pick, they looked very good in this game number 1.
Yeah, he was not playing the Divine Ascension either. He actually played Holy Ward. So, yeah, he was definitely the target there, just getting run down completely. I think I was expecting the Fly Talon as well, but I guess we see what happens if Priest cannot fly into the air. They kind of just get ran over by TSG, so not really sure why he played that. Maybe they think the matchup is not the greatest, so he just didn't opt to play it, but definitely took out KUNGARNA in 65 seconds, 70 seconds, so CG and Esports coming out really hard in the first game.
They're brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. I mean, if you're a holy priest and you're not properly prepared, you don't have the right peels, I feel like that kind of situation is an absolute nightmare. You've got Slaughterhouse stacked on you the entire time. You're getting stunned. You're getting interrupted, strangulated. If you don't perfectly manage your cooldowns and have the right talents, I feel like it's kind of hopeless.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, we even saw Met X when he wasn't playing Divine Ascension. Like, he went down in that game 1 against CGN in the first round best of 5, which was like the difference in losing that series to CGN. So if you're not running that fly talent, just the purple line all over the place. 3.5 men had one bit. Wait, 3.5 men actually did damage that game. You see that one yellow spike? I mean, I guess
the combust berserk and stuff.
It was just immediately countered by the purple spike at the bottom, and then flatlined for the rest of the game. Just, there's no way. Please don't pick that comp again. I don't want to see Calvish Mage. I don't want to see Fuse Mage. Just play Feral Rogue or Jungle. Feral Rogue or Jungle, man. They're literally like 3,300 as Feral Rogue and Jungle. And they can still play that. I feel like it's not awful in the PSG. Not as awful as this. Look at Kearney. What a miserable, like... He's just like, please get off of me. I've had a bad day. I don't want to deal with this right now. Even Lontar's running at him. No one is cloning anyone. It's just a DK and a warrior hitting him. No sheep, no Frost Nova to be found. Poor Kearney over here trying to fake a kick, gets stunned, gets a double. He's like, I'm out. I can't take this. I'm out. So I don't know if that's like a rage quit for the rest of the series. I can't imagine it is. But something's gotta shift up here. For the rest of the series, if they're going to pull this off.
Yeah. I really don't know. I feel like CGN is just one of those teams you can't really mess around with, right? They're just so good. They have such good players on their team. They have so many different compositions. They're going to have answers for basically anything. And if you're not bringing your A game, if you're not bringing the best compositions with the best players, you're going to get steamrolled, which is what we just saw. So I feel like I would like to see exactly what you said, kind of just have 3.5 men play the composition that they're most experienced with, whether that's the jungle or whether that's the assassination rogue with the Pharaoh Druid. Maybe that's where they can kind of go toe-to-toe with this team, because I think playing alts, I don't know how experienced Calvish is on his mage. Maybe he's very experienced, but we just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think, break out the jungle, break out the rogue feral, something to kind of, get some counter pressure there, because that first game did not look any fun at all for Kearney, and it definitely did not look fun for obviously his teammates who just, I can understand that from that perspective. You have your Jurgen channel down as the healer, and you see your DPS, and you're sitting there screaming, peel me, peel me, peel me. You're just not getting anything. You're not getting clothes, any sheep. So I definitely would rather not see them play that. CG and Esports opting to play the DK Warrior once again. We're on Tolvir. So 3.5 men did pick this comp, or this map pick. So big map for 3.5 men. Oh, there it is, Supatis. Feral Rogue.
Is this a healer race?
I don't know. I feel like the priest will be kind of hard to kill, especially with Warrior just being able to intervene. I think intervene is just really crucial. If you're getting that on the kidney shots, I think it'll be hard to kill the priest. So I'm not sure. I know Ferals destroy Death Knights, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get enough pressure, because I think TSG is just phenomenal in the cleave versus cleave. So
yeah, you have a lot of upfront damage when you're popping all of your cooldowns for Blizzo and Swapsy. It's basically, I feel like if you have a warrior, if you're a warrior and an unholy Death Knight popping out their cooldowns, you just need to run. You need to hide. It's almost never a good idea to like try to make a trade with them. It's just, okay, you know what? They're winning. We got to just play defensive. We got to survive. We got to hold on. Maybe 3.5 men can do that. Get stuns on Swapsy, force the Icebound Fortitude, blind Swapsy, forces Trinket, just play as defensive as possible during their moment. And if they do that, they can get a lot of those kind of defensive cooldowns out of the way as well, right? If you can get the Death Knight's Trinket, you can get his Icebound Fortitude out of the way very early on, that's when they can kind of make those all-in plays. So I do think there's still hope for 3.5 men. I think if Kearney plays the Divine Ascension as well, they'll have a little bit more longevity in the match. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what 3.5 men's going to be able to get done.
There's still counters to it, though. You can get gripped out of the air. So
it's hard to pull off, though.
It's hard, but if it happens, I think he's instantly dead. So there's like that 10% chance that Kearney just falls over here. The Feral Rogue is a lot of burst damage, though, and if they kind of like do like a bait, like use Rogue cooldowns, bait something, and then send the Feral go, You might be able to just win in the opener onto the Death Knight or the Warrior. Curious to see where they allocate their CC, how they want to navigate this. I think Warrior's safest target if they want to try and play to live. This way you're resetting the mortal wound stacks on your priest, and you get stun into disarm. And then you can throw roots onto the Death Knight as kind of like off CC, try and peel for the priest. I think that's the safest route. Riskier route, DK is probably easier to kill because if you disarm the DK, they can't death strike. But in the opener, when you have a trinket and IBF, like, and Kearney needs to be Divine Ascension. Like, I'm literally, if he's not Divine Ascension, just leave the game when the gate opens. I swear. Just, where is it? Let's see. I see him playing Holy Ward right now. It still says Holy Ward on the icon on the frame here, so I'm pretty sure that's what you would drop for it, because you need Greater Fate and you need Serenity. He dropped Holy Ward.
Gone. Yep.
Okay, I think he's...
Oh, there it is. Divine Ascension.
Like, double Door of Shadows as well. So he's got 2 Door of Shadows in this match. They try to escape. KAWHI and Fuse getting aggressive here early on Blizzo. Sap it a blind on Lone Star. Can they get the trinket early on? It would be a massive win. Swapsy trades out the anti-magic zone right away. The dismantle on Blizzo is kind of slowing down some of his healing, but at the same time, it looks like Blizzo's actually able to weather the storm with the Enraged Regeneration, with the anti-magic zone. That is more than enough, and now it's going to be CGN Esports looking to get aggressive here in these next few moments.
Oh my God! Greater Fate Trinket. Kearney's on the run, man. Look at this slaughterhouse from Blizzo. They drop a defensive smoke bomb. Kearney flies into the skies. If he connects a mind games on Blizzo here, maybe they could take him out. He's going for the Holy Fire. Houston gets swapped to. He's going to trade Survival Instincts. They're looking so unstable in this position. Defensive Fear. It doesn't hit Lone Star, unfortunately. Kearney trying to slowly march his way to get a Door of Shadows to escape from the pillar, but there's so many kicks for him. He's trying to fake cast interrupts. Houston gets an interrupt with that Cyclone. Now he's going for Door of Shadows. Gets kicked. He should be able to free heal. Clone onto Lone Star. An opportunity to take out Blizzo. Do they have enough damage? Mind Games cast gets gripped by Swaps. He goes for a Holy Fire. If Blizzo's spell reflects a Holy Fire Mind Games, Kearney is just going to die to his own damage. And Cyclone at low HP from Blizzo. Fuse is playing this game much better, getting these clones onto the healer, getting these low clones on the warrior. If you can keep this up and connect the Mind Games on the go so the Fury Warrior healing is out of the game, they could still pull this off. But another stun on Kearney. He Guardian Spirits. Uses the Gladiator's Aegis, trying to slow down the damage. Defensive Disorienting Roar. As you see a dismantle into Blizzo, resetting those mortal wound stacks onto Kearney. They need 1 Mind Games. They have to connect the Mind Games. With Houston on the back foot, they're swapping to him. He ducks into bear form, charges to Lone Star to try and get away. It looks like Lone Star was able to avoid crowd control. Kearney is now strangulated. Blade storming Blizzo all over Kearney. He is relentless. He does not care if he's the target. He does not care about anything in the game at the moment. Kearney taking to the skies, but this is outside the go. Now with the Conch banner coming up in 30 seconds, I feel like it's lights up for Kearney.
Definitely could be. There's not too much left for him to really work with. We're going to have to see some excellent peels come in from KAWHI and Fuse. Maybe they can generate some pressure here on a Blizzo, but just 17 seconds away from that massive damage. A-Bomb Slim's going to be there available for Swapsy as well. CGN Esports, they have a huge hit of damage, and I don't know if Kearney has what he needs to actually survive, but these Cyclones are beautiful, but Blizzo, of course, going to have that trinket. So CGN Esports, they basically held on to everything for one great push, and this great push is coming right here, right now. Blizzo is going to sit this kidney shot. He doesn't want to get caught into any more crowd control. Full Cyclone. Kearney just getting chopped up. He tries to trade out the Fate. He trades out the Guardian Spirit. Everything he can to stay alive, but he's in a strangulate. And I think that is it. He gets deleted. Fuse as well. Just gonzo. Blizzo and Swapsy, an absolute nightmare on this Death Knight Warrior.
I can't tell if Fuse is the rogue or KAWHI with how quickly he vanished.
Yeah, CGN just... Oh my goodness. Being the healer here when you're ever getting tunneled down by a warrior in a Death Knight is just never a safe position to be in. You do not want to be Kearney right now. They just... Yeah, it seemed like Kearney just ran out of healing. He didn't have any Serenity charges left. He had no Apotheosis. He flew up outside of the setup with Necro Banner and A-Bomb Limb. So you just see the cooldowns coming off on the player frame. You see the cooldowns coming up. You see Necro Banner coming up, and you look at his Divine Ascension. 30 seconds left, and you just know he's probably not going to make it out of that situation. So I think the game went a lot cleaner than the first game for sure. They definitely had a bit more pressure. I kind of would have liked to see them go on the DK, maybe play a bit more defensive at the start, go the warrior, shut down his damage, maybe use a blind on the DK defensively too. You can kind of easily force out Trinket there, but they definitely lived a long time. But it seems hard to kill the warrior with how quickly his cooldowns reset, especially if Lone Star gets a symbol of hope. You just reset and rage regeneration. So CGN Esports was just never deterred from training the priest.
Yeah. If the CGN's playing TSG and there's a priest in the arena, like this is the only target in the. Actually, to be fair, they hit the Feral Druid a little bit. They didn't completely tunnel him. Like Fuse got swapped to a couple times.
Yeah, when he flew up in the air.
When he absolutely can't hit him though. It's like, oh, fine. I mean, you've made the situation impossible. So I guess I'll hit something else. I don't really want to. I'd rather sit here and like throw weapon you in the sky. Maybe put my dots up or something, but.
Look at that ramp of damage for CGN.
You know what's funny though? Is it looks really huge, but that's still half of the highest burst damage we've seen. 30k.
Oh, yeah, it's only 30.
Yeah, but the burst
70.
It's like when I feel like when we saw the 60k, it was like on like pets and stuff. I feel like 30k DPS is pretty insane. Like single target DPS, that is absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, 60k, I feel like if there's 60k DPS, there's got to be like pets involved. No?
Maybe. Does this?
It's hard to say. It's
pets,
definitely
right?
it's definitely a lot regardless. It's an interesting graphic to see because that's when we're all counting it down as well, right? So right when that happens, we're all counting down. Up, there's the Necro Banner, there's the A-Bomb limb, Kearney's got nothing, and yeah.
This is the final moments. Like this is.
You just know.
You just know. So I was saying like 30 seconds ago, I was like, it's 30 seconds away. Now it's 15 seconds away. And you don't have Guardian Spirit. You get Greater Fade, I guess. Could he have really done anything here? They Cyclone Blizzo. Again, a Cyclone not on the Conch banner. And it gets Mass Dispelled. So now it's like he's on Cyclone DR. He's got Trinket coming up in 10. Almost Kearney. He can't Greater Fade for a moment. They stun his Conch banner. And could he have faded here? Like
he did get the fade. He just didn't have any healing. He had no Serenity charges. They fade Guardians, but I mean, if you don't have Serenity and you have the double Mortal Strike stack on you with Slaughterhouse, there's no living there. There's no living there.
Poor Fuse, he's just, that is, I feel like maybe he could like cross the map more. He's playing the double Door Shadows. I don't know how often we saw like an effective use of Door Shadows, but he's basically just soaking up all the interrupts, right? It is. I mean, Kearney in this map, I don't envy his role. Like, just getting trained down by Swapsy and Blizzo with A-Bomb's limb. It's just absolutely horrifying. So, I don't really know if they have another composition or 3.5 men is just going to have to kind of adapt their strategy a little bit here for this one. But I'm curious to see what they decide to do. Are we going to be going to a big map, a small map? What do we think is actually better? Because it doesn't actually feel like a large map really got Kearney any kind of value. But we are going Ugambala. I like that.
Never gets picked.
The Prophecy.
Spider-Man Legendary.
Yeah, could use
Spider-Man Legendary, upper little balcony
you're just
jumping.
Gonna get gripped.
I know you're just going to get gripped.
You're going to get gripped back immediately.
Then you Door Shadows. You Door Shadows up, you get gripped, you jump to somebody, you Door Shadows up, and then you're just doing your conveyor belt. Yeah. Just going you're like the food for the TSG getting lifted up in that little elevator that they have in like really big houses that food gets
who's gonna go up there though? Like who's gonna go up top and wait?
I think I'd rather just see him play Res Lego.
Yeah, I think Res Lego should be a good pick.
Because I don't know if he'll be able to Spider-Man Legendary up to the top because you're gonna have what? You're gonna have the Feral kind of run away or have the Rogue run away that's peeling with Disarm and Kidney. I mean, it could definitely work, but I don't know who they would choose to be like the designated, spot.
Oh, they're gonna have Calvish poured up. He's gonna pour it up, then they're gonna Spider-Man up.
That sarcasm was so good. That sounded 100%.
What?
I got excited for a second. I was like, oh wow, that's a great strategy.
I actually like I swear this is gonna sound crazy, but I actually like Windwalker Monk into these cleaves. You're kind of susceptible, but you also have a lot of tools. Like you have Paralyze, you have Grapple Weapon, you can get double leg sweeps. There's going to be a lot of moments in the match where I think Calvish has to play super defensive, but I think he will have tools to actually keep Kearney alive a lot. I don't want to say a lot better. Better than Assassination Rogue. You know what? I'll just say it. Better than the Assassination Rogue, but maybe not as much as the Outlaw Rogue. So I'm curious. I just don't know. I feel like you're bringing in Fuse on Mage. And you're bringing.
I think they're about to get Hulk smashed. Like it started off with getting slap chopped. Like it was a little beat, but now it's like Hulk smash throwing you around. Just
you say that now. Calvish is gonna pop off on the damage. I have a feeling.
You think so?
You can one shot.
You can definitely kill Death Knights.
Windwalker monks can absolutely just one-shot DKs. It's my favorite thing to do too, because on my mage I feel like I can't hurt them, but on my Windwalker, if you get the right proc and you have Mark of the Crane stacked up, you can spin to win and just delete someone really, really fast. So I don't mind the map pick. I don't mind the comp pick. I feel like 3.5 men actually has potential here, but they're going to have to do one heck of a job keeping Kearney alive.
Please swap out a Holy Ward. Please.
Oh no, dude! Please remember to respect. I swear, people forget their conduits. I think Blizzo forgot conduits today. I've heard rumors potentially Raikou forgot conduits. Now Honor Talents. Oh no! If he doesn't have Divine Ascension,
he does. He swapped it.
He's got it. He's got it. All right, Swapsy knows what he's doing. Right straight into the room. He doesn't. I don't care about the mage or the monk. You got a priest here. That's my target. Double leg sweep overlapped with double fear, unfortunately, here. They're just trying to one-shot Blizzo. Can they one-shot Blizzo, pull off the upset, pull off the miracle Blizzo trades, and now they're going all offensive. He gets gripped on this. Oh, he's stranded up in the sky. He's silenced for a moment. Is he going to get the heals off before he hits the ground? He might have to use all of his Serenity charges already. KAWHI has to trade everything as he's getting cut down. Kearney is just getting destroyed. Blizzo still all over him, proccing more recklessness. Houston getting polymorphed by Lontar. Lontar stealing that with the Thought Steal, taking the mage out of the game. Kearney finally has the high ground. How is he going to use it? I would have loved a Ring of Peace on the balcony. Why are they using it here? Blizzo just reconnects with Bladestorm. Swapsy just runs right through it. A Ring of Peace to knock him off the side would have been so much better. Door Shadows, but he's not going up the Z-axis. Why aren't they using the Z-axis? If they reconnect here, he's just stranded out in the middle of nowhere.
He has another Door Shadows. Can he get it off? Kearney, he's going to have to fake out some of these interrupts and try to go for it. Blizzo still all over him. And it was that second set of cooldowns from Blizzo and Swapsy that ended this last game. Let's see if CGN Esports can make it to that point. A big leg sweep here on Blizzo. Let's see. There's just not much pressure. I mean, KAWHI is going to get feared away, like you said. Kearney right now going for a Door Shadows. He gets interrupted. Can he get the Door Shadows up top? He's trying to use this large central pillar on Mugambala to actually escape. Ooh, nice root there by KAWHI as well. Using Disable Root onto Blizzo, buying Kearney a little bit of time. And this Windwalker pick so far has made it a lot easier for Kearney to survive. But we got cooldowns coming up in about 35 seconds, and that is going to be the true test here for 3.5 men. If they can survive that, there is a little bit of pressure here mounting onto Blizzo. Fuse going for some crowd control, gets a full polymorph onto Lontar. Blizzo just going for a Fleshcraft, should easily be able to survive with that. I don't think there's going to be much follow-up here on the Lontar, and it actually is going to be an anti-magic zone that trades as well on that combustion. So Swapsy and Blizzo, they know they just need to hold on a little bit longer. All the cooldowns are coming up in 13 seconds.
Oh, no, why did he
10 seconds.
Why did he fly? He's so dead, dude. Oh my god, he's so dead. 5 seconds away. If they rop them off the side and he doesn't get gripped, he has to fade the grip. Oh, he trinket faded. Double sweep. Wait, he's getting away. He's getting away. Kearney is getting away from the Conch Bandit. Oh god, they're all over him. Heroic Leap, A-Bomb Limb, no Greater Fade, no Divine Ascension, he Guardian Spirits. He's got no Serenity charges. Blizzo's disarmed. He's trying to stay on target. Pops the Enraged Regen, staying all over him at the moment, but they've actually survived the Conch Banner somehow, some way. And now here comes Zwen from KAWHI. Where is he going to go with the damage? Fist of Fury flying onto Blizzo, and Swapsy. Fuse is trying to catch up with the Soul Shape. We need a Ring of Peace, man. Where's the Ring of Peace? Bounce him off the side. I feel like they're not using that ability nearly as effectively as it could be. Door Shadows from Kearney trying to escape, trying to get... Oh, but he gets gripped immediately. Will he be able to get a heal off in time? Apotheosis is rolling for him. It's just a ticking time bomb to the next Conch Banner and next A-Bomb Limb as he goes up into the air again with Divine Ascension. Trying to stabilize, trying to reset his Serenity charges. He needs to be casting right now while he's in the sky to get those Serenity. He didn't cast any Flash Heals. He still has no Serenities. In the meantime, though, Blizzo is being pressured to the Chastise onto Lontar, but Kearney has basically no instant healing. Houston gets pet kicked, double fear defensively, trying to stall down the Dark Transformation here onto Kearney that's cleaving him. I want to see a Ring of Peace, man. Knock them off the side here. Kearney's going to be in trouble. He's strangulated. No trinket. Where is it? Spinning crane kick. They're going for the kill. Did he just miss it entirely? This is not looking good. Kearney down at 30% on match point. Trades out the Guardian Spirit. Is that going to be enough? Conch Banner comes up in 30. They have to win the game if Kearney even manages to stay alive throughout this. Desperation, Dragon's Breath. He gets pet stunned, and that is it for him. And it looks like he is not playing the Resurrection Legendary. Kearney will be going down. KAWHI and Fuse trying to get some pressure out as they still have this Guardian Angel form, but... no, Swapsy is not going to be going down. That's it. A tap out for 3.5 men. They are going home. And this lower bracket is looking deadly now with with the advancing teams of SK and CGN.
Yeah, Europe's definitely not out of it yet. Some super strong teams left in this tournament. I think we have a lot of interesting matchups in store for tomorrow. But for this one, CGN Esports will claim victory. You definitely got a feel for 3.5 men. Overall, I think they had an excellent season. Obviously today, didn't have their full roster, but still put on a show for us. So, yeah. Always exciting to see their games, and just I think for kind of coming in as a new team this season, I think they did very well.
Yeah, 3.5 men had a great showing this season. They had a really dominant Rogue Mage, so you definitely got to give them credit. I think they played Rogue Mage for majority of the cups and majority of the circuit, but they were a really, really solid team throughout it all. And they were another team kind of like the KUNGARNA, but over on NA, where, you know, they play Rogue Mage, and if you can't figure out how to beat Sub and you can't figure out how to beat Outlaw, then you're going to have a really difficult time against them. But sadly, they will be eliminated, and CGN will go forward with a nice clean sweep. And that last game, I really wish we saw Kearney do some different things. I really want to see some Dora Shadows up top, maybe try to get away, maybe ROP them down like Sid was saying. And I think they had a ROP at the end where he actually just, I don't know if he missed somehow with the camera or something, but it just wasn't enough for 3.5 men. It was right here, I think.
Lontar away. It was offensive. So I think he was actually trying to keep Lontar away, but Lontar just faded through it. Or he didn't. He just ran. I don't even know. He just walked through it. He literally just
yeah, I don't
walked
know.
right through
He didn't
it.
have fade either. I mean, I don't think it's ever worth doing that. You had 2 melee on your healer, but with that being said, I'm not sure if they would have lived regardless, because Kearney was ooming anyways. So just tough game for 3.5 men, I think, overall. They tried to have this comp, and the Windwalker Mage was looking promising for a bit like midway through the game, but CGN Esports is a really solid Warrior DK team, and yeah, they just did not back down. They see a priest, like Sid said, and they just will not detarget the priest. So
Kearney just doing everything he can to fly away, get away, trying to stay alive, but it's just an unrelenting assault from CGN. You can see that Ring of Peace once again. I really feel like KAWHI, like, look at the pressure on Blizzo. I think if he's trying to keep him away and actually burst Blizzo down, but yeah, probably not worth it in that situation. If they could have actually knocked Blizzo and Swapsy off the side, maybe Kearney, just maybe, could have stayed alive. But I feel like just looking at this game, even if Kearney lives a little bit longer, look at his mana, health just going nowhere but down. And Blizzo and Swapsy have all their cooldowns in 25 seconds. So at 25 seconds, I feel like that third A-Bombs Limb, the third Necro Banner, that's kind of the enrage timer of this matchup. I don't know if you're going to live that one. So it was a good effort. And honestly, I feel like the Windwalker Mage looked like their best comp.
Yeah, I mean, just to go off of what you're saying already, Ven, 3.5 men, incredible season. They were a really fun team to watch and sort of develop, because they were one of the newer rosters to the team, or to the AWC. So hopefully maybe we get to see them again and come back next season. But that is going to be the end of the road for 3.5 men. CGN Esports will be moving on. We'll see them play once again on Sunday. But overall, that's kind of wrapping it up for today. It's been super exciting. Sympathies to see finally EU versus NA. What do you have a favorite matchup overall from today?
You mean KUNGARNA versus NA?
Yeah, KUNGARNA versus NA.
NA had a good run today. As far as the overall games, I feel like it was really close with Team Liquid in that first round against SK. Super entertaining games there. I'm really excited for tomorrow with KAWHI versus KUNGARNA. I feel like that's like the most hyped, coveted matchup. Like, that is the series you do not want to miss between NA and EU. That could easily be a repeat finals too. Maybe Team Liquid gets a shot. Maybe KUNGARNA beats KAWHI, sends them the lower bracket. Team Liquid has to go into KAWHI for a rematch, and then gets a finals. Maybe Team Liquid and KAWHI can both team up against KUNGARNA to try and take them out. Or maybe SK and CGN claw through and get a rematch in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a number of really strong teams still in the running, besides the first seeds for NA and EU, of course, KUNGARNA and KAWHI respectively. But we can take a look at where the bracket is currently. We see here there's 6 teams left, 4 in that lower bracket right there. So, as soon as we get to those, we're going to be just eliminating teams right off the bat. And then we're going to be able to see that match that Sid was just talking about. KAWHI KUNGARNA, winner of that one moves on to the grand finals. So I feel like we're going to see a number of rematches tomorrow. What do you think, Ben?
I think it's certainly possible. I mean, in the lower bracket, you have actually in all three of these games is going to be North America versus Europe. So kind of a repeat start of what we saw today. KAWHI KUNGARNA, obviously a matchup. I mean, that is the matchup that I wanted to see the most. So really excited about that one. You have Cloud9 going up against SK Gaming. Cloud9 beat CGN earlier, and I feel like SK Gaming and CGN are kind of similar. The one major difference, I guess, is SK Gaming still going to be bringing in that Rogue Mage. So the Rogue Mage Druid could be really difficult for Cloud9. I'm curious to see if Cloud9 has any more Mage Lock surprises. They brought in the Fire Mage today. What are the chances they bring in the Arcane Mage? I don't know. Maybe we'll see it. Probably not. Team Liquid going up against CGN Esports. That's another one of those matchups where I feel like Team Liquid, they have a lot of different compositions they could run. Maybe they just go with the Outlaw Rogues. Once again, the double Outlaw Rogue, try to throw CGN Esports off their game a little bit. I wonder what they'll run into potentially the Warrior Death Knight that CGN has available, because Sea-Doo primarily playing that Holy Priest, and CGN Esports, they kind of eat Holy Priest for breakfast. So we'll see what Team Liquid decides to come up with.
Also, a really interesting thing to note, if you look at the first 3 games of the day as well, they're all even seeds. So Cloud9, SK Gaming, for example, those are the number 2 seeds for NA and EU. Team Liquid versus CGN, that's number 3 for NA and EU. And then KAWHI KUNGARNA, of course, the first seed for both regions.
Yep. I just got an urgent message from Zico. Yes, an urgent message from Zico. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget about the Fearless Spectator title. If you missed it today, you definitely want to tune in tomorrow. It's going to be one of the last opportunities to actually pick that up. So do not miss out. You have to connect your Battle.net account to your YouTube. Check out the WoW Esports 2022 Grand Finales live, or Grand Final live. So tomorrow. And make sure when you click that rewards button, it does say connected. And then your account will be updated with this title after a certain period of time. I wear it in game. A lot of these players do as well. So do not miss out on your opportunity.
Yeah, or you will hurt Zico's feelings as well if you don't get that one. He wants to let everyone know to make sure you're doing that. And I think also tomorrow is probably the last chance, because I feel like even if they do another one of these, it might be a different title. I'm completely guessing. I have no idea, but I feel like if they were to do it again, yeah, this is completely speculation on my end. This is me just trying to give a sense of urgency for you guys.
Last chance.
Last chance is tomorrow, so don't miss your opportunity to get a in-game title for your character that you can load about in game. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We are going to head out, and tomorrow, make sure you guys are there bright and early tomorrow, because it's going to be an incredible day of games. Make sure you are subscribed here on YouTube, youtube.com/Warcraft. Make sure you have that notification button on as well. Also, make sure you're following us on Twitter at WoW Esports. So we will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CEST. Have a good night.